This is an unabridged audiobook by author Megan Linsky. To maintain content guidelines, certain scenes have been removed from this audiobook. Summaries of these deleted scenes can be found within this audio. To listen to this full audiobook with deleted scenes, please visit meganlinsky.com. The Alicorn Court, Hidden Legends University of Sorcery, Book 3. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Max Pinkins and Liana Walsh.
Chapter 1. Ethan. There was nothing more terrifying than being alone with your own thoughts. I completely agree. The sinister voice of the demon within my head festered at my insides. My eyes opened. I took in the sight of my room, brightening with the approach of the incoming dawn. It was foreign to me, unfamiliar. In recent months, I'd been forced to abandon my home at the royal palace to make way for Gabby and Elijah's arrival. They'd kicked me, my mother, and our servants to a far-off estate on the outskirts of Dolinska. The mansion was grand, expensive, and had too many rooms. I despised it. It wasn't where I'd grown up. I belonged at the palace. I'd hardly been at the estate all summer, yet still my room was filthy. Bits of food, vodka bottles, and discarded clothes lay in heaps. The shades were partially drawn, and dust lay on every surface. I remained curled in the sheets and tried to breathe. It looked like some sort of animal's nest. I forbade the servants from coming in here. In the corner was a full-length mirror. I'd thrown a blanket over it weeks ago and hadn't removed it since. I could no longer stand my own reflection, for every time I looked in the mirror, the red eyes of the Lashane peered back at me, that sharp-toothed smile gloating and arrogant. Arrogant. Come now, be fair. He hardly spoke to me, but when he did, it was to brag. Too many days now I heard his cruel laughter echoing inside my head. I could hear it now. I reached for my prosthetic and fastened it on. Like every morning, the demon began tormenting me. Cripple, cripple, he teased, helpless and deformed. My mouth curled into a sneer as I rolled out of bed and turned on the stereo. The sound of the laughter was so loud, it nearly drove me mad. I cranked the volume as high as it would go, until the floors were shaking and my ears stung from the noise. A servant came rushing in the door, shouting over the music. My prince, your mother is asleep. It's still very early and— Leave me. My tone came out in a harsh growl. The servant quickly bowed and hurried to shut the door. I'd become nothing more than a hideous beast. Eventually, the laughter ceased. I turned down the stereo, though I left it on just in case the Lashane came back. He didn't return, though I knew he was still there, inside me like a deranged cancerous tumor, gnawing away at my identity. I was grateful for the few moments of peace. I forgo to shower, what was the point, and threw on a few pieces of my wrinkled uniform. It was the first day of a new semester at Arcania University and the start of my senior year. Might as well get it over with. The servants already had my trunks packed and loaded into the back of the carriage. At the sight of it, I nearly became sick, wanted to turn and run. But though this demon had nearly taken everything from me, he hadn't yet stolen my courage, and I refused to be a coward. I couldn't avoid it any longer. I had to see her. Though the prospect made my knees quiver, there was no getting around it. Eventually, I'd have to let myself look into those green eyes and crumble. My stomach grew hollow the closer we got to Arcania University. The fall chill permeated the air, and a few leaves fell from the branches of the trees the carriage passed, lying forlorn and broken on the cobblestone. The carriage stopped in front of the beautiful gates. I stepped out. The servants would drop my things off at my dorm. I'd always said I wanted to be treated like any other student while I was here, but now the servants were a blessing. The Leshane was draining all of my energy, saving it for himself when he finally made his move to take over my body. I couldn't carry those trunks to my dorm even if I wanted to. As I wandered the paths of the university, the demon's hold lightened on me just a little, easing the tightness in my chest and making it easier to breathe. Being in a place I loved like this put me at peace. It was like coming home. Despite how miserable and empty I felt, how cold my spirit was growing to be, there would always be a comfort in roaming the campus at Arcania University. No one was on campus at this hour. It was too early. We'd precisely picked this time to meet up to avoid being overheard. I walked directly to the clock tower at the center of campus. I opened the door to the tower, it was already unlocked, and wound the spiraling stairs upward to join the rest of my friends in the clock's inner workings. Gears turned as I reached the top of the tower, and I entered into an open square room that contained the mechanisms of the clock. The clock face was circular, massive, and see-through, like a window that displayed the main part of campus and the city beyond. The large hands of the clock moved steadily, while a loud ticking noise clicked in the background as the clock moved through time. It reminded me just how little time I had. Students weren't allowed up here, but we'd figured it just as good a place as any to speak privately. My heart grew less heavy as I took in the faces around the room. She wasn't here yet. I nearly breathed a sigh of relief. Kiara and Alexei were in the corner, poring over a book together. Odette was humming a tune and pirouetting in place, while Theo practiced some of their lifts. She gave him a fond smile every time he raised her upward, though it seemed more friendly than romantically inclined. Stefan had his arm over Delmare. They spoke in soft voices, heads tilted toward each other as they remained in their own little world. It pained me to look at them. They had what Emma and I had lost. I could not feel happy for them. I could only feel pain. I hadn't seen my friends all summer. When the semester ended, we'd all agreed to travel to different places, searching for clues on the locations of the crystals of harmony. I'd been hopping from place to place on the ruse of doing just that, but to be honest, I had bigger issues. I'd just gotten back from Africa a few days ago. Another failed attempt. "You'll never be rid of me," the Leshane cackled. I ignored him. As the door shut behind me, heads snapped up to look at me. Jaws dropped open. Odette put a hand over her mouth, while Alexei's eyes widened. Stefan's face was hard to read. He chewed on his lip, as if considering what to say to me before deciding against it. Theo voiced what everyone was thinking. "Wow," Theo said. "You look like shit." I know. My hair was unkempt, and there were dark circles around my eyes, not to mention bruises from where I'd hit myself in the face trying to make the demons stop talking. Yeah, I was a mess. Kiara stepped forward. "I knew you were taking the breakup hard, but Ethan, this isn't okay." "I'm fine, Kiara, honestly." "Fine? You look like you've dropped 20 pounds, Alexei protested. "I've merely been busy. I hadn't eaten. Sleep was an afterthought. I'd refused myself both in an attempt to starve the demon out. Hadn't done any good." Delmare gave a sigh. Her lips twisted into a frown as she said, "Ethan, you're dumbass." "I fully accept that." I stared at the floor. That they were even welcoming me back into the group was honorable of them. I didn't deserve to have friends. "But that doesn't mean you aren't our dumbass." Delmare rushed to say. You made a mistake last semester when you hurt Emma. A big one. But we forgive you for it. Has she? My voice came out in a rasp. I was all but half a man. Odette played with her hands uncomfortably. We haven't talked to Emma much, Odette confessed. She spent some time back in Detroit for the summer at some big skating camp. She wanted to be alone. The little wolf was running away from her problems, something I desperately wished I could do. It was at that point the door opened behind me. I turned. I felt a physical hit to the gut as a familiar and beloved smell hit my nostrils, making my instincts go insane and my wolf to howl in longing. The sight of her red hair cascading down her shoulders was enough to make me want to cry. Her green eyes sparked against the yellow light, and her beautiful body was inches in proximity to mine, driving me mad with a want I could never have again. I could feel the demon physically retreat at her presence. My chest grew lighter, and the glow of my magic warmed against me. It was like, if she was around, the demon had no power. Emma's mouth bobbed open slightly at my appearance. Ethan. Her tone was very surprised. Hello, Onavilke. I gave a soft smile, and gods, it felt like pulling a sword out of my chest. That one little movement from me to her was worse than any torture illusion the best fey sorceress could put on me, and I wanted my suffering to end now. Emma's form was stiff and cautious. There were a few more lines by her eyes than there had been last semester. She'd been worried, and grieving, perhaps, though I didn't permit myself to hope that much. She stared at me for a moment longer before she moved to Odette's side. Odette reached out a hand and took Emma's. She squeezed it, and Emma gave a grateful smile in thanks. Stefan glanced between Emma and I before taking the lead. Well, now that we're all here, we should talk about the crystals, he began. We know that the portal to Edmire is shut, and if we don't use the crystals to open it up again, permanently, the Fae are going to turn to literal dust. We have 2 crystals, but 4 of them are still out there. So do we have any leads on where the next one is? The only sound that could be heard was the ticking of the clock before Odette spoke up. Theo's family went traveling to Germany and Norway. I went with them, she offered. We looked, but not a thing. A holiday with Theo, Kiara teased, while Theo's cheeks turned pink. And how was that? Odette shrugged. I always go on vacation with them every summer. What's the big deal? Theo's face soured. Clearly, he was still in the friend zone and their relationship hadn't progressed further, though the point must have soared over Odette's head because she bounced in place and smiled. My mother and I went on a backpacking trip around Poland before I went back to Detroit, Emma said softly. There are quite a few Fae ruins there. I looked, but didn't find anything. My stomach jolted when she spoke, giving me a wave of nausea. By the gods, even her voice was painful to listen to. It wrenched agony from within me, peeling my heart away layer by layer. I did my best not to let it show on my face, though I'm sure my true intentions showed, because Emma's eyes flickered to me before settling forward. Us either, Kiara said with a sigh. My mother has an extensive library on Fae lore, with thousands of books, and I didn't find a single clue on the crystals of harmony. Alexei stayed in Dolinska, but that was a dead end, too. I surveyed all the historical sites. It was interesting, and I learned a lot, but they didn't get me anywhere, Alexei said. What about you two? Theo asked Stefan and Delmare. Surely there must be one clue. Delmare shook her head. We traveled all over France. If there was a hint of the crystals, we would have unearthed it. Sure you weren't too busy honeymooning in Paris to concentrate on the stones, Kiara teased. I was concentrating on stones, all right. Delmare replied. The girls broke out laughing, save for Emma, who barely grinned. Hey, there were some sexy times going on, but we made sure to stay on task, Stefan said. And nada.
What about you, Ethan? Odette squeaked. Did you find anything?
The group turned inward. My muscles froze. I worried what would happen next with my upcoming confession, if this would be the straw that broke the camel's back, and they'd outcast me from their presence. But I'd made a promise to be completely honest with my friends, and I planned to stick to that. No more lies. I shifted uncomfortably. I spied on the circle and attended several events, but no mention of the crystals. The lords and ladies were too busy gossiping about my cousin's kingship. The subject was a sore one. Gabby and Elijah had been crowned and were on Malovia's throne. I'd been on edge since it happened, and yet 3 months had gone by, and so far there were no drastic changes. Yet. I was sure the two of them were just getting comfortable before they started giving the real orders.
What about your vigilante work? Did you find out anything that way?
Alexei asked. Emma's eyes burned with tears, but she quickly blinked them away. I forced myself to stop looking at her. No, I haven't put on the phantom mask all summer, I said. Or since that cursed night of the masquerade. It had sickened me to look at. A couple of notes of surprise rang throughout the group. Emma's eyes lit up with hope. It pained me to see, because she didn't realize that it was truly over. There was no hope for us, not with the Lashane in the way.
Does that mean you're done with it?
Alexei asked. All eyes were on me. I cleared my throat and said, I'm not sure. Hope changed to hurt, and disgust rang clear in Emma's gaze. She said nothing.
But you've been traveling, right? Kiara asked. Where'd you go?
This was it. See, the thing is, I began, I have been traveling, but I haven't been looking for the crystals. I've been looking for help. What do you mean? Delmare raised an eyebrow, and Stefan leaned in. Emma's face darkened like she couldn't understand my meaning. I sighed. I was possessed by the Lashane that killed my father. Blood drained from Stefan and Delmare's face. Both Odette and Theo took a step back, as if they were terrified. Alexei let out a choked gasp, and Kiara clutched at her throat. I understood their reactions. I was basically confessing I had a terminal disease festering inside me, waiting to take over and claim me wholly. It was the look on Emma's face that hurt me the most. Her eyes watered. She surveyed me up and down, as if she could see the demon inside me, before her expression blazed in a way that signified there was a chance for us. A demon? God's damn it, Ethan, Stefan barked. When were you going to tell us this? Yeah, it's pretty fucking crucial information, Delmare said. Theo waved his hand, telling her to calm down. I didn't know myself until the end of the last semester, I confessed. The Lashane came to me and threatened to take over everything. He's been using me as a host ever since my father died. He just didn't choose to emerge until now. He entered my body as I was losing my leg, the moment I was vulnerable. My voice sounded so broken. Emma's hand twitched at her side, like she wanted to reach out to me, but didn't.
Why didn't you tell us this sooner? Months have passed, Ethan, Theo shouted.
Finding the crystals is our top priority. This demon is a distraction, I said. If I had said anything sooner, everyone would have been trying to help me instead of searching for the stones. And finding the crystals is more important than saving my life. A few guilty faces passed around the group. Stefan rapped his fingers against the wooden wall and said, So, did you get it out? I frowned. No. I've been traveling the world all summer, looking for shamans and other supernaturals who can cast out the demon. No one has succeeded as of yet. This one has a strong hold on me." Alexei's expression was contemplative.
"You know, that actually makes sense," he mused in a low voice. "Last semester I felt so many emotions rolling off of you, and so many of them conflicted at the same time. I didn't understand how that could be possible. Now I realize that I'm actually experiencing the feelings of two different people, yourself and the Lashane." "What does the Lashane feel now?" Emma asked.
Alexei's face twisted. He paused before he said,
"All I can feel from the Lashane is death. He wants power."
Emma paled. Kiara shifted against Alexei's side.
"I can feel it too," she added, "though not as strongly as Alexei. These two parts are battling inside you, Ethan."
"I know. It's been truly devastating," I said. "I still have control, for now." I swallowed past the large lump in my throat. "But I won't for long." Alexei looked at Kiara.
"Please tell me you have something for demon possession, Kiara."
She tapped her chin thoughtfully.
"Maybe, though it's a long shot."
She frowned.
"Why don't we just go to the high priestesses? They could probably cast out the demon,"
Theo offered. "No," I said sharply. "I refuse."
"Refuse? Are you insane?" Theo asked. "This is your life."
"It'll cause another scandal. I've already brought so much shame upon my royal house, upon my family, upon my mate." My head dropped, and I chanced a small glance at Emma, who was wide-eyed with shock. "If we go to the high priestesses, it'll be all over the tabloids by that night. My name and anyone who associates with me will be humiliated. There's no guarantee they'll get this thing out. Then my loved ones will be shamed and shunned even further. Only weak Arcania allow themselves to be possessed."
"That's bullshit!"
Emma exploded for the first time that day. She stormed at me.
"You're not weak, Ethan. You let your guard down for 2 seconds and a monster took advantage. That isn't weakness."
"Pardon me, but the circle won't see it that way. Neither will the people," I said quietly. "Emma, we might not be together anymore, but in the eyes of Arcanian law, we're still mated. What falls on me falls on you, and I refuse to cause any more pain and embarrassment to you than I already have." Emma's cheeks burned.
"I'm not embarrassed of you for being in the wrong place at the wrong time." "You don't get it, Em. People will say you failed to protect your shifter, that you're an incompetent sorceress," Kiara pleaded. "Losing the contest was strike one. Now that this has happened, you'll have lost your last chance to prove yourself as a marked. The Fae will run you out of town." "Let them," Emma shouted. "I don't give a shit what anyone thinks, so long as Ethan is okay."
I stared at her for a moment. The surrounding silence was deafening. "Would the rest of you mind giving Emma and I some privacy?" I didn't have to ask twice. The room cleared out, as if our friends wanted to escape the suffocating atmosphere that was closing in around Emma and I. Once they were gone, Emma paced around the room. Her steps landed heavily upon the hardwood. Being alone with her, it was agonizing. The beating of my broken heart against my chest made me want to rip it out and stomp all over it. Gods, I needed to get this over with quickly.
"What kind of sick society discourages people from getting help?" Emma snarled. "I don't care if I'm outcasted.
You can't be. You're the world weaver. You have a responsibility to Molovia and its people. Something that goes beyond me," I said. "If you're chased out of the country, you can't attend Arcania University, and you can't find the stones. What will you do then?" Emma stopped pacing and chewed on her lip.
"But don't you see? It wasn't you who did all those horrible things last semester. You're not the one who stabbed me. It was the demon."
My stomach clenched in guilt, thinking of the way the phantom had run the White Rose through on the rooftop of the palace that night of the masquerade.
"It was me, Emma,"
I said gently. The Lashane made the suggestion, put the idea in my head, but it was I who made the final choice. I was the one who killed those cultists without mercy, not him. The demon can make me angry, influence my emotions, but he can't force me to act upon them. The guilt falls on me alone. Emma's teeth gnashed. You have to hold on. You have to fight this, cling to your beliefs so we can cast this demon out. You don't understand. I'm not sure what my beliefs are anymore, I stated. The Lashane has twisted them so harshly, it's difficult to understand what's right and what's wrong. I can no longer tell where my opinion ends and his begins. That can't be true. You have unbendable morals, beliefs in things like patriotism and freedom. Yes, I believe in freedom above all things, though there was a point I never believed you had to kill in order to obtain it. The Lashane changed my mind about that. Emma tapped her shoe in thought. Last semester you said preserving freedom is more important than saving lives. I knew that wasn't you. You don't think that way. Do I not? I questioned. I'm unsure. The Lashane took that belief in freedom and twisted it to his own desires. He can do that with anything, even my love for you. Emma winced when I admitted I still loved her, but I wouldn't lie. It was still the truth. But she didn't say she loved me back, and that hurt. You say you don't know who you are, but I know you, Ethan. You're my mate. I know who you are at the core. You might not, Onavilke. We didn't meet each other until after I was already possessed, I said. What if I'm not the person you think I am? What if you fell for the Lashane? To be honest, that was what I was most terrified of. Emma rolled her eyes. Please, Ethan, my judgment isn't that awful. But the demon is a trickster, a master of fey magic. He could have... Don't say it. I won't believe it. She ran a few fingers through her fiery mane and added, There has to be something keeping you anchored. Otherwise you wouldn't have lasted this long. Our bond is the only thing keeping him at bay. The magic that ties us together is strong. He can't override it unless the bond is rejected. I paused. Though it weakened greatly when I chose the Phantom over you last semester. Emma scowled. Gods, the look she gave me could melt iron. I hated bringing that up, but what other choice did I have? I don't get what you want, she began. Ethan, there was more to us breaking up than just this demon or you being the Phantom. It's about who you are. She shook slightly. Your country will always come before me. I'll never stop being the sacrifice. You're not just being noble, you're obsessed. I'm not sure if our relationship will ever work because you're not willing to put me first. If it comes down to it, you'll always choose Malovia over me. I understand that. It's something I put a great deal of thought into over the past few months. Okay, so you want to start dating again? She asked sarcastically. After everything that's happened? No, Emma, I don't. Her mouth dropped open in shock. Tears sprang to her eyes, because even though she wasn't ready to enter into a commitment with me again, she wasn't expecting that answer. She must have shoved her pain down, because her tone turned hateful. So what are you saying? You don't want me back? The wolf inside me whimpered in pain. Of course I want you back, Emma, but... I took a shaky breath. This demon is dangerous. I don't want to hurt you again like I did the night of... Her face darkened and I trailed off. Well, you know what happened. I'm not going to keep my distance from you. Regardless of whether we're together or not, we're still friends, she insisted. But we can't get back together. Not like this. I threw my arms wide. Look at me, Emma. I'm a mess. I'm in no state to be with anyone, especially not someone I never deserved in the first place. It was then she started to fall apart. She reached out for me, trying to bridge the gap between us. Ethan, I love you. I grabbed her wrists to hold her back. Her touching me was something I could no longer bear, because once she did, I'd collapse at her feet. Emma, if this demon gets his hold on me, I'm not coming back. Once that happens, he can use me to hurt you through the magic that connects us. You have to swear to me you'll break our bond. Refuse my offer as your mate so you can save yourself. She wrenched away violently, injured by my reaction. I'm not keeping that promise. You have to. Honavilke, I'm begging. Her eyes flickered, considering the option. I could tell the moment her mind shoved it away. I'm not giving up on you, she said. We'll find a way out of this. It's not your job to save me. Women aren't rehabilitation centers for broken men, Honavilke. And Emma, I'm broken. Let me go. I'm not going to save you. I'm going to help you save yourself, she said firmly. We may never be together again. I'm not sure if I want you anymore. I felt the bond between us blaze as she added, but by the life of the gods, I will not let you die. She shoved me away and stormed past. Once her presence deserted me, the light in my life left, and the darkness swarmed in, covering my spirit in a heavy shroud of despair. It was like once she walked out, the demon walked in. The Lashane was oddly quiet. I jumped at the chance to get a few more seconds of reprieve, some peace. I'd had none in the passing months. Finally, the monster spoke. She's not willing to give you up, he said. A game of tug-of-war. It'll be fun to see who loses. My lips twisted into a snarl as the Lashane fell silent. I refused to allow this demon to toy with her. Emma was off limits. He would not touch my mate. I would rather die first, but I wouldn't go down without one hell of a fight.
Chapter 2. Emma. I'd never thought I'd feel so numb in all my life, but that was the consequence of losing your mate. It was warm for fall in Malovia, but that didn't stop the chill that permeated my heart as I walked the halls of Arcania University. The entire summer had felt like winter within me. Everything was so bitter and dead inside. I'd had hope. I thought that after a few months apart, Ethan might have come to his senses and we could work things out. Then he dropped a bomb by telling me he was possessed, and he had no intention of getting back together with me ever again. Boom! There he went again, obliterating my love for him in one giant blast. The situation was worse than I thought. If we didn't get rid of this demon, there wouldn't be an Ethan anymore. There'd only be the Lashane. I tried to knock myself out of it. I couldn't think that way. Whether Ethan and I were destined to be together, or whether we were broken up for good, I couldn't allow him to suffer that way. I might not be his girlfriend any longer, or his fiancée, but I still loved him. I'd mused all summer if I should break our bond or not, going back and forth on the choice. It was clear now wasn't the right time to make that decision. Our bond was the only thing keeping Ethan tethered to reality. Once I broke it, the demon would take over, and he'd be gone. To be honest, I resented that. If Ethan and I weren't meant to be, I wanted to break our bond and move on. I didn't want to cling to a relationship that wasn't going anywhere. But this bastard demon wasn't giving me the chance. Ethan needed me. Yet I needed to work on myself too. The events of the past year barely had me knowing who I was anymore. I couldn't help Ethan if I was lost myself, and I was definitely missing who I used to be. Delmare, Odette, and Kiara were hunched over a magazine in the corner of the rec room. None of us were in our school uniforms. It was the weekend, so we weren't required to wear them. I felt relief when I saw them. No matter what happened between Ethan and I, they'd always be my friends. "What are you guys reading?" I asked as I approached. They all looked up at once. Odette peeped and scrambled to hide the magazine behind her back.
Nothing,"
she stammered before giving a very unconvincing smile. I reached for the paper.
Delmare tried to hold me back from it, but I was able to rip it out of Odette's grasp before anyone could stop me. It was a Malovian tabloid, one famous for stalking the royal family. On the front cover blazed the headline, "Royal Breakup? Are Prince Ethan and Emmeline Sosna no longer mated?" Beneath the headline were pictures of Ethan and I. On the left side was a photo of us last semester, cozied up at the ballet we'd gone to together. On the right, a separate picture of Ethan and I walking apart from one another blazed. It'd been taken the day we got back to school. We obviously looked pissed. I rifled through the pages to find the main story. I scanned the article. One quote stuck out in particular. According to a royal insider, Prince Ethan Nowak and commoner Emmeline Sosna broke off their engagement sometime in the spring. The division is an unexpected blow to the royal family. The insider believes the prince ended the relationship after reconciliations to get over the devastating loss of the king's contest failed. I scoffed. Who the fuck was this royal insider? I certainly didn't know them. I bet the reporter was making stuff up. But they were right. Ethan and I weren't a thing anymore, and the press had caught on to that. Of course they were blaming me. Nobody had any idea that I was the one who left Ethan, not the other way around, and it was because the guy couldn't get over his fascination of running around in tights. I skimmed the rest of the article. It was a bunch of hearsay and bullshit, but the one thing they'd gotten right was Ethan and I were no longer together. How'd they find out about this? I waved the magazine in the air. Did somebody tell them?
We didn't say anything, Emma, honest, Kiara swore. But the paparazzi have spies everywhere. Everyone at school knows you've broken up by now. You two haven't exactly been acting cozy since you got back, and people have noticed.
I glanced around the room. Melissa and Morgan were smirking at me from beside the fireplace. Morgan had a brand new designer purse at her side and was shuffling through another copy of the magazine with glee. I bet Morgan was the one who'd gone to the press about Ethan and I. That big paycheck the tabloid had given her for the story probably paid for her new purse. I knew I was right by the smug look on her face. I tossed the magazine in the trash. Whatever, I don't care. The whole world can know Ethan and I broke up. News was going to come out eventually. Kiara scowled.
I'm worried about you, Emma. Losing your mate is a big blow to your status. You won't be respected as an Arcania.
Big deal. It's not like my reputation can sink any lower. Anger at the article burned in my throat. This was the part I hated about being connected to a royal. Everyone made your life their business. I was just a puppet for the public's entertainment. Maybe Ethan was right about not going to the high priestesses. If a breakup was considered humiliating in the Fae world, being possessed was probably unforgivable.
Are you all right, Emma? Odette blinked. I worried the cut on your side wouldn't heal.
It's all good. I lifted my shirt to show them the scar. It was a slight pink line now and fully healed, but sometimes it was still sore when I moved in the wrong way. The girls frowned when they saw it. It was like a permanent reminder of Ethan's betrayal, so I fucking hated the thing. I'd had to take 2 months off of skating in order to fix the wound. I'd only just gotten back on the ice recently and had to relearn nearly everything I'd been practicing last semester. The reset had done me good, though. I'd been shit at the start of the year, and after taking some time off, my jumps were higher and my spins were faster. I felt confident I had a chance at the podium in the big competition coming up this fall. In a fucked up way, Ethan had actually forced me to rest, which is what I'd needed most of all. In the meantime, I'd been working on translating the grimoire all summer. The skating camp I'd gone to hadn't taken place until August, and I was off the ice since then. After getting back from Poland, I'd spent most of my time in a vacation cabin in Upper Michigan practicing dark magic. I hadn't gotten very far. I'd been too cautious to experiment with unseelie magic alone, and I knew if my mother found out I'd been messing with it, she'd flip a nut on me. She hated the unseelie. I'd had to keep the grimoire a secret while we were vacationing. Half the book was translated now, but I hadn't dared to practice a single spell. I nudged Odette. "Hey, why don't we practice some spells in the grimoire? I've been looking forward to it all summer."
"It'll certainly take your mind off things," Delmare said. "The alchemy classroom is open. Let's go."
We hurried off to the empty classroom. Kiara locked it once we got inside, and I took the grimoire out of my bag, along with a leather notebook I'd been using to write down the translations. "There's a spell I've wanted to try," I began. "It might be useful for locating the next stone. It says it's a spell for finding what your heart desires most." I couldn't imagine anything I wanted more than uniting the crystals of harmony and saving the Fae. This location illusion might give us the direction we needed.
"What do you need?"
Kiara began rummaging through the cupboards. Unseelie magic pulled from objects that weren't your own magic, and as such, you usually needed items to perform it. "One flower, preferably a rose, but any will do," I said, "and a dagger." Kiara took out a cypress vine and handed it to me, along with a small knife for cutting up alchemy ingredients. I put the vine on one of the alchemy desks and held the knife before my thumb.
"What are you doing with that?"
Odette had gone pale. "The spell requires my own blood." I ignored the pain as the tip of the knife pierced my thumb. I only pricked it just enough that a few drops fell into the cypress vine. I wrapped my hand around the vine and said, "You girls might want to stand back." Delmare, Odette, and Kiara took a few steps away. I took a deep breath and began to recite, "Fae ancestors of the briar, lead me to my heart's—" I didn't finish the sentence. Magic electrified in my hands and the vine exploded. I was thrown backwards by the force of the blast. I tumbled into a few desks and chairs, knocking them over as I painfully slammed against the wall. One desk smacked against my scarred side, and I cried out, tears rising to my eyes. I slumped down the wall, feeling bruises form along my hips and legs. I twisted my shoulder, and damn, it hurt.
"Emma!"
The girls rushed toward me. The room was so full of smoke that I coughed at the residue floating through the air. The vine had been reduced to ashes. As they knelt beside me, the door blew open, the lock torn off its hinges. I thought it was a teacher come to lecture us, but my stomach dropped when I saw Ethan standing in the doorway. The girls launched themselves out of the way as he strode to me. He fell to his knees, chest heaving, as he took my chin in his hand to look me over. His eyes darkened at the chairs and desks that were scattered all over the room from my fall. "What the hell were you doing, Emma?" I thought it was the demon in him, but no. I could tell when Ethan was speaking and when the Lashane was, and it was my mate that was pissed at me. His eyes burned with worry and fear. I wrenched myself out of his grasp. "I'm fine. Leave me alone." "You were playing with that damn grimoire again, weren't you?" His voice thundered with anger. "I thought I told you not to go messing around with unseelie magic. You don't control me." I pushed him away as I struggled to get to my feet. I shuffled to the grimoire, which had been tossed across the room in the explosion. Ethan saw me limping, and his gaze flashed. He got to the grimoire before I did. "This thing needs to be destroyed. You're going to get seriously hurt." "No!" I flung out my hand. Ethan was blown back by the force of the illusion shield as I tossed it into him. He hit the wall, and the grimoire soared out of his hands. Kiara caught it and hugged it to her chest, like it was a priceless treasure we couldn't afford to lose. Ethan's breathing was ragged. For a moment, his eyes glowed red. I saw the Lashane in him and was terrified as the monster took a few steps toward me with deadly intent. Then Ethan shook his head, and the redness in his eyes faded. His stare glowered as he forced himself to calm down. "You keep dabbling in things you shouldn't be, there's going to be permanent consequences." "Why are you even here? This is my business!" I burst. "I felt the blowback of the spell through our bond the moment you performed it. It brought me to my knees, Ethan hissed. I came running because I thought you were dead.
I let out a cold laugh. Isn't that what you wanted last semester? I'd struck a nerve. I heard a wolfish growl in Ethan's throat, and I wondered if I pushed too far. Then he turned away from me. You should be thanking me. If you weren't bonded to me, you would have taken the full brunt of the blow, and you'd be dead, he snapped. Be glad I was there to take some of the pain. My throat clenched up. He was right. Alone, sorceresses were weak, but when they had their mates, they were strong. I couldn't wield such powerful magic on my own. The bond just didn't protect Ethan, it protected me too. Ethan, you need to get the fuck out of here, Delmare shot at him. You're not helping anyone. Ethan huffed. Seems to be a talent of mine. He stormed out. The door slammed behind him, and I cringed at the sound. It resonated within me in a way that hurt. Odette fidgeted and kept her gaze on the ground, her eyes blurred with tears. Fuck, Ethan had upset Odette. I was going to throttle the bastard. It's okay, Odette, I said softly. Ethan's just being a jackass. Like fucking always. I don't like it when he yells at you, Emma, Odette whimpered. I know he cares, but he's out of control. Odette had a point. How could I think of being with Ethan when he was like this? He was concerned about me because I'd almost gotten hurt, so he had a reason to be upset. But him constantly being on the brink of losing it wasn't just annoying, it was exhausting to deal with. Emma, you need to take this. Kiara procured a healing potion from her bag. She gave it to me, and I drank it in 2 gulps. It made my eyes water, but I felt the soreness from the bruises slowly ebb away as the magical herbs began to restore my injuries. Delmare was looking at the translation notes. Emma, the grimoire specifically says this spell is for advanced sorceresses only, she said. That's past graduation. You're barely at 2nd year level. I had to try! I flung the glass vial of the healing potion down, and it shattered on the floor. We have 2 years to find the crystals of harmony before everything goes up in smoke. If we don't find those stones and open up the portal to Edenmire before then, all the Fae turn to dust. We don't have time to waste. It's going to be for nothing if you kill yourself before then, Delmare said scathingly. Be a little patient. We'll find them. I crossed my arms and simmered. Patience was never one of my strong suits, and this was a major problem. We had the Woven Stone and the Dragon Stone already, but there were 4 more stones to locate. Time wasn't on our side, and I feared I wouldn't be powerful enough in 2 years' time to stop the portal from closing once the hourglass ran out. That spell is just too strong, Emma. You're going to have to try again when you're a more advanced sorceress, Kiara said. We'll find the stones a different way. Rage flared within me. I didn't have time to wait to be a better sorceress. I needed to find the stones now. I just wanted a break. From this world, from everyone. I worried that if I stayed here, I'd yell at my friends out of frustration, and they didn't deserve that. I couldn't treat them badly just because I had a bad day. It wasn't their fault we were on a deadline and Ethan was being a prick. If I wasn't in control of my emotions, I shouldn't be around them. I grabbed the grimoire from Kiara and the journal from Delmare. Just give me some space, guys. I've got to chill out. I flung my bag over my shoulder and ran out of the alchemy lab before they could stop me. I wasn't sure where I was going, only that I wanted to be alone. I wandered around campus by myself. It only made my mood worse, and I wasn't sure why. Until the answer hit me like a dump truck as I was walking through the campus gardens. There were couples everywhere. People were making out in corners of the castle and messing around behind the sculptures in the gardens. Wherever I looked, they were either hooking up or going out on dates. I knew the whole point of being a fae was to find your soulmate, but it was more than a little ridiculous. I felt a wave of nausea as I watched an Alicorn couple suck face by the gates.
Gods, wasn't there a damn person at this university who wasn't blissfully in love? It was like everyone was rubbing my breakup in my face. I couldn't remember this many couples last year on campus. Was I just noticing now because they cherished what I had lost? School was obviously the wrong place to change my mindset. I didn't know where else to go. The forest wasn't safe, as it was full of monsters. I could go into Dalinska, but I'd more or less face the same problem with all the old people, and that'd be even grosser. Excuse me, do you have a minute? The stranger's voice behind me caused me to turn. I was face to face with a sheepish boy with a mane of messy red hair. He had large glasses, which hid his green eyes, and he was taller than me by a few inches. He spoke with a slight Irish accent, unusual for an Arcania. Behind him was a beautiful girl, with silver hair and crystalline eyes. She was so gorgeous to look at that a shudder ran through me at her appearance. I saw the woven mark on her hand. She and the redhead had to be a part of my faction. My mate and I were playing a game with our friends, he began. We have an uneven number and are looking for someone to sub in. He thumbed behind him to a couple of boys in the distance. They waved, and I had to suppress a scowl. The last thing I felt like doing was hanging out with a bunch of randos. I'm sorry, I'm not really in the mood, I began. Come on, just one game. The redhead flashed a smile at me, and the kindly look his mate gave in response made me want to cave. Lay off the poor lass. If she don't want to play, we'll smoke you outnumbered. Another voice caught my attention. An auburn-haired woven boy towered beside me. He had brawny shoulders and a trimmed beard peppering his chin. The way he held himself was noble and, dare I say it, sexy. His accent was Scottish, another foreigner, like me, I supposed. It was nice to know I wasn't the only student who transferred into Arcania University from another country. When the stranger gave me a wink, my mood uplifted, and I said, sure. What are we playing? Fable. The redhead conjured a glowing yellow light in his palm. It's like volleyball, but more fun. I'm Arthur. My mate is Vara, and Scotty McHot's over there is Finley. You wish you could be as sexy as me, Finley purred, and my insides fluttered. Emma, I said, but I bet you knew that already. Everyone knew who I was, due to my connection to Ethan. We don't pay much attention to the papers, Vara said. Her voice was full of light and mature. It soothed me to listen to her talk. We just thought you looked like an athlete. Well, I am one. I followed Arthur to the nearby court. There was a net set up at the edge of the gardens. On the court were two boys, a dragon shifter, who was smaller than I was, and a tall alicorn. They stood on opposite sides of the net and bounced a glowing ball of light back and forth like they would a volleyball. The alicorn looked a little familiar to me, but I couldn't place where I'd seen him before. I'm gonna get it, Jasper! The little dragon jumped up and did a spike, but the alicorn hit it back, and the dragon shifter went scrambling to catch it. You're going to fall on your face, Ozzy, Jasper laughed as he watched Ozzy run to the other side of the court and trip. The ball of light fizzled out once it hit the ground, and Ozzy let out a sad groan. Ozzy and Jasper sounded Malovian through and through. They'd grown up here. Arthur and Vera took Jasper's side, and Arthur pointed at me. Emma, you're with Ozzy and Finley, he said. The rules of the game are just like volleyball with a little fey magic. You'll figure it out as you go. Finley wiggled his eyebrows at me and gave a devilish smile. Butterflies zoomed in my gut, and I forced my gaze forward. Okay, so I was on a team with the guy who'd look cute as all hell in a kilt. I hoped I could keep my eyes on the ball. Arthur tossed the ball of light into the air and hit it. It soared directly to me. I brought my arm back to return it, but unexpectedly, the ball whizzed to the side. My jaw dropped open as the ball flew in front of Finley, and he hit it back. Finley let out a deep laugh. You can use your magic to manipulate the ball, he said. That's what makes it fun. A smile spread across my face. You thought it'd be funny to steal the ball away from me? I thought it'd be funny to see your reaction, he teased. He nudged my side, and a small jolt went through me at his touch. Arthur hit the ball back with his telepathy powers. Ozzy scrambled to get it, but he wasn't very good at sports, apparently, because he tripped again and let it drop. The other side cheered, a point scored for them. Okay, let's show them what we're made of. I wiped my hands on my shorts and conjured a blue ball of light. I used it to hit the ball with all my might, where it sailed to the other side. Vera manipulated the ball with her magic so Arthur could hit it back, but the spike was weak, and the ball slammed against the net and rebounded. Ozzy, Finley, and I cheered. Good one, Emma! Finley gave me a high five. When our hands connected, my skin tingled again. Finley smacked the ball back as Arthur served another spike, and I'd be lying if I said the way his muscles bulged out of his shirt when he struck the ball didn't turn me on. A feeling of guilt overcame me at the sensation, but I forced the feeling away. I could look at other guys now. Hell, I could flirt with them. I was mated to Ethan, but we weren't together anymore. I wasn't betraying him to be interested in another guy, for crying out loud. We'd been broken up for months, and I was just as devastated as I'd been the day we split up. I was sick of it. I didn't want to feel like this any longer. If the only way to get over Ethan was to hook up with another guy, then I was looking at the menu. Jasper was hitting the ball with his battle magic, while Ozzy bounced the ball off of his shield. Their magic seemed equal, so neither one of them was able to overpower the other to make a magical spike. I stole the ball from both of them with my magic. Their mouths gaped open as I yanked the ball in front of me and hit it back, jumping over the net and performing a strike that Vera and Arthur couldn't save. Everyone erupted into astounded cheers. That was incredible, Finley boomed. I knew you had it in ya. It's the fiery red hair. Then why isn't Arthur pulling his weight? Jasper cracked. Arthur sent him the finger. Arthur wasn't very good at sports either, but he seemed to enjoy playing them. He nearly got the ball to the face during the last play. He'd fallen backward, and Vera had to catch him with a laugh. Vera gave a knowing smile. She certainly knows how to win. Arthur frowned. Damn, we should have put Emma in our team. We have Ozzy. He's practically a handicap, Finley joked. Ozzy scrunched up his face. That's not very nice. I'm joking, kiddo. I'll put you on my shoulders next time so you can reach the ball, Finley replied. My lips twitched, and Arthur and Vara doubled over laughing. But Jasper frowned and said, Lighten up, Finn. Don't be such an ass. But Ozzy let out a little giggle. I'm fine, Jas. Let's play. We played a few more rounds, but with Finley and I on the same team, we eventually got far ahead of the other team. I took pity on poor Ozzy and let him score the final point. When he got the ball past Jasper, who I was sure let him have it, he cheered dramatically and threw his arms over the top of his head, dancing around like he won the freaking Super Bowl. Jasper ran around the net. He wrapped his arms around Ozzy and spun him around. They fell in a heap to the grass, laughing hysterically. You two are so darling. Vara stood above them, her hands on her hips as she beamed down. Ozzy gave the cutest smile and said, You think I'm darling? I've always wanted to be darling. You're more than that. Jasper got up and helped Ozzy to his feet. They kept their hands grasped, and for a few moments longer than I expected. When they noticed me watching, Jasper quickly dropped his hold on Ozzy and stepped away. You play a mean game of Fable, Finley said to me. What exactly is it that you do? Figure skating, I replied. I'll be in the Malovian Figure Skating Championships this fall in the ladies' free skate. Jasper immediately lit up. No way. I'm competing in the men's free skate as well. Now I knew where Jasper looked familiar. I'd seen him a few times during practice at the rink. I know you. Your quad jumps are fantastic. Thanks. Jasper scratched the back of his head, a bit bashful. I've seen your short program, and it's brilliant. But you have a new long, don't you? You just started working on it. That I have. I changed my long program music over the summer, from Swan Lake to Romeo and Juliet. Ethan and I sung, A Time for Us. Yeah, because I love torturing myself, apparently. Arthur waved us over. Let's take a load off, guys. My grandparents packed us lunch. We sat on a blanket Arthur laid out for us. I didn't want to be weird and sit with them. I wasn't exactly their friend, but it felt awkward not to, so I sat between Finley and Ozzy and took a lemonade when Arthur handed it out to me. He began distributing egg salad sandwiches, which looked amazing, but I knew I couldn't eat one.
We have extras.
Arthur offered me a sandwich, but I turned it down.
No thanks, I said. I've got food allergies.
Bummer. He gave the extras to Ozzy, who inhaled it like it was his last meal. He rubbed his stomach happily, and I noticed the fond look at him that Jasper snuck. You said your grandparents packed your lunch. Do you have family nearby? I asked.
Somewhat. My dad died when I was young, and my mother abandoned me as a child, Arthur said. I lived with my grandparents in Ireland before they moved to Malovia last year when I started university. My dad is buried out by the old graveyard near the hills.
I know the place. It's pretty deserted, I said, recalling the difficult day when Ethan and I had visited my father's tombstone. Arthur looked down.
Yeah, I've been trying to work up the courage to go out there and visit, but it's hard. I frowned.
I'm sorry to hear that. My dad died when I was a kid too, so I know how it feels. My father's buried in the same cemetery. It wasn't easy going to his grave for the first time. Arthur shrugged. Hey, I didn't know my parents. It sucks, but my grandparents are wicked awesome. They made up for not having a traditional family. So what are you studying? I desperately wanted to talk about anything that wasn't heavy, and my dead dad was one of those subjects I avoided at all costs.
Fae history, Arthur replied. I'm fascinated by ancient lore. It really gets me.
He's a big nerd, Finley teased. Arthur punched him in the shoulder, which Finley rubbed off with a laugh. And what are you studying that's better? I raised an eyebrow at Finley, and oohs went up around the circle. He gave a roguish grin.
Pack communications. I'm looking for a leadership position in the Wolfen faction.
That's fuckboy speak for he wants to lead around a bunch of brutes, Jasper offered. Finley chuckled as he nodded in agreement. What about you, Vara? I asked. She'd been awfully quiet this entire time, and I didn't want to be rude and accidentally disclude her.
International studies. I love learning about the world, Vara said. Though I have an interest in journalism as well. I work part-time as a student reporter for the annual Arcania.
I'm majoring in international studies too. It'd be nice to have someone I knew in my classes.
I prefer to observe,
Vara shrugged.
It's interesting to look at people who've grown up in societies with different perspectives than yours.
I've always thought so. Diversity is what makes the world wonderful.
Exactly.
Vara bit into an apple.
It's probably the most captivating thing about life, realizing everyone's unique, but at our core, we're all the same.
Vara was cool. She and I clicked instantly. She'd be a great study partner. I just want to make cupcakes. Opening up a bakery would be fun, Ozzy burst. I want to make all kinds of muffins with magical enhancements in them. I brought some today, see? Ozzy reached into his backpack. He offered me a pink cupcake in a plastic bag and said, It's gluten-free, vegan, and has no preservatives. Wait until you see the surprise. Thank the gods. I could finally eat something someone had handed me. I unwrapped the cupcake and bit into it. Once I did, I tasted fresh strawberries. The garden transformed into a lovely strawberry field that spanned underneath the clear blue sky. I felt the heat of the sun as summer unfolded around me, and I smelled the scent of the fresh berries blooming in the air. The illusion was brilliant. Once I finished the cupcake, the illusion faded away, and the gardens came back into view once again. You have a talent, Ozzy, I said. That was a strong illusion. I'm only good with food, he scowled. If you can't taste my illusions, I'm useless at any other spells. Ozzy nudged Jasper. Not like Jas. He's a great illusionist. Jasper shrugged. My parents forced me to come here. I would have just concentrated on skating, but you and I know that's not a stable career. I break my ankle and it's all over. I picked sports management because it's easy. We can open up a gym/bakery, won't we, Jazz? Ozzy asked. People will get fat off my cupcakes,
then need your gym, then want a cupcake and get fat again, and we'll make millions. I laughed. Okay, Ozzy was kind of dumb, but he made up for it by being totally adorable. Jasper ruffled Ozzy's hair. I'm sure that's exactly what the future will look like. So, where's your famous man? Finley took a sip of lemonade and gave me some side-eye. You're rarely around campus without the prince. He was trying to find out if I was single. I didn't know if I liked that or not. I don't know if you've noticed, but it didn't work out. That's a shame. Arthur frowned and looked at Farah. I couldn't imagine leaving my mate, but you've got to do what you've got to do. Finlay didn't look like he thought it was a shame. He leaned closer to me and said, My apologies. It must be heartbreaking. But do know, there are better options. Farah rolled her eyes. You're unbelievable. Sometimes I wonder if I made the right choice. The words came out unexpectedly. I didn't want to share my feelings with these random strangers, but right then, I felt like I had to tell someone. With the demon and what Ethan and I had shared before, it was hard to know if giving up on us was the best choice I could make. You've only got one true mate, one soulmate. A fae could love again, but they'd never have that kind of special connection with anyone else. I knew if Ethan and I were done for good, that was it. Our magic would be undone, and I'd never bond with another shifter. Could I really let that go? Vara's voice was kind. Whatever choice you made will lead you on the best path for yourself, she said. Trust that whatever happens in the past, it'll bring you to the future you need, even if it's not the one you wanted. Her words brought me some comfort. I was so relieved they weren't judging me for breaking up with Ethan. Any other Arcania would be appalled. I wasn't very good at making friends, but I'd fallen into this group easily. They couldn't replace my main group, but having people in my life who weren't involved in this save-the-world nonsense was honestly a getaway from it all. It made me feel like a normal college girl. Finlay gave a boorish noise. Well, I don't expect you to be lonely too long, he said. You're a pretty lass. Any wolf in his right mind would hurry to gobble you up. Thanks. I played with the cupcake wrapper. Though I'm kind of an outcast, it's weird to think another wolf would want to be saddled with me. Nonsense. The prince was insane to let you go, Finlay continued, and he puffed out his chest. I'd make sure to appreciate a girl like you. Arthur gave a skeptical noise. You're laying it on a bit thick. Options, Arthur. Finlay gave another roguish smile, and it was so charming my panties nearly came off by themselves. Finlay was so different from Ethan. He was loud, cocky, and outgoing. Everything my mate wasn't. Maybe that's why it was easy to attach myself to him. He didn't remind me of my former Prince Charming. The last thing I wanted was a rebound relationship, but at the same time, I was lonely. I didn't know if Ethan was ever coming back, or if I could rescue him from the demon that haunted his soul. Finlay wasn't exactly my second option or a distraction, but he was a friend who was nice to look at. It might be interesting to explore what he had to offer. Maybe he could help me forget about what I'd lost.
Chapter 3. Ethan. My first day of class on September 7th felt like the worst day of my life. You haven't experienced suffering yet, Noak. I walked to Fey Deception with my head down. This class was all about learning the trickery of our ancestors and applying it to our modernized lives. I'd been looking forward to this class last semester, but I wasn't anymore. Nothing could get me excited about what lay before me, because as far as I was concerned, I no longer had a future. You're right about that. The Lashane curled against my insides as the morning breeze ruffled the curtains in one of the grand hallways. Stefan was talking to Alexei by a banner of an Alicorn. He saw me walking by and ran over. Ethan, where the hell have you been? He hissed. It'd be nice if you showed your face every once in a while. I'd been avoiding him ever since I'd confessed about my possession a week ago. I felt too humiliated to face him. Stefan took my silence as irritation and frowned. Look, I know the situation seems dire, but you and I have gotten out of scraps before. This one's no different. We need to stop fooling ourselves, I said roughly. I ducked into a deserted corridor. Stefan followed, his broad frame blocking out the curious eyes that trailed me as I ducked into the shadows away from the glistening sunrise. I dropped my voice. I've never known a shifter who's escaped a demon once it has its hold on them. You haven't either. Doesn't matter. You'll be the first, Stefan said with the utmost confidence. I'm merely attending school to keep up appearances, I said tiredly. I'm planning to ride it out until the very end, to avoid causing speculation. And what is that supposed to mean? His voice grew harsh. Stefan, if this demon takes over, you have to end my life. Stefan physically recoiled. No, I'm not doing that to you. You know as well as I do, the Lashane wants blood. It won't be satisfied with taking over me, and the first person he'll go after will be Emma. Then it'll be our friends, and all of Dolinska after. I won't become a monster. A greater monster than I already was, anyway. Stefan's expression soured. I'd be executed myself for killing the prince. You can make it look like an accident, so my honor is maintained and your innocence holds true. It wouldn't be unusual for a cripple like me to be slain by some rogue monster in the woods. Are you even listening to yourself? Stefan smacked his forehead. You're giving up when there might be a way out of this. If people discover I'm possessed, Emma's reputation is done. She'll be outcasted from Arcanian society and banished from Malovia. That makes her vulnerable. She needs to stay at the university to learn how to become the World Weaver and find the crystals. Nothing is more important than that. My voice was firm. I'd already made up my mind. I'm not going to kill my best friend, Stefan growled. So if you're asking me to, the answer is no. And if I go after your mate, what will you do then? A muscle in Stefan's jaw worked. Regardless of our brotherly bond, Stefan would kill me if I attacked Delmare. He wouldn't hesitate. Stefan's shoulders dropped. We haven't gotten that far yet. Take it one step at a time. I've already been possessed for over a year. It won't be much longer until the demon takes over. My voice grew more frustrated with every word. Don't talk like that, Stefan snapped. We'll find a way through. This isn't a request from a friend. It's an order from your prince, and you do well to obey it before someone gets hurt. His expression hardened. If it comes to it, I'll do what needs to be done. But I won't allow you to sacrifice yourself until we've exhausted every possible option, so stop talking about it. Stefan turned on his heel and marched away from me before I could get another word in. The Lashane chuckled inside of me. If you think your friends are going to get you out of this, you're sorely mistaken, he hissed. They don't have the stomach. My eyebrow twitched, but I forced myself not to respond. The Lashane grew quiet as I took a seat at the back of the classroom, piling my books in front of me as if to form a barrier against the rest of the world. I felt nauseous. The Lashane was pressing on my stomach, trying to make me sick so I'd skip class. I wouldn't do it. The demon could make me writhe with pain on the floor. I'd still show up. This was a battle of wills, and I was showing this demon I still had some control. Professor Victor weaved his arms. As he did so, a beautiful illusion sprang from his fingertips. Images of ancient fae, wings sparkling like diamonds, twirled around the room in a spectacular dance as Victor strolled the area to begin the lecture. Many people in the class were awed by the spectacle, but not me. Magic had seemed to have gone out of my world. Fae trickery is the art of deception, Victor began. Contracts between fae and Other magical races have been vital for our existence ever since we left Edenmire and journeyed here to Earth. When our people arrived from the Fey world, we found an abundant land of ours for the taking. We came with nothing. However, it didn't take us long to accumulate money or resources, as there were more than a few humans or supernaturals willing to make trades with us. A magic spell, a wish granted, in exchange for some monetary goods or pledges of service. This is how the Fey have dominated our world, by making deals that were beneficial for us, but typically harmful to the other party. There were a few murmurs throughout the classroom, and I shifted in my seat. That was a bit uncomfortable to admit, but at least Victor was being honest. The Fey had gotten much of their prestige, riches, and position in the magical world by tricking their way into it. We had the idea we were superior to other races simply because we were smarter, but perhaps that was just a kind way of saying we were the best manipulators who were experts at making bad deals. Victor pointed to the illusions weaving above our heads. Back in the old days, we Fey would leave presents on the doorsteps of humans. They'd usually be mere trinkets, a thimble, an unusual leaf, a key, something that would divert suspicion. If they took the gift into their home, we would consider the gift accepted, and the contract bound through illusion magic up to the 7th generation. That human and their descendants were obligated to serve us, and their home would always be open to us. If they did not oblige to serve, the curses and hexes the unseelie provided were more than enough to convince them to bring their loyalty back. The Fey specters began fluttering around the room in a circle. Tricking supernaturals was more complicated, but it could be done. If we learned of an elemental's true spirit name, we could bind their soul to us, so they'd serve us in the afterlife, instead of going onward into their ancestral lands. If we cursed an astromancer or vampire, they'd have bad luck their entire lives. These are just a few examples of the advantages our race had over the others. Victor shrugged. Eventually, the humans and the other supernaturals of our world caught on to our games and found ways to suppress our magic with St. John's wort, yarrow, and iron. We were forced to begin making peace treaties and agree to fair deals instead of ones that would only benefit us. In the modern world, humans have much forgotten about us and regard us the stuff of fairy tales. But the supernatural community is very much aware of us, and we'd all do well to remember our history while dealing with magical races outside of Malovia. Professor Victor scowled. Of course, not all magical races are susceptible to our magic. The Miriamic Coven, don't boo, please, that is their technical name, is able to ease our curses on them without much effort provided. That was putting it lightly. The Fae hated the witches in the West because they could break our contracts. Witch magic was the only thing that could overpower fairy magic. It put a bitter taste in our mouth that we couldn't lord power over everybody. Nikolai raised his hand. He was in a lot of my classes. It works both ways, though, doesn't it? He asked. Fae are also susceptible to bad contracts. Professor Victor beamed. You are precisely right. Demon possession is a form of one such contract. My insides churned at the mention, and the Lashane hissed in pleasure. Victor pointed his finger at the ceiling. The Fae illusions morphed into a singular red skull, one that made me think horribly of the Lashane nestling inside. There is only one way that I know of to break a contract with a demon. It must be done with a pure heart, Victor continued. Remember, Fae magic is intention. A demon's magic is full of malice, hatred, and rage. Breaking free of that hold is dependent on the host having pure motivations, a wild heart that clings to self-forgiveness. This is the main reason why it is so hard to break the hold a demon has on an individual. No one who has spent any length of time in this world is truly pure. So the possessed must rely on the intentions of others to break him or her out of the demon's grasp. A long shot, if there ever was one. Victor prattled on for another 40 minutes while I was lost in my thoughts. A pure heart. I hadn't one of those since before my father died, I was sure. At this rate, getting rid of this demon seemed all but hopeless. I was walking back from class and feeling rather broody until I turned a corner and my mood sank even lower. My dear cousin, Elijah Zlodya, was blocking the way to the cafeteria, a smirk on his face that accented the pompous clothes he insisted on wearing. I hadn't seen him going on a month, and even that, it was only in passing. What did he want with me now? Come to gloat, I suppose. "Where are your bodyguards?" I sneered. He never went anywhere without them. In fact, Elijah never went anywhere anymore unless it was accompanied by blaring trumpets, fawning peasants, and a ridiculous amount of fanfare that would have made me embarrassed had I been king. Elijah grinned wider. "Some things are better left between family, don't you think?" "You're no family of mine." His smile faltered, but only slightly. "Cousin, I'm here on business. It'll be easier if you agree to lend a hand instead of being so horribly unhelpful." "What are you doing here?" I asked in distaste. Gabby and Elijah were no longer enrolled at Arcania University. As the official king and queen, they were finishing up their education with private instructors at the palace, whenever they weren't giving orders on God's knew what. The one thing I'd been looking forward to this semester was not having to deal with my little cousin, and on the first day, he'd already ruined it. It was clear I wasn't in the mood for fucking around, so Elijah's fake smile slid from his face, turning into a snarl. "I want the crystals of harmony." Panic welled in my chest. Milonia had warned me about this, that the dark god Droga had sent Elijah and Gabby on a quest to find the stones too, but I hadn't imagined it would be so soon. I forced myself to remain passive. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Don't play coy," he spat. "We both know we've been given missions from the gods. I'm allowing you this one chance to fight for the winning side before you end up losing your head." He was trying to save me. That was cute, after he'd nearly killed me in the king's contest. But perhaps his feelings had changed since he'd become king. I was no longer a threat, so now I'd become useful. There was no use playing dumb, so I tried logic, not that it ever worked on my cousin before. "Do you understand what will happen if the crystals fall into Droga's hands?" I hissed. "It'll be a massacre like you've never seen before." "Those crystals are the only way to change things in Malovia for good," Elijah snapped. "Droga's got the right idea. 1,000-year reign with the Fae in charge. We'd be unstoppable. All the supernatural races would bow to us. So what if some peasants perish? The gains will be far superior to the losses." "I'm not helping you, Eli. I'd rather die first." Elijah kicked my prosthetic out from under me. It remained attached, and I fell to the side. I hit my hip painfully and let out a gasp. Elijah stood over me, hatred burning in his eyes. "This was your last warning," Elijah said. "You want to die in service to a ridiculous ideology that doesn't exist? Be my guest. Gabriella and I won't hesitate to get our hands on those crystals and find all 6 before you do." Hope burned at the corners of my being. Eli didn't know we had 2 stones already. Somehow, Milonia had prevented Droga from finding out and telling Eli. That was the only thing saving our asses. Elijah strode away. Once he was out of my sight, I forced myself upward and limped on my prosthetic to the rec room. Emma was sitting on one of the window seats, a textbook open in front of her and scattered papers everywhere. It hurt to look at her. Pain burned in my chest as her fiery gaze narrowed at my appearance. She was disgusted by the sight of me. "Did you come to apologize for yelling at me the other day?" she snapped. "Because honestly, what you did was really fucking rude." My temper flared. I wanted to shout at her again, but now wasn't the time. I forced myself to have a clear head as I said, "It's about the stones." Her expression changed. She began packing up her things. Emma flung her bag over her shoulder, and we turned into a quiet hallway. When no one was looking, I pulled her into a small janitor's closet. Brooms and mops were knocked aside as we squeezed into the tight space, and I reached up to click on the light. I felt desire the moment Emma brushed up against me. We were in such confined quarters, completely alone, and her scent was driving me half mad. Last semester, such a situation would have caused us to be unable to keep our hands off each other. My arousal died as she backed away from me, as far as the closet would allow. She crossed her arms and asked, "So, what's going on?" "Gabby and Elijah know about the crystals," I told her. "They're hunting them as well. My cousin confronted me in the hallway moments ago." Emma's face went pale white. "Do they know we have 2 of the stones?" "I don't believe so, but it won't be long before they put it together, I'm sure." Emma chewed on her lip nervously. "Milonia warned us about this, but we have 2 stones already, so for once we're ahead of the game. Did Eli give you any information about what he knows?" I shook my head. "He's keeping quiet. He won't give anything away unless it's a trick to deceive us." Emma tapped her fingers against her arm. I could tell she was thinking of something. "What?" I asked. "Lady Corva," Emma began. "I've gotten the impression she's part unseelie. We know Gabby has to be, because she's practicing unseelie magic. But what if Elijah is unseelie as well, through his mother's line?" "That can't be right. She's my aunt. I would know if she had unseelie blood because my mother would have it too," I argued. "Would you?" Emma raised an eyebrow. "Your family is pretty damn good at keeping secrets." "Well, that would mean I'd be able to perform dark magic," I scowled. "I've never tried before." "Well, let's put it to the test." Emma walked out of the closet, and I took it as an indication to follow. Her red curls bounced against her shoulders as she jogged through the hallways. I increased my strides to keep up with her, and noticed the odd stares I got from people as we passed by. The tabloids had made a mockery of Emma and I's breakup. All of Malovia was taking it as their own personal entertainment. Nobody had the balls to ask me about it yet, because they knew I'd rip their heads off, but I was certain Emma was taking most of the blame of our separation. Another regrettable consequence of my stupid decision. Emma was always taking the brunt of things for me. When would it end? Emma wound upward to a tower in the northwest corridor. I knew them well. They were study halls for students looking to ace their exams. Emma found an empty room, and we entered it. It was small but cozy, with several armchairs placed in front of a small fireplace and a square desk centered in the middle of the room. Emma took the grimoire out of her bag, as well as her journal. She rolled her eyes when she saw my sour face. "Come on, Ethan, this is the only way." The Lashane in me greedily took interest once the grimoire was placed on the table. "You know I hate messing with dark magic." "I'll pick the simplest spell. If it doesn't make you sick, we know you have unseelie blood." Emma shuffled through the journal pages until she came to an entry in the middle of the book. She handed it to me. "This is easy. Any unseelie fae could pull this off. If you can't do it, we know you don't have dark fae blood." "What are the consequences if it backfires?" I asked. I was almost certain my blood was full seelie, and this wouldn't work. Emma shrugged. "You'll probably vomit for several hours." Lovely. I read the journal entry. It was a simple spell, a protection ward, drawn from the energy of another magical force. Emma placed a small red stone on the desk in front of me, a red agate. "Draw from the stone's power and recite the incantation," Emma said. "You'll know if it works almost immediately." This felt wrong, sinful almost, but I was a sinner of the worst kind, so I didn't see much point in trying to save my soul by avoiding unseelie magic. At any rate, my prejudices against the unseelie were what I'd been taught, not what was necessarily the truth. This could be a gateway into darkness, or a gateway into another way of thinking. The least I could do was try. I cleared my throat to begin the incantation. Protect me now from any snare, away from danger within your care. The red agate shook on the table before it let out a burst of red magic. My eyes widened as I watched the magic twist and bend in the air, circling around me before it created a red band around my wrist, which dissipated in the air. As the visual ended, a strong feeling of safeguarding settled over my form. Emma's jaw was hanging open. "Ethan, what the fuck?" I was similarly surprised. I'd expected the spell to blow me back on my ass, but that hadn't happened. The magic had worked. I'd cast an unseelie spell, which could only mean one thing. I was unseelie. I knew for certain my father's line was completely seelie, down to the most ancient of our ancestors, which meant my unseelie blood had to come from my mother's line, which would be shared with her sister. So if I was unseelie, Elijah had to be too. The unseelie were supposed to be rare. Their kind was wiped out. But if Elijah, Gabby, Emma, and I all had unseelie blood, they couldn't be completely extinct. A pocket of dark fae had to be hiding somewhere, here in Malovia. I ran a hand through my hair. Maybe this is why the Lashane had an easy time possessing me. He knew there was something dark in me all along. "You can't think like that," Emma said in frustration. "The unseelie fae are no better or worse than seelie fae. It's just a different path." I was still dumbfounded, so I fell onto one of the armchairs. I felt cold. At my shivering, Emma knelt down by the fireplace and turned it on so warmth filled the room. "This is impossible," I breathed. "If the people of Malovia knew the royal family had unseelie traces in their blood, they'd be calling for our heads." "Just another secret we have to keep." Emma took the seat across from me and pulled her legs up on it. "Now that we know the truth, what are we going to do about it?" I stared into the flames. "I'm not sure. Eli having unseelie blood makes things even more difficult." "But he's not the one we have to worry about," Emma pointed out. "I'm stronger with unseelie magic than you will ever be, and Gabby is stronger than Elijah. We're sorceresses. It's how things work." "But now Eli has access to magic that we didn't believe him capable of harnessing before," I growled. "As an unseelie, he has more resources." "So do you. You're on equal ground," Emma said. "This is a good thing. We can fight fire with fire." "We can't if I'm not willing to stoop to his level." I put a hand over my eyes. Emma allowed me a moment of silence before her questions began eating away at me. "What happened to you and Eli?" she asked. "I've gone through all the old news articles about you two. You used to be super close. Now you're such bitter enemies." I brushed my hair back. "As is typical in these situations, one person changed, the other didn't. You wouldn't understand." "Try me." Emma's gaze was curious. I took a breath. I hadn't spoken about such things in years, but now it finally seemed the time to deal with what had risen to the surface. "Elijah and I had been closer than brothers. We told each other everything. There wasn't a moment of our childhood we spent apart from one another. Wherever I went, so did he. And it was like that for a long time, until our teen years, I suppose." "You said one of you changed." "Maybe that's unfair. Both of us did." My teeth ground as I recounted the story. Lords Lodia and Lady Corva always had backward views. Politics don't matter much when you're a child, but when you get older, they become important. Elijah always used to be so benevolent, so carefree. It's hard to believe now, but he was never a monster. He helped people. In fact, up until a few years ago, I used to think he was the kindest shifter I ever met. I took the red agate from the table and rolled it in my hand. I think his parents brainwashed him. They had all kinds of horrible views about the supremacy of Fae kind over other supernatural races, and the prevalence of the ruling class over the common people. I questioned it, because my father came from simple means as a commoner himself, but Elijah ate it up without putting any extra thought into what he was becoming. I made excuses for him because I didn't think it mattered. He wanted to please his parents, and adopting their views without question made him believe he was earning their love. I shrugged. Then we turned 16, and things started to change. He'd give someone a hand, but only if they were from our social class or in a similar station of power. He'd welcome anyone as a friend, so long as they weren't what he considered beneath him. He'd give the shirt off his back for you, if he thought you an equal. Unfortunately, as time went on, the list of people he determined his equal dwindled to nearly nothing. Did you consider ignoring it? Was it worth losing someone that close to you just because they didn't agree with your political views? Emma asked. I tried. For years, I overlooked many of the things Eli did just to try and save our relationship. But you can't divide a person from their political views if that opinion begins hurting people, Emma. There came a point when there was no way to separate Elijah from the person he was from what he believed. Sure, he was gentle with those around him. Then he began advocating for the mistreatment of immigrants and the lower class because he thought they owed him something. You can't be a good person if you uplift those who deem worthy and spit in the eyes of those you don't. Respect isn't earned, it's given. I put a fist to my mouth. Stefan was the straw that broke the camel's back. Elijah was always jealous of the bond we had, and Stefan never acted like an entitled little prick like Eli had the tendency to do. Elijah said I was choosing Stefan over him, and we had an argument. I told Elijah his views were archaic and despicable, and they had no place in modern faith society. He accused me of trying to force him to my opinion. He took it as a grave insult. I thought he was in the wrong, and if you know anything about Malovians, they always have to be right. How is it not obvious to him that he was wrong, though? Emma asked. It's the simplest virtue of all, to believe everyone should have equal rights and opportunities. He convinced himself otherwise, at any cost, even at the cost of his soul. Evil people always think they're right, Emma. They believe they're serving the greatest good. I'm certain Eli believes in his heart the changes he wants to make to our world will benefit our people instead of hurt them. I made a scoffing noise. He had the gall to accuse me of being offensive and hurtful. I did no such thing. It's not hurtful to call someone out on their bullshit. If anything, it's an act of love. And I did it to save Eli from himself, for all the good it did. So what's the difference, then, between you and him? You had similar lives, but turned out differently. Why? I was willing to see things from a different perspective. I think when I lost my leg was the big turning point. Once you become disabled, your entire view on the world changes. Even as a prince, I had insight to disadvantages that oppressed people face. Once I became an amputee, I couldn't pull the wool over my eyes anymore. I couldn't continue to pretend the royals had it right, and there wasn't a need for our society to change. So after my father died, I turned away from the traditional ideals our Fey ancestors held. Eli clung to them. When I refused to join in on his twisted way of thinking, he took it as me condemning his actions, turning my back on our ancestors. I'm certain he believes I've abandoned him, too. That's why he hates me so. In his eyes, I'm ashamed of the family. Emma gave a huff. What a narcissistic bastard. Not everything's about him. He's not alone, though, which is why he's dangerous, I added. The Circle thinks that way. Gabby thinks that way, along with thousands of other Fae who stick to the old ways of our ancestors, regardless of whether they're morally sound or not. Any attempt to be progressive or come up with a new way is seen as attacking our way of life, even if the old way causes suffering for others. I can hear the way you talk about it. It's like you're in pain, Emma commented. Like, I don't know, it's as if Elijah died years ago and this man walking around now is just a stranger to you. I hate Elijah for the person he has become. That boy that I loved like a brother is gone. He no longer exists. Any good trait Eli once had was devoured by his need to be right. I wish you could have met him then, when he was as I like to remember him. That boy would have never taken a life to maintain power. I sighed. It shows you how dramatically people can change, with the right motivation. Or the wrong one, I suppose. Emma reached out. She laid a few fingers on my wrist and said, "Well, whatever happened to Eli wasn't your fault, and I'm glad you made the right decision." Her gesture should have comforted me, and it did, for a moment or so. Then it left me wholly enraged. I was able to decipher the difference between my emotions and the Leshane's immediately. When Emma touched me, the Leshane's hold on me weakened. The magic that bound us together began pushing at the edges of his being. Things happened so quickly. The red stone in my hand turned to ashes, which fell to the floor between my fingers. I felt the protective shield I had created be drained by the Leshane as he sucked ravenously at its energy. I wasn't looking in a mirror, but when Emma gasped and wrenched away, I knew that my eyes had gone red. "Emma, get away from me." My whole form shook as I struggled to maintain control. Emma jumped up from her chair. She began backing away slowly, hand inching for the doorknob as she kept her eyes on me. "Ethan?" "Run." I was able to utter that one word before the Leshane took hold of my body. I exploded into my woven form and landed on 3 paws. Emma gave a scream and dove out of the way just before my jaws could latch onto her legs. She ran out the door, and all I could do was force my body to pause for a moment before the Leshane dragged me into a run. Emma was sprinting down the dark hallway, while my body raced after her. I fought against the Leshane with all my might, but he had the upper hand. The Leshane took advantage of the dark magic inside of me. Instead of causing the protective spell to do what it was made to, he turned it around, using it as a shield against me to prevent me from breaking a way through. I watched helplessly through my own eyes as I chased Emma down the corridor, my jaws salivating as the Leshane longed to taste blood again. Emma looked back and gave another scream just as I jumped into the air to take her down. Fear exploded in my heart and took over, pinning me down with despair as I prepared to watch the Leshane take her life. An Alicorn came barreling out of nowhere, hooves smacking the stone. He slammed into me, ramming his shoulder into my chest. I went flying backward and crashed against the wall, which knocked the wind right out of me. As I gasped for breath, the Leshane forced my body to stand again, though the Alicorn blocked my way to Emma. It was Theo. His sides were heaving, head bowed as he waved his horn in a warning to stay back. The Leshane didn't care. He'd do whatever it took to stop Emma from breaking me free of his hold, and that meant killing her and anyone that got in the way. I felt him tilt my body toward Theo, before I felt the bodies of 2 men overhead. Alexei and Stefan had arrived and piled on top of me. Though they were still in their human forms, they had all the strength they did as shifters and held me down. The protective shield began to ebb away. I put all my will into fighting the Leshane as my body frothed and shook like a rabid dog's, the Leshane desperately trying to break through to Emma. "Bud, you gotta snap out of it," Stefan growled. Even as a dragon shifter, he was having trouble holding me still. The Leshane was strong. Theo changed back and got on top of me, alongside Alexei. I could hear the Griffin's panic as he shouted, "We can't hold him for much longer. Emma, get out of here." Though Emma's expression was pale, she didn't turn away. She crept forward at a slow pace, reaching out her hand. "Emma, what the hell are you doing? He's mad!" Theo growled. Emma didn't pay attention. Instead, she laid her palm on my forehead as the Leshane continued to struggle. When she touched me as the Leshane possessed my body, it was incredibly painful. It felt like hot cinders were being seared against my fur, and I howled in pain. Emma paid no attention, just kept stroking my head in soft pets. "Shh," she said, trying to calm me down, though her voice wavered and tears streamed down her face. At Emma's command, the Leshane began to lose power. I anchored myself to the magic of our mating bond and pulled on through. The Leshane's magic broke away. I was free. I was able to control my body again as I slumped to the floor, completely spent. I whimpered as I looked up at Emma. Alexei, Stefan, and Theo slowly rose, cautiously if I was to attack again. The world became off-kilter and slow. My energy was zapped to nothing. Fighting the Lashane for control had taken all my strength. I allowed myself to sink into the depths of blackness, relieved as I felt the Lashane's power dwindle backward into my spirit, to wait for the next opportunity to kill.
Chapter 4. Emma.
Girls, this is very powerful magic, Professor Calliope announced. She was passing out small items to each table, poising in that dignified way of hers as she floated around the room, her wings beating as she hovered to each student. Don't be ashamed if you can't get it on your first try. This semester in enchanting, we were working on more advanced enchantments. The easy stuff was over, and now we were moving on to difficult spell work. Professor Calliope promised all of us that today's spell wasn't going to be easy. It was a high-level enchantment to ward off negativity.
We'd done things like this before, but Calliope insisted this spell would last much longer, and therefore would take more effort.
Here you are, Miss Emmeline.
Calliope gave me my item. It was a small bronze key, only an inch in length. The head of the key was circular, with a decorational adornment that looked like a crown at the top. It had the tiniest tip. I wasn't sure what such a small key could go to. Calliope's eyes twinkled as she laid the key down in front of me with a smile that was almost knowing. She gave an antique teapot to Kiara.
To perform the spell, hold the object in your hand. Meditate on it. Get to know it, Calliope began. Once you feel you understand your item, imagine it as a shield. Put all your positive thoughts into the item. Do not allow any negative thoughts to break through. If they do, start over. One negative feeling will shatter the enchantment and ruin the spell. I held the key in my hand tightly and closed my eyes, trying to feel my way through the object. The key had a slight magical buzz. I wasn't sure what it was from. Other than that, it felt rather empty. I tried to infuse positive thoughts into the key, but the object instantly rebelled. I felt it push away my magic like it was turning away from a steady breeze. I frowned. I was much better at unsealing magic than Seelie. Working with and taking energy from objects was a lot easier than trying to infuse them with your own powers. Kiara's teapot was already glowing yellow with griffin magic. Her eyebrows knitted together as she watched me struggle. You have to be positive, Emma.
It's pretty damn hard to be positive when your mate tried to kill you twice in 1 year, I growled. Ethan's attack still weighed heavily on my mind. I was still trying to process that he'd gone completely rogue. It wasn't scary. It was terrifying. Looking into the demon's red eyes and not seeing Ethan looking back had been something out of my worst nightmares. As I laid my hand on Ethan's head, I could feel the demon yanking at the other end of our bond. I had to play magical tug-of-war with the freak in order to get Ethan back. The demon had a strong will, but I was a stubborn bitch, so I was able to win, at the cost of my health. I'd been in bed the next day, because warring with the demon took all my strength. But I knew the Lashane was getting stronger. If we didn't get him out soon, he'd overpower me and Ethan and I's bond. There'd be no bringing him back. After Ethan had regained control, we carried him to his dorm to rest. The demon hadn't taken over again, as far as I knew, and I hadn't seen Ethan since. He was hiding from me. Maybe that was a good thing. Since the attack, I'd been in the library every day reading about demon possession and trying to find out everything I could. I learned a lot about demons, but unfortunately, there weren't a lot of options for getting them out. They had to be exorcised by powerful magic casters to avoid the demon repossessing someone else. And as students, none of us were there yet. Kiara dropped her voice.
You can't blame Ethan for attacking you the second time. The demon's taking over.
I sighed. I moved the key to another hand and said, I know. Are you any further along in figuring out a way to save him?
Yes, but it's going to take a couple of weeks.
Exorcisms aren't something to screw up, Kiara whispered under her breath. They should only be done by priestesses, and we're playing with fire by doing it ourselves. I'm taking every precaution by making sure I know the spell through, and by only using the best ingredients for the exorcism. Learning a complicated spell like this, and having the advanced magic and confidence to pull it off, is really tough. I need time, Emma.
Things never seem to go right with us, but that was a negative thought that was going to ruin my spell, so I set the key down on the table and sighed.
I just don't know what to do about Ethan. Every time I look into his eyes, it's like there's a little less of him there than there was before. You can't give up on him. Your bond is the only reason he's still alive, Kiara said.
I didn't respond, but resentment festered within me. I wanted to give up. Watching Ethan suffer like this was worse than anything I could go through, and I only had so much power to stop it. I just wanted it to be over with, so Ethan could be put out of his misery. I knew he was suffering. It was like watching a sick dog limp around, begging for mercy. I couldn't let it continue. I struggled to enchant the key with no success for another hour before class was dismissed. I wasn't surprised I didn't get the spell. My thoughts were on Ethan, and worrying about him would only mess up the anti-negativity spell every time.
You all may keep your items that I've given you today to continue practicing, Calliope said with a nod at me. Keep in mind this will be on the test.
I have to go to Monster Theory, Kiara said as she gathered her things. Don't give up, Emma. Things aren't bleak just yet.
They sure looked like it. It felt like there was a dark storm cloud over my head as I strolled through the castle. I had a class with Lord Lucian in an hour, but I was going to skip it. Tears were threatening my eyes, and I wasn't going to embarrass myself by breaking down for the whole class to see. They'd think it was about the breakup. In a fucked up way, kind of. Moping around all day wouldn't help Ethan, and it wouldn't help me. I had to cheer up. If there was one person who could put a smile on your face, it was Odette. I took a breath and steered myself toward the dormitories. When I knocked, Odette immediately opened the door. Her blue eyes blinked as she pushed her oversized glasses up her nose. She was wearing her hair in a messy bun, with a bow a foot across atop her head. Her baggy, fuzzy sweater cut off at her midriff, and her skirt was designed to look like a frosted cupcake, sprinkles and all. Her galaxy tights finished the outfit with a splash of color. She must not have class today. I thanked the gods she was free.
Emma! What a lovely surprise!
Odette patted her hair.
I'm glad you stopped in.
Before I could say anything, Odette noticed the key I was twiddling between my fingers.
What's that? You get that from Calliope's class?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be practicing enchanting with it, I said. It's so small, though. I'm afraid I'll lose it.
Ooh, let me see.
Odette took the key from my grasp and bustled over to her desk. She pulled out a jewelry kit and fiddled for a moment before she held up her handiwork.
All done!
She'd put the key on a thin rose gold bracelet for me to wear. I slipped it over my wrist. Thanks, Odette. I truly appreciate it. Odette put a hand on her hip.
What brings you by?
I swallowed past the lump in my throat. I'm sorry if you're busy. I just really needed a friend.
I'm not busy at all.
Odette looped her arm in mine.
Let's go for a walk.
The halls were empty this time of day, as most everyone was in class. We wandered until we came to one of the inner courtyards, the one where a round pool was resting peacefully in the sunlight. It was the same courtyard Ethan and I had broken up in. Still, it was one of my favorite places in the castle. It was so beautiful here. Odette sat cross-legged by the edge of the pool, and I sat across from her.
What seems to be the trouble?
I blew a lock of hair out of my eyes. Everything, really.
It can't be all that bad. Keep your chin up, Emma. There will be happy days in the world again,
Odette said kindly. I'm not so sure. Thinking about other people's problems was easier than my own, so I changed the conversation. How are you doing, Odette? Odette's face fell a little.
Better, I think. I've been eating, but mostly because everyone still watches me. I don't know if I'm ready to do it on my own. I have a weird relationship with food now. It's going to take time for me to get used to it.
Odette had been treated for her eating disorder, and I don't think she'd slipped up, but she still needed help in order to be accountable. What exactly happened in rehab, if you don't mind me asking? She shrugged.
It was a lot of therapy. Theo saw me as much as he could. He was the only one.
What about your mom? Odette's gaze was watery when she looked at me.
We haven't spoken since I collapsed on stage the night of the ballet. She's ashamed of me. She thinks I threw my chances of being a prima ballerina away.
Odette's words cut me. I couldn't imagine her mother could be so cruel. Odette wiped at her eyes.
I kind of did. The Malovian ballet won't touch me now, and word spreads in the ballet world. I won't be able to get a position as a dancer after what happened.
So what? It doesn't mean you can't dance for fun.
I don't want to dance for fun. Ballet was my life, Emma. It was everything I ever wanted, and I let that dream slip away.
Odette sighed.
I haven't put on my ballet shoes since that night. It's too painful. I can't dance knowing I lost my one chance to be great.
It doesn't matter. You are great. Ballet means everything to you. You love it so much. There's no reason you can't do something else with dance. There are a million things you could do. You could teach, you could do artistic shows, you could even start your own company. You just have to get creative and see the possibilities. Odette looked into the pool. I'm not sure. Igor thought the company would take me back at first, but since they haven't, now he says that it's impossible, that I'll never make it in the ballet world. I suppressed the urge to strangle her. Odette, you're not still with that jerk, are you?
He's not a jerk!
She became immediately defensive, and it threw me off.
He's a great guy!
He didn't even visit you when you were in the hospital, I reminded her.
It made him uncomfortable. I get it, she protested.
Odette, come on. I rolled my eyes. You can't tell me he's always there for you. Odette hesitated.
Well, he did get really jealous when I went with Theo's family on vacation this summer. He doesn't understand that Theo and I are just friends, and I've told him 1,000,000 times I don't see Theo that way. Igor doesn't want me to be friends with boys. He's worried they'll take advantage.
No, he's totally insecure and it's gross, I corrected. You should be friends with whoever you want, not who Igor approves of.
He doesn't want me to have a strong connection with someone who isn't him. He wants to be first in my life, and since he's my boyfriend, shouldn't that be true? She asked.
No. My nose wrinkled. Relationships aren't a competition. There's no first in anything. You have different connections and experiences with different people based on the bonds you create. You're my friend, but you're not my mate. Igor shouldn't be bothered by that. Odette bit her lip.
I know, but Igor's worried I'm closer to you than him. He's uncomfortable about the thought of our little girl gang. He wants to be my best friend.
Disgust for Igor festered in my organs. If Igor is jealous of me, or Chiara, or Delmare, or any of your friends, that's a huge sign. You need to be careful.
I just want to give him everything, because I feel if I don't share my life with him, it's my fault if we fight,
Odette objected.
If we have an argument, it must be because I'm not trying hard enough. I know he blames me for the disaster at the ballet, and I have to make up for that.
That's bullshit, Odette. She shrugged her shoulders.
Maybe.
Please tell me you haven't slept with him. The thought of anyone banging Igor made me want to barf.
Of course not.
Odette's eyebrows knitted together.
I don't want to sleep with anyone until I bond.
But you have already.
I don't want to hear it, Em.
Odette sighed in frustration.
I know you believe Theo and I are mates, but I don't. I don't feel that connection between us, and I'm not convinced Theo does either, no matter what he says. If we get together, it'll ruin our friendship and everything we have.
You mean you and Theo haven't talked about it at all since he confessed you were mated? I asked in shock. God damn it, Theo. He was being too passive again. She shook her head.
No, and I'm not putting our friendship at risk to explore a connection I don't think is there. It's not worth losing him.
And you think you have a connection with Igor? My voice was flat. Odette sighed. She twirled a strand of blonde hair around her finger before she said,
It's just...
Her voice trailed off. Odette stared into the pool. Her eyes widened and went glossy. Her form went utterly still, like a mare in the field. The water consumed her gaze. She stared downward into the sapphire waters, mouth dropping open. She was scaring me. I forced my arm to move as I shook her shoulder. Odette? Odette, what's going on with you? She didn't answer. I was really starting to worry. I tried yanking her away from the pool, but she remained rooted in place, watching the ripples underneath the sunlight. I couldn't move her, so I didn't know what to do. I glanced behind me, looking into the hallway and hoping a teacher was walking by so they could help. As luck would have it, I saw Stefan, Alexei, Delmare, and Theo. They must be heading out to lunch. I got up from my seat and ran past the glass doors that opened into the courtyard. Guys, I don't know what's wrong with Odette. Theo immediately sprang into action. He ran into the courtyard while the rest of us followed. He knelt by Odette's side and placed a gentle hand on her arm, but she continued staring into the pool's depths like they were bottomless. Theo waved a hand in front of Odette's face, but it's like she didn't see it. What's wrong with her? Delmare asked. Maybe she's broken, Stefan suggested, and Delmare socked him in the gut. It's not funny, guys, I snapped. This was serious. Odette had fallen into some kind of trance, and we couldn't break her out of it. Had the pool been bewitched? If so, why hadn't I felt anything? Theo looked down into the water, as if trying to see what she did. When it didn't work, Theo took his hands and smacked the water, sending droplets splashing and causing a wave within the pool. Odette jumped. She shook her head slowly, as if she was coming out of a fog. I gave a sigh of relief. She seemed okay, but I wasn't sure what the hell had just happened. Odette looked at Theo. She took his arm as he helped her to her feet. When her eyes set on me, Odette blurted out, The Alicorn stone is in Dolinska! Stefan and Delmare's mouths dropped open at the same time, and Theo paled. I stuttered through my next sentence. What are you talking about?
I saw it in a vision, she insisted. I saw all of us together. We were walking through Dolinska, it was snowing, and then the vision jumped. I saw a wooden box, and I knew it contained the Alicorn stone. We're so close to finding it.
Odette's words made my heart beat faster. Could this be real? I didn't know how Odette could make this up or why. Theo frowned. But Odette, you couldn't see the future unless... I marveled as I realized the truth. Odette, you're a seer. I didn't know much about seers, but Ethan had told me last semester that the only Arcania who had prophetic powers were druids, and they'd died off years ago. But if Odette could see the future, that meant she had to be a druid too. Odette blinked. What? You have to be, I insisted. You just saw the future. The only fae who can do that are those who have Draika blood, druid blood. The druids all died out, Delmare said. How does that make any sense? We thought the Unseelie died out too, but Emma is one, Theo pointed out. His voice picked up speed as he gushed. Odette, this is marvelous! If Odette is a seer, why haven't we seen her powers before? Stefan asked. You've never had a vision until now, have you? Odette shook her head.
No, this was my first.
Odette's voice was firm.
But I'm certain it was real. I saw the future. I felt it. You couldn't get me to deny that if you held a knife to my throat.
Draika need pools of water to scry. They can't see the future otherwise, Theo said. Maybe her powers triggered when she stared long enough into the courtyard pool.
Odette, do you remember any details from the vision? I asked.
It might give us a clue to where the Alicorn stone was. She put a hand to her head.
It's all very blurry. I can't recall the surroundings or any specifics, only that we had the stone in our possession. It was winter. I think the city was decorated for Yule, so it must be sometime around Christmas. I couldn't locate exactly where we were, but I know the stone is nearby. I'm sure of it.
Christmas was so far away, but at least we knew now where we were going to get our hands on it. Only not what we'd have to go through to obtain it. Did you notice anything else?
Odette frowned slightly.
Ethan wasn't with us.
That made my heart stop. Ethan wouldn't miss something so important. If he wasn't there, that could only mean one thing. The demon had overtaken him, and it was too late for us to save him. Do you know how much time we have? I felt like I was talking past a knot in my throat.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Odette leaned on Theo.
I'm very tired, though. That vision took a lot of energy.
Let's lie down. Theo sent me a glance as he escorted Odette back to her dorm. I turned to face Stefan and Delmare. We need to tell Kiara about this, I said. She'll know about the druids. Agreed. But we have to let Odette rest, Delmare said. I don't know much about the Draika myself, but I do know seeing the future takes a lot of work. Stefan became excited. If Odette is a seer, we might have a chance to find the crystals of harmony. The more visions she has, the more clues we can gain. But it also puts Odette in danger, Delmare pointed out. The Circle hasn't had a seer in decades. They'd want to use Odette for her powers. If word gets out she can see the future, Eli and Gabby will want her in their pocket. They'll do whatever it takes to make sure she works for them. We have to keep quiet about this and protect her if necessary. No one can know the truth. Stefan nodded firmly, and my stomach twisted in worry. Odette being a seer was a benefit to us, but it was also a threat. She was already a target because she was friends with me. If people found out she had extraordinary powers, they'd hurt her to get what they wanted. I'd vowed to protect Odette with my life. Now I was ready to take the life of anyone who dared to lay a finger on her. I wasn't kidding around. Odette meant everything to me, and now that she was a seer, she meant everything to saving the Fae. I wouldn't let Eli or Gabby get in the way of that, no matter what I had to do. A few days passed, and I couldn't get Odette's words out of my mind. Ethan wasn't with us. I knew Odette was a seer, and she had the ability to see the future, but could the future be modified if you worked hard enough to change it? Christmas was still 4 months away, but that wasn't enough time to say goodbye to my mate. Hell, a lifetime wouldn't be enough. I wasn't going to sit here and accept that Ethan was a goner. I was going to work my ass off to change Odette's vision. He wasn't dead yet. I finished my last class of the week and headed to the on-campus coffee shop for a pick-me-up that afternoon. The Fairy Bean was the cutest little place. It had windows for walls that opened up to the garden and was packed full of hanging green plants that accented the soft brown tones of the furniture and hardwood floors. There were beehives outside where the shop harvested their own honey, and a stage for open mic nights and poetry slams. I hadn't been to one yet, but Delmare said they were a lot of fun. The workers were students who needed a little extra cash to supplement their school allowances. A chalkboard on the wall behind the bar listed all the different drinks you could get. I really liked the peppermint tea lattes, but I wanted to try something new. I ordered a dragon fruit smoothie with coconut milk and lupin berries from the conservatory blended in. They were supposed to be really healthy for Wolvens. I sipped at my smoothie, and the magical lupin berries instantly caused me to focus. I had ice practice later and needed the energy. As I looked around the room, one girl's outfit changed colors as she sipped at her bubble tea. A barista behind the counter waved her hand over a pumpkin spice latte and handed it to an Alicorn boy.
He drank it in a few gulps, then transformed into an alicorn and trotted down the hall. Glittering gold sparks fell off his horn as he jogged, which rose to the ceiling and sparkled like stars. That was the coolest thing about the fairy bean. Their illusions that came with their drinks were top-notch, and most of them were surprises. You never knew what you were going to get. After I got my smoothie, I saw Arthur and his friends studying at a table in the middle of the room. Arthur waved me over. I squeezed into a chair between Ozzy and Finley, placing my drink on the table. Ozzy sipped at his fizzy soda and giggled as he floated off his chair a few inches.
How's old Battleaxe Corva treating you, Emma?
Vara asked in a smile. She stirred her mug of coffee with her magic, making the spoon look like it was moving all on its own. I groaned. Terrible, as usual. Lady Corva hadn't exactly been targeting me in my illusions class. She'd mostly been ignoring me since her son took the crown, but she still took every opportunity she had to berate me whenever I did something wrong.
She avoids me.
The mug levitated before Vara, and she took a sip of it before hovering it back down.
I think I frighten her.
I laughed. Vara was a sweetheart, but at first glance she was a bit intimidating. She resonated a type of fierceness I couldn't quite put my finger on. If I had to compare it to anything, it would be Lady Magdalena's demeanor, and I knew she and Lady Corva didn't exactly get along. "Did you finish your essay for Lucian's class, Emma?" Arthur asked. He and I actually took the same class at different times and had been studying for it quite frequently. I'd been getting an A ever since he started helping me. He really knew his stuff about magic. I sighed. I hadn't even looked at the requirements for the essay. Not really. It was due tomorrow, too. You can read my notes. Arthur passed me his notebook, just to make it look like you didn't copy. I gave him a grateful smile. Thanks, Arthur. Finley hunched forward over the table until our arms were touching. I busied myself with drinking my smoothie so I didn't have to speak, but the smile he sent me still made my insides jolt. "So, Emma, you comin'?" To what? I hadn't the faintest idea of what he was talking about. "We're throwing a party in a couple of weeks. A real party," Jasper said. "Figure we'd let loose before the big competition next month, seeing how all my focus is going to be on winning the gold. No time for fun." "I suppose this party involves illegal activities?" I asked, raising my eyebrows. Finley grinned. "You're thinking like an American. Drinking age in Malovia is 16, lass." "And even if it wasn't, we'd still do it anyway," Arthur laughed. Jasper gave him a high five. "Dozens of people are coming," Ozzy gushed. "We do it every year. We want you there." "Invitation only," Finley said, wiggling his eyebrows. It sounded tempting. Once October hit, I'd never have time for anything but ice practice, save for classes. With all this stress on my shoulders, it might be good to have some fun before the Malovian National Championships. Maybe. Give me the details and I might make an appearance. Ozzy cheered. "Yay! I promise, Emma, you're going to have so much fun." "I might get in a dance or two. This fiery redhead will let me," Finley said, giving me a playful nudge. "Don't you think that kind of talk should be reserved for your mate?" I teased. A sorrowful look came onto Finley's face. The rest of his friends busied themselves with other things. Arthur turned back to his homework, and Ozzy and Jasper abruptly started a quiet conversation. Vara kept her eyes down on her drink. Had I said something wrong? Finley took a breath. "I lost my mate a few months ago. We were guests at the Royal Masquerade. When the Black Claw attacked, she died in the explosion." "Oh my gods, I'm so sorry. What a terrible thing to happen. I felt absolutely horrible for him, and I just made myself look like a total jackass asking about her." "You didn't know. I try not to bring her up, you know. Too painful." He forced a lackluster smile. "I apologize. I wish you didn't have to go through that. It was a terrible night. So many had died at that masquerade. Had I seen Finlay's mate among the bodies at the palace when we fought the Black Claw?" "Yeah, I would have died too if you and your friends didn't show up. I know the king and queen have taken credit for saving the day, but I remember seeing you and your friends fighting the cultists. You bought us enough time to regroup and fight back. I felt honored. Nobody had acknowledged how my friends and I had fought against the Black Claw that night. Thanks for noticing that. What was your mate like? Finley's eyes glistened, but he didn't let the tears fall. She was beautiful, you know, and so strong. I don't think I've ever met a more capable sorceress. We had so little time together before she died. His head dropped, but I knew she'd want me to move on. I'll never feel the hole she left, but I might be able to stop a little of the loneliness from consuming my life. She wouldn't want me to be miserable forever. Finley gave me a fond look. I felt an odd combination of joy and guilt. I knew Finley was interested in me, particularly because I was no longer with Ethan. He was hoping I'd reject my bond and be free to date other people. I wasn't sure about all that, but I had to admit I had a crush on Finley. I hadn't known him very long, but he was cute, and I could tell he had a good heart. If there were no such things as mating bonds and true mates getting in the way, I'd have already gone on a date with him. And yet, Ethan was supposed to be my destiny. I wasn't ready to give that up. My thoughts turned violently when I remembered the way Ethan had attacked me. Why couldn't I let Ethan go? At least Finley wouldn't try to rip my head off, and I was certain that he wouldn't lie to me. That's more than I could ever say about Ethan. Finley was a safe choice. Ethan was anything but. I checked my watch. I have to meet up with some friends. See you later, guys. Arthur and his crew waved as I tossed my empty cup in the trash. Finley winked, and I felt a blush rise to my cheeks. He was pretty adorable. Talk about a snack. I felt lighter whenever he was in my presence. It was a relief from the overwhelming darkness that shrouded me when Ethan was in the room, though I knew it wasn't his fault. That was the demon talking. I was on my way to the rec room. Me and my friends were going to meet up there to discuss Odette's new powers and ideas on how we could use it to find the crystals. As I walked, a sense of unease began to strangle any bit of normalcy. Something felt off, like I was being suffocated. I couldn't place what, but when I paid attention to my instincts, my emotions were screaming at me to do something. About what, I wasn't sure. I increased my steps and walked faster, though that didn't help to stop the senseless terror in my gut. Even taking several deep breaths didn't ease the weight that was on my chest. What was going on? It was pretty quiet up here in the dormitories. It was a nice day, so most people were outside enjoying the last few rays of sunshine before fall came rampaging in with all its glory and turned Balovia from summer to winter overnight. A couple of the boys were already in the rec room down the hall from the dormitories. I waved to Alexei and Stefan as I approached the open area. I always felt a twisting in my gut whenever I passed Ethan's room, but this time it was different. When I walked by, I heard an audible sound like wood breaking. There was a crash, a cry of pain. It sounded like Ethan had fallen. My heart stopped. Perhaps he might have tripped. It's nothing, I thought, but my instincts were demanding that it wasn't. I put my hand on the doorknob. When I opened the door, I couldn't help but let out a scream. Ethan was curled up on the floor. There was a broken chair beside him. He was cradling his arm as if he twisted it by falling down. There was a broken piece of rope hanging from the ceiling. The other end of the rope was wrapped around Ethan's neck. Oh my gods! I ran to him and fell to my knees. Ethan's face was blue, but color began to come back to his features as he gasped for air. His eyes flooded with pain as he took in my face. Damn demonic magic, Ethan wheezed. He sounded so hopeless. We need to get you to the infirmary. I was crying so hard that my tears were hitting his face, falling rapidly like rain. You need to talk to someone. You need to get help. I'm not depressed, Emma. I'm desperate, Ethan gasped. I can't let it hurt you. A well of pain swallowed me whole, body and spirit. Ethan attempted to end his life to save mine. Him attacking me the other day was the last straw. Ethan thought if he killed himself, he'd kill the demon too.
The Lashane had broken the rope with his dark magic before Ethan could suffocate to keep his host alive. For once in my damn life, I was grateful as hell to that monster. I wanted to worship the ground he stood for preventing my mate from taking his life, even if it was for the demon's own selfish purposes. I'd had the thought earlier someone should put Ethan out of his misery. I hated myself for it. The door banged open behind me. I heard hurried footsteps. Alexei and Stefan were beside us in an instant. Alexei looked as if he might pass out. I knew he was feeling every inch of anguish as it poured off of Ethan and I in waves, but his mouth was thin and he remained cool. Stefan's shaking hands formed into fists. He was forcing himself to keep it together. Ethan stared at him blankly, as if he didn't even recognize him. Ethan could have... I put my hand over my mouth. Odette's vision had nearly come true, right in front of my eyes, and I hadn't any time to prepare.
You've got to him in time. That's what matters,
Alexei stated. He was being awfully calm, like he had experience with this kind of thing. He pulled the rope off Ethan's neck and tossed it to the other side of the room. But we... Gods, I couldn't even talk right now.
Emma, you need to get out of here. It's better if you don't see this,
Alexei said before nodding at Stefan. Alexei remained on the floor by Ethan's side while Stefan began dragging me toward the door. I want to help him. I could barely speak through the tears that were pouring out of my eyes. Just go. We'll handle it. Stefan's words were so firm, they caused a shiver to race across my skin. He forced me out of the dormitory and into the hall. Delmire was already waiting. I crossed from Stefan's arms into hers. She must have felt Stefan's panic through their bond and come running. She'd caught a glimpse of the scene before Stefan shut the door. I buried myself in Delmire's shoulder and bawled. What's happened to him? I shouldn't leave him alone in there. Alexei's a griffin. Empaths are good at things like this, Delmire said as she patted my back. He'll set Ethan on the right path. I was still shaking, but Delmire's words caused reason to flood my veins instead of fear. She was right. Griffins had empathy magic that could foster emotional stability, which is what Ethan needed right now. But what are we going to do? He can't last much longer. We're not giving up, Em. Just keep holding on, she said. He needs you. She was right. Ethan needed me, but I needed him too. I didn't know how much longer I could keep doing this.
Chapter 5. Ethan. I couldn't imagine how I could sink lower than this. The bruises around my neck had healed quickly, but my actions from the other day had permanently caused a wedge between Emma and I. No matter what I tried, I kept fucking things up. When the noose was around my neck, I thought it would all be over, but I was deathly wrong. I could hear the demon screaming in my head as I fought for oxygen. His magic burst out of me, causing the rope to break and me to fall upon the chair, snapping it under my weight. He wasn't going to let me go. There was no way out of this except to exorcise him. The Lashane was damn well determined to take over my body and use it to hurt people. Nothing I could do would stop him. Even if I tried to end my life again, it wouldn't work. I had to rely on the help of others to prevent the worst from happening. Gods, I hoped Kiara knew what she was doing. This exorcism we were planning had to go right. There was no other option. I was walking to class one day when I felt someone's hand lock against my throat, pinning me against the wall. I gasped and looked up. Theo was standing there, breathing raggedly. His fingers were tight around my neck. Stefan and Alexei were behind him, Stefan's eyes wide and Alexei panicked. "What the fuck are you playing at?" Theo snarled. He was so close, I could feel his hot breath on my face. He was pissed. Alexei went to intercede, but Stefan flung out a hand to hold him back. I didn't do anything to defend myself, just let my hands hang limply at my sides. I don't know.
You've got a penchant for the dramatic, and I think I speak for everyone when I say we're all sick of it, Theo spat. Whatever the case, hanging yourself is never the answer. So buck up and stop giving Emma more trauma than she already has, because come hell or high water, we will get this demon out of you. I damn well suggest after that, you get your shit together. I felt the Lashane's anger rise at Theo's words. But me? I was impressed. I'd never seen Theo stand up to anyone. That he was challenging me as an alpha was pretty damn spectacular, and a massive indicator of how much I'd screwed up. I apologize. I don't deserve Emma. I'm a shitty mate. Here's the thing about that, Theo said viciously. You keep repeating that over and over, but instead of doing something about it, you just keep getting shittier. So when are you going to change? Guilt swarmed in my stomach. Theo was right. I kept complaining about how I needed to change, but I never put in the effort to do so. I want to change, but I don't know how. I need help. Good thing you finally admit it. Theo's eyes narrowed. Maybe you need to reach out to your friends instead of keep pushing them away. I will. I'll do better. I'll try. I sure hope so. Emma's tired of your bullshit, and frankly, so are the rest of us. Theo shoved me away. It's time to put away the theatrics and start living your life. Where Theo grabbed me had hurt, but I resisted the urge to rub it. Alexi's eyes moved between us, as if sensing when to intercede. I felt his calm empathy magic wash over me, easing my bad mood. Theo instantly snarled. He slammed his shoulder into Alexi as he walked past. Don't bother. I don't need an emotional boost from you. Theo changed into an alicorn. His teeth gnashed and his eyes rolled back as he shook his head, mane going everywhere. He trotted down the hallway with his tail up, clearly agitated. That he couldn't contain his rage enough to maintain a human form was telling. He was beyond furious with me. Alexi was eyeing me. I understand your position. You're backed into a corner. Alexi had been the most helpful. His empathy magic had been the biggest factor in my recovery the other day. And I was extra appreciative of Stefan's large bribe to the doctor after my visit to the infirmary, so he wouldn't go running to the press. My friends were the only reason I was still going. Whether or not I wanted to rely on them, I was. Stefan made a face. I know why you did it, and I get your reasoning behind it. If I attacked Irina, I'd have chosen the same option. But you have to know we aren't going to let you do it again. I wouldn't anyway. It'd be pointless. Whatever method I tried to end my life, the Lashane would always make it go wrong, and I would never consider hurting my friends again in the same way, especially Emma. I checked my watch. I'm going to be late for class. Tell Theo I'm sorry. I changed into a wolven and bounded off. At this point, I wouldn't make it into my communing with the gods class unless I ran, and it was on the other side of the school. I shifted back just as I walked into the classroom. Professor Victor strolled in the center of the room. Pillows and rugs were laid out in a circle around the room. I smelled incense burning and watched the smoke rise to the ceiling. The curtains had been drawn, leaving the room in darkness except for a few candles. I took a seat on one of the last pillows. Most people were looking upward at Professor Victor, waiting for instruction. Victor sat in the middle of the circle. He glanced at me before he began the lecture. I'm glad to see all of you could make it, as this is an exceptionally important day for this class. We've been mostly working on theory, but today we're going to attempt to connect with the seven gods themselves. Murmurs of excitement ran throughout the classroom. Victor held up a hand. Keep in mind, all Arcania have a natural connection to the gods. We serve them, and they wish to help us. During your choosing, each of you will bind yourself to a god or goddess whom you will follow all your life. Some of you have already found your mates and made that choice. I did. I chose to bind myself to Luca, the thief god, though I hadn't heard from him since. My connection with him wasn't like the connection Emma had with Malonia. I'd asked the god of peasants for help many times since the contest, and it was like he refused to hear me. I hadn't heard a word or had a sign from him since before my choosing.
Perhaps he was annoyed I was a royal and I'd chosen to serve him. He was a god of the common people. Maybe he didn't think I deserved his help, as I'd already experienced so much privilege in my life due to being a prince. Victor cleared his throat. Each god connects to us differently. Today, we will be working on invoking that connection and finding ways that the gods communicate with us. Sometimes they'll speak through signs, visions, or dreams. Other times, they will use the people in our lives to get messages to us. Our gods are always communicating ways of support. It is up to us to listen. I scowled. If Luca was trying to communicate with me, I sure hadn't heard anything, and I really needed guidance right now. This was bullshit. You must open your mind to any message the gods wish you to receive, Victor continued. Expecting one particular outcome can be a blockage with your connection to the gods. They want you to be open to many paths. Ultimately, the choice of which one you choose to walk is your own. They are merely here to guide us. Victor raised his hands. You will find in your textbook ways to connect with your chosen god. Any materials you may need can be found in the wardrobe on the left side of the room. I ask for quiet and peace during this time. If you need assistance, I am always here to help. Make sure to use your journal to record any messages you receive from the gods during this time. There was the shuffling of pages. Victor waved his hands, and the illusion of two musicians appeared in the corner of the room. The illusion began playing a soft drum and flute to create a calming atmosphere. Most people opened their textbooks, while others immediately headed toward the wardrobe. I flipped open my textbook to the chapter about communicating with Luca. The instructions said I needed to make an offering of a few coins, proper for a thief, and burn powdered herbs, as they were readily available to even the poorest of families to obtain. It was best to try and contact him at night, as that's when he was the most powerful, but the book assured me Luca was able to emerge at any time. I threw a few coins in front of me and burned herbs in the incense bowl, waiting. I closed my eyes for a few moments and waited for Luca to contact me, but nothing happened. All I felt within my gut was the churning of the Lashane as he scratched at my organs. I didn't exactly expect a voice, maybe an image, or even a feeling. I felt incredibly stupid. After 10 minutes of waiting, I opened my eyes. Most people were furiously writing in their journals or trapped in trances provided by their gods. I felt jealous. Everyone else's god was communicating with them. Why wasn't mine? Was the Lashane blocking my connection? Or was I the problem? Victor noticed my frustration and swept over. Having trouble? I frowned. I can't seem to interest Luca in talking to me. I've tried before, and all I get is silence. He isn't a god of many words. He prefers to work in symbols, Victor said. Are there any signs that have stuck out to you as of late? No. Frustration caused my wolf to growl. I was possessed. If anyone in this room needed the help of the gods, it was me. Did Luca see fit to abandon me already? Luca is a mysterious god. He works in the shadows, Victor said. Don't be deceived if you can't feel him as easily as the other gods. He may be wearing a mask to trick you. Luca sounded too much like the Phantom, and that made me bitter. Why would my god want to hide himself from me or trick me, especially when I was working so hard to seek him out? Maybe I made the wrong choice. If Luca didn't want to communicate with me, he must be rejecting me as a servant. We don't choose our gods, Ethan. The gods choose us. There is a reason you felt pulled to Luca. Victor stroked his goatee. Luca is already communicating with you in ways you don't expect. You must be clever, like he is. Keep your eyes open for the messages. Victor walked away to help someone else. I mulled on his words. I wasn't exactly expecting to see a neon sign from Luca telling me what to do, but the fact that I hadn't noticed anything was increasingly worrying. I wasn't sure what I was doing wrong. I struggled with contacting Luca for another hour until class was over and I was sure I had failed. I looked everywhere for signs, but nothing jumped out at me. Luca was a tricky god, and at the moment, I didn't feel quick-witted enough to spot any symbols he might be sending my way. Being sworn to Luca felt like playing a game, like chess. Maybe he wanted me to stop seeking him out and try to outmaneuver him instead. That felt very true in my gut. I took it as an indication I was heading in the right direction. I showed up at Emma's dorm room later that afternoon. I hadn't faced her since what had happened. I was so nervous that my stomach was tied up in knots. I felt like vomiting the moment she opened the door. Paralysis struck my body when my eyes locked with hers. Gods, I was so embarrassed. It was humiliating, facing her like this. Her eyes instantly went to the bouquet in my hands. I'd picked it up from a florist in Dolinska before coming here. Flowers aren't going to make up for... I know. I held them in front of me. I just thought they'd help. They were lilies. I wasn't a stupid enough idiot to get roses. Emma took the bouquet from me gently. She didn't say anything, but the fact she took the bouquet instead of throwing it in my face meant she accepted my apology. I was half expecting her to take a stem and try to gouge my eyes out with it. This was progress. She smelled the flowers briefly before she said, "I have another simple unseelie spell, if you want to try again." My stomach dipped. "Emma, I can't practice unseelie magic. The Lashane was able to draw from it and use its power against me the first time," I said gently. "Dark magic only gives him strength. I won't cast another unseelie spell. It's just too much of a risk." She lifted an eyebrow. "Not until he's gone, anyway." My mouth went dry, but I knew better than to argue with her when I'd already pissed her off, so I said, "Yes." She set the bouquet in a vase inside her dorm before she said, "We have to talk to the others. Come on." We found Delmare, Stefan, Chiara, Theo, and Odette in our usual cozy corner at the library. The autumn leaves falling outside the window were coming down in torrents, and the fireplace nearby crackled, setting up a comforting scene. An illusion had been cast in the library to imitate the scent of pumpkins and burning marshmallows. It was incredibly homey. We were here to discuss Odette's prophetic powers. We'd canceled our last get-together due to, well, my recent attempt to end my existence, but we couldn't put it off any longer. I'd been filled in by the boys on what had happened, but since I was in the infirmary, we hadn't gotten together to discuss it as a group until now. "Where's Alexei? He's late," Emma asked as she slid into a chair beside the large square table. Everyone else had already taken their seats. "We can fill him in later. The longer we linger, the bigger risk someone finds out about what we're talking about," Stefan said. "Let's get down to business." Everyone looked expectantly to Odette. "What?" she peeped. "We're asking if you had a vision since the other day, love," Theo said. Theo immediately realized what he'd said the moment the pet name slipped out. He froze, and a pink blush rose to his cheeks. Odette stiffened while the rest of us held our breath. Odette cleared her throat. No, I haven't foreseen anything." Theo's slip of the tongue wasn't brought up further. Sheepish, he remained quiet as Delmare said, "So let's take Odette back to the pond. Maybe she'll have another vision." "It doesn't work like that," Chiara objected. "The gods allow seers to see things when they feel they're ready. Odette won't receive another vision until the gods deem it the proper time, especially if she tries to force it." Odette nodded. "I agree with Chiara. I've already tried, and I can't make myself fall into another trance. The best we can do is wait for me to have another vision." "Are you ready for that?" Theo asked. Odette looked at the ceiling. "I think so. It's complicated. There's so much about being a seer that I don't know, but I'm willing to learn, especially if it helps us find the crystals of harmony." "I think the best option while we wait for you to have another vision is to research the Draika. Your druid blood and the history of the druids might point us in the right direction," Emma suggested. "I'm already on it," Odette said.
I've checked out dozens of books on druids from the library. What I've learned is that they were more than just prophets. They were great scholars and knowledge keepers of the Fae, like living libraries. They recorded our histories and the practice of our religion for centuries. They would have definitely known about the Crystal of Harmony. What we have to look for is where they kept and passed down their information. Most of it was through oral stories, but I'm sure they wrote down something somewhere. Perhaps if we can access their knowledge, it might trigger me to have a vision that'll lead us closer to the Alicorn Stone.
So that's what we were looking for. A way to access the once great storage of wisdom the druids had. I wasn't sure how we'd do that, as they were all dead. But perhaps there was an abandoned library or journal somewhere that held some of their secrets. If we could learn what the druids kept between themselves, it might lead us right to the Alicorn Stone. At that point, Alexei came strolling in. His expression seemed rather bothered.
"Where have you been?"
Kiara asked.
"Getting information," he said. "The Black Claw is back in the city. You know the monsters the cult was trapping last semester? They're being used as a conduit for Gabby, for her to harness dark magic."
"How do you know?" I was surprised Alexei had managed to get his hands on such a crucial piece of information. Alexei scowled.
"I was flying over town. I stopped to rest for a moment on a rooftop and overheard two cultists talking below in an alleyway. They're keeping the monsters in an old warehouse on the edge of town. They have at least 4 in there, which doesn't sound like many, but it's a lot when you consider how big these creatures have to be."
"And how powerful," Stefan added.
"So what are we going to do about it?"
Kiara looked between us.
"Gabby is already magically talented due to the full moon ceremony she uses to harvest power from Droga. We can't let her keep draining these creatures too. She's too strong as it is."
"There's only one answer, is there?" I asked glumly. "I have to put on the mask again." A small bit of silence rang between us. I expected Emma to pitch a fit, or at least look pissed. Instead, a bit of introspection came into her eyes. Odette tilted her head.
"But I thought you were done with him after what happened with—"
Theo nudged her and she fell quiet. I swallowed nervously. "I don't want to be the Phantom anymore, but my personal grievances aren't worth putting Dolinska in more danger," I said. "Only a vigilante can stop this."
"What about Gabby and Eli? They know you're the Phantom,"
Delmare argued.
"We have the video of Gabby performing dark magic," Emma reminded her. "Gabby can't touch us so long as she's worried we'll expose her."
"Us?" I asked.
"The White Rose will be there," Emma swore. "I'm not letting you do this alone."
I wanted to tell Emma no, ask her to stay behind, but she wouldn't. And this was a dangerous operation. I needed help to pull it off. Setting multiple monsters loose was a recipe for disaster. "We'll come too," Stefan suggested. "Once that warehouse is destroyed, it'll take time for the cult to find another place to store those monsters. This is our next step to slow Gabby and Eli down." I didn't want to bring my friends into this, but perhaps it was the only way. I'd spent too long pushing them away, and look where it had gotten me. Maybe doing this together was the only way to get through it. At midnight, I donned my mask. My cloak swept behind me as I perched on top of a clock tower, looking down upon the city. The White Rose loomed beside me, her features changed by the mask she wore, hair brown and eyes blue, her white cloak swooping around her. She'd gotten a new costume after her previous one had been stained with blood from me. Well, we all knew what happened. It was eerie, standing side by side like this. We'd been enemies, but now we were allies.
"Are you ready for this?"
Emma had changed her voice to that mysterious lull of the White Rose. "As ready as I'll ever be." I began my descent downward. Emma followed behind, using her levitation powers to lower her to the warehouse roof below, avoiding use of her wings.
"There's an access point just ahead."
The crackling of a communicator device in my ear rang with Kiara's voice. She and Alexei were flying over the scene, hiding in the clouds in search of any trouble. The rest of the team was on the ground. The device didn't work very well. Technology was iffy around magic, but it enabled us to hear each other from a farther distance than telepathy magic could offer. Emma had tried making a portal into the building, but it was surrounded by wards which prevented such magic. The wards would take time to break, which we didn't have. We'd have to force our way inside. "Do we have the all clear?" I asked. Kiara and Alexei had moved in to provide a distraction for the cultists, but I didn't know if there were more nearby. "Alexei and I have led the guards away, but you'll have to be quick about it," Kiara said. "They won't chase us forever." That meant we had 10 minutes, tops. I ran forward. I saw a vaulted door before me. When I tried it, it was locked. Emma raised her hand, and a blue ball of magic burst out of her fingertips, making a hole as big as my fist in the doorway. I reached through it and unlocked it from the other side, letting us in. We descended the stairs into darkness. Once we entered, I smelled monsters. Their low moans crept over the walls and caused a shiver to run up my spine. Emma darted ahead of me when we reached the main floor. I kept my eyes open for cultists, but didn't see any. All of them must have left to give chase to Kiara and Alexei. It was dark in here, no light whatsoever. I found the way to the front door using my shifter sight and unlocked it, letting the others in. Stefan, Delmare, Odette, and Theo were dressed in all black, hoods over their heads, and dark masks fitted over their faces.
"This is fun, isn't it?" Odette squeaked. "It's like we're a superhero team."
"Shh," Theo said. He put a finger to his lips, and Odette quieted down. Emma scanned the area ahead. She cast a light illusion from her fingertips, and it spread over the room. The ball of light transferred to a singular light bulb hanging overhead. It was enough illumination to provide a way around. About 20 feet beyond, I saw silvery bars and heard the rattles of chains as the monsters moved within their prisons. It was completely empty in here, save for a few boxes that were stored with food for the monsters and the cells themselves. In the cell closest to me was a bear-like creature, hundreds of eyes on its face like that of an insect. It was lying on the floor and trapped within a horde of chains. In the cell next to it was a familiar creature that I'd seen before, the giant, six-legged toad called the Bukavach. Emma and I had seen it to be kidnapped by the Black Claw last semester. It had ended up here.
"There are only 2 monsters here. Where are the others?"
Theo asked. I caught sight of a motionless body in the furthest cell on the right. A monster with the feathery body of a large bird and the head of a woman laid in the corner, completely still. The creature was as big as me. I'd read about these creatures in class. An alkanost, a type of harpy. I moved toward it, daring to reach my hand through the bars and touch the bird's curled foot. It was ice cold. "It's dead," I drew back. "Gabby's already drained this one. I bet the other monster died and they moved the body." Emma frowned, as if such a concept bothered her. She was upset that any life, even a monster's, had been extinguished, but I was more concerned that Gabby had managed to drain a harpy. They were exceptionally powerful and deadly creatures. You didn't mess with them unless you wanted to end up dead, and that Gabby had overpowered an alkanost wasn't good news for us. "What are we going to do? These are dangerous monsters. We can't let them loose on the city," Stefan hissed.
"We could kill them. It's what we do, right?"
Theo suggested.
"No,"
Emma said, and I got goosebumps at her tone.
"We don't need to kill these creatures if it's not necessary. Taking a life should always be a last option."
"And how do you expect to sneak them out?" Delmare asked.
"Now that we're past the wards, I can cast a portal," Emma suggested. "I'll have the other side come out in the woods near the mountains. It's far enough away, Dolinska won't be in danger, and the monsters will be set free."
"Can you make it big enough for the monsters to get through and sustain it?" I asked.
"I think so. I've been practicing."
Emma weaved her hands, and a portal appeared in front of us. It began expanding inch by inch.
"Get those monsters out of those cages and chase them into the portal," she said, voice ebbing with effort. "I won't be able to hold it forever."
I used my magic to call upon my special shifter's sight. I saw that both monsters gleamed with a dark hue. They'd been put under some kind of curse. "They're using illusion spells to drug the monsters and keep them contained," I said. "They aren't going to move unless we break them." "Let me." Delmare moved forward and raised her hands. "We just covered this in my Hexbreakers class. I'm sure I can do it." One at a time. I jerked my head toward the bear first. Theo opened the cell door, and Stefan headed inside. He knelt by the chains containing the creature and put his hands on them. His dragon's heat began melting the irons around the bear's legs until they broke off. The monster did not get up, merely stirred groggily and let out a low growl. "Don't lift the spell until Stefan's out of the way," I told Delmare. She nodded, and Stefan backed out of the cell. My shifter's sight observed as the dark magic around the bear ebbed at Delmare's command. The bear slowly got to its feet. It sleepily rose up on its hind legs and roared, braying a challenge. "Don't move," I said. All of us froze as the bear fell back onto all fours. It sniffed the air, its dozens of eyes darting around in observation, determining if we were a threat. Without warning, the bear charged forward. I sprang out of the way and barely managed to avoid the bear's teeth as it snapped just where my arm had been. The bear spun around and attempted to charge me again, but I got smart and darted in front of the portal. The bear was running too fast to have time to slow down. It went right through the portal, sailing through to the other destination. Emma gasped and fell to one knee as she transported the bulk of the creature miles away. After a few moments, she managed to stand, regaining her composure. I took deep breaths to recover. One down, one to go. The giant toad had noticed the bear's escape. It was fighting against the drugging enchantment with all its might, trying to break free. Theo opened the door. Delmare began siphoning the enchantment away, but all her magic had to do was touch the creature before the illusion broke completely. Stefan didn't even have to melt the chains. The Bukovac ripped them apart, using its sharp teeth to destroy the chains in a fit of rage. "Everyone out of the way!" I cried. We darted to different ends of the warehouse. The toad's eyes went to the portal, its only way of escape, but the creature was determined on revenge. It didn't know we weren't its captors, but it did know we were Fae, and to the monster, that was the same thing. The Bukovac lashed out with its giant sticky tongue. Stefan pushed Delmare out of the way, and both of them fell to the floor. The tongue latched onto a crate that had to weigh 200 pounds. It pulled the crate back, and the crate smashed into the toad's mouth, sending wooden fragments everywhere. Theo changed into an alicorn. He charged at the creature, horn down. The Bukovac hopped aside, causing the floor to tremble. Theo rose up on his hind legs and pawed at the monster with his hooves, telling it to get back, but the toad didn't listen. He ran at Theo at top speed, his giant mouth opening to swallow the alicorn whole. Odette gasped. She flung out her hand, and an alicorn shield the size of the warehouse itself bloomed out of her fingertips. It buffeted outward like a powerful sound wave and swept past Theo, smacking the Bukovac head on. The toad gave a low moan of pain as the shield hit it, and it went flying backward, straight into the portal. The portal sucked the Bukovac in, and Emma hit the ground, gasping for air as she brought the portal shut. I placed a hand on her shoulder. "You okay?" "Yeah." Emma's shoulders were shuddering. "That monster was heavy, but it's far away now. Gabby can't use it anymore, but I'm done making portals. I couldn't conjure another if I tried." There was a crackling in my ear. "They've lost us," Kiara shouted through the intercom. "They'll be heading back. You guys need to get out of there now." Odette went pale, and Theo began dancing nervously beside her. He changed back into a man, reaching out to draw her close. "Now what?" Stefan asked as he helped Delmare to her feet, breathless. "We set the place on fire and get the fuck out of here." I took a lighter out of my pocket. There was straw for bedding in both of the cells. I ignited them, and fire began to spread quickly amongst the warehouse. Stefan gave a huff. "Bud, this is clearly not your area of expertise. Allow me." Delmare rolled her eyes as Stefan walked forward. He changed into a dragon. Though the warehouse was big, it barely accommodated his size. His head scraped the ceiling as he drew his head back, then let a huge plume of flame that ignited the drywall. In seconds, the room went from mildly hot to blazing. Smoke began pouring out from every direction, and Emma put her cloak over her mouth. "Let's go!" I led the way out of the burning warehouse. I could feel the flames licking up my heels as the fire increased in intensity. Stefan changed back, and he and Delmare hurried out of the warehouse hand in hand. Theo swept Odette into his arms and ran out that way. We burst into the cool night air and ducked into an alleyway. The warehouse didn't explode behind us until we were at a safe distance. Once it did, lights came on in the city, and people flooded out of their houses, looking to see what all the commotion was. Stefan was grinning ear to ear. "I can see why you like vigilante work. It's a great rush." I looked from left to right, scanning the streets. All the locals were looking up at the burning building. Their backs were turned to us, which meant we had to move. "We need to split up before the Arcania Alliance shows up. Don't regroup until tomorrow morning. Lie low for now." We split off into our designated couples and headed off in different directions. Emma went with me. I grabbed onto her and used my grappling hook to pull us to the top of the nearest building, where we jumped from rooftop to rooftop in our escape. When the spires of Arcania University came into view, Emma came to a stop. She looked behind us at the smoke rising through the sky as she said, "The Phantom and the White Rose make a good team. Maybe they're what Dolinska needs." She paused for a moment before she added, "Maybe you can be the Phantom, as long as you have me to help to keep the demon in check." "Don't count on it. We're not doing this again." That felt like a lie, though. As badly as I wanted to put away the Phantom, it was clear the city still needed him. The Leshane had been awfully quiet throughout the whole endeavor. I knew by becoming the vigilante, I was giving him what he wanted, strengthening the hold he had on me every time I put on that mask. Yet what could I do? There never seemed to be any options. This was the Phantom's first mission with the White Rose, but I knew it wouldn't be the last.
Chapter 6. Emma. It was becoming one of those months where every day was a bad one, and I really wanted it to stop. I'd given up trying to infuse my key with the anti-negativity spell. I'd tried it on other objects and succeeded, but the key just wouldn't take for some reason. I still wore it on my wrist every day, though. It might be useless as a magical object, but it was still pretty. I wished the charm had taken, though, because I wanted some positive stuff to start happening in my life. I couldn't take any more of this sorrow. If it continued, I'd drown in it. On Wednesday morning, the second to last week of September, I struggled to get out of bed. I mean, really struggled. My limbs felt like they were covered in heavy weights, dragging me down. I couldn't keep my eyes open. I'd slept in, and yet it hadn't done any good to ebb my fatigue. There was no way I was getting up for an early start. This was one morning where I'd have to take it easy. I turned on my TV and tried to watch a movie, just to distract myself from how I was feeling. It didn't work. My body was in so much pain. Lying on my soft mattress felt like lying on a bed of sharp and pointed rocks that dug into my muscles. I tossed and turned, but just couldn't get comfortable. I attempted to focus on the show instead of the pain. That was useless, too. The moment a character said something, it instantly slipped my mind, and I forgot what the plot was. I found myself rewinding the same scene 3 different times to understand it. After seeing the same conversation replay over and over, I just didn't get it. Duh. I felt dumber than a box of rocks. But at least I had the energy to get on my feet now. Several bones cracked as I rose. I stumbled to the bathroom, where I saw huge bags under my eyes. I turned on the shower and slipped in. Within minutes, I knew this was going to be a painful endeavor. I didn't have the strength to wash my hair, or even shave. Lifting my arms was like lifting weights. I washed up and rinsed off as quickly as my body would let me. I had to sit on my bed and recover my breath. It took a half an hour for me to feel rested enough to get up and get dressed. As the fabric drifted over my skin, I cringed in discomfort and felt a few joints pop. If taking a shower felt like running a marathon, I was in serious shit. I was willing to do anything to get this extreme exhaustion out of my body. My head was spinning, for crying out loud. Sometimes food helped. My insides recoiled as I thought of the long walk to the cafeteria. I wasn't sure if I'd make it without fainting, but I had to try. I didn't even take my bag with me. Even that was too heavy on my weakened frame. Gods, I sure hoped this shit passed soon. I couldn't handle being slowed down like this. As I left my dorm room, I noticed there was an unusual chill in the air. I did my best to prevent it from creeping up my shoulders underneath my sweater, but my skin still developed an eerie coldness I couldn't describe. A moment later, it was gone. I could hear laughter in my head. I scowled as I felt the Lashane retreat at the edge of my bond back to Ethan. He was winning. I hated it. I had to do something to save my mate, but this whole situation seemed utterly hopeless. My breakfast was filled with a lot of protein. The pain didn't go away, but at least the fatigue faded a little. I hoped I could make it through class today.
You all right, Emma?
Arthur was giving me a concerned look. He'd passed me in the hallway on my walk back from the cafeteria and stopped when he noticed I was spacing out. I shook my head to break the lull in my brain, but it didn't work. Yeah, I'm fine. He frowned.
You've been out of it a lot lately. Is something wrong between you and Ethan?
Everything was wrong. It royally sucked. My eyes searched Arthur's form for something else to talk about, anything to change the subject. My eyes caught the name at the top of his essay, which was sticking out of one of his textbooks. Arthur Ignacy. My breath hitched. No, that didn't make any sense. Arthur Ignacy? I read aloud, and Arthur took a glance down at his paper. Yeah, that's my name. He adjusted his glasses. Anything of it? You said you were raised by your grandparents. I chewed on my lip. Do you know by chance who your father is? I've been told of him, Arthur said. Anastasia Ignacy. My heartbeat was pounding so fast against my ribcage I thought it might burst. I took another look again at Arthur's red hair, his green eyes, which were so much like mine. What day were you born? May 7th, he said. He looked fairly creeped out by where this was going. That's my birthday, too. Anastasia Ignacy was my father. Arthur's face paled. He looked me up and down, as if seeing me for the first time. But that's impossible. Who was your mother? I was practically shouting now. Several people passing in the halls looked at me like I was a crazy person, but I didn't care. I was more or less trying to get over the fact I'd been lied to my entire life. Again! Arthur swallowed a lump in his throat. I don't know her. My grandparents said she gave me up. But I know her name was Ivana. Never got a last name. I slumped against the wall in total shock. The facts were adding up so quickly I couldn't deny they were true. I always thought I was an only child. I never thought I had a sibling, let alone a twin. But Arthur looked so much like me. He began to stutter. Could this be real? If I've learned anything, there's no such thing as coincidences in the Fae world, I replied. Arthur, come with me. We need to confront my mom, see if this is true. I don't know if I want to see her, Arthur said. She gave me up, but still kept you, right? That's horrible. It is, but we don't know why, I said. Don't you want to see if I'm really your sister? Arthur paused, then nodded resolutely. Yes, I need to know. Arthur's things vanished into the shifter spectral realm as he changed into a skinny, red-coated wolf. Hop on, Emma. Just tell me where to go. I grabbed a chunk of Arthur's fur to hoist myself onto his back.
He began running toward the exit of the school, and I said, "My mom lives in a cottage in the hills outside Dolinska." "I know it. It's near where my father is buried," Arthur replied. Hitching a ride on Arthur was a bit uncomfortable. He was much smaller than Ethan was, and more bony. My legs jarred against his thin frame as he pushed himself as fast as he could go. My body was already in agony, but I put up with the pain. All I could think of was my mother lied to me again for 20 years, and this was even worse than her not telling me about the Fae. I wanted it to be untrue, yet there was too much evidence staring me in the face. "Give her a chance to explain." Arthur seemed to be reading my mind. He was calm, but me? I was so pissed. He had a right to be madder than I was. If this was real, my mom had abandoned him and kept me. But he seemed to be retaining a cool head. I had to keep it together, if only for Arthur's sake. When we got to my mom's cottage, I slid off Arthur's back. He changed into a man, looking more than a little green. He fiddled with his glasses as I banged on the door. My mother immediately opened it. Her face brightened when she saw me, but that expression darkened into one of fear when she took in the sight of Arthur beside me. She drank him in, like he was an idol lost to her long ago. I knew then. He was my brother.
"Why did you bring him here?"
Mom's voice was weak. She stared at Arthur like he was some kind of monster, and I could tell it hurt him. His eyes started to water as he realized the truth. I didn't know Arthur very well, but he was my friend, and now I knew he was my brother. I felt more loyalty to him than I did my mom. At least he wasn't a chronic fucking liar. "You need to give us some goddamn answers," I snapped. "We aren't leaving until you tell us the truth." Mom opened the door a little wider. Her voice was sick as she said, "Come in." We walked inside. Arthur was looking everywhere, his eyes catching the herbs hanging from the ceiling, as if trying to figure out who my mom was. Gods, I felt so bad for him. I didn't have a dad, and I suffered for that, but at least I had one parent. He grew up feeling totally unwanted. Maybe he was. Arthur and I took seats at the kitchen table. Mom didn't even bother to put on the tea, just sat across from us with a sigh.
"I knew this day would come, but I was pleading with the gods it wouldn't be so soon."
"This is bullshit, Mom!" My hand slammed down on the table, and I felt it shake. "Arthur is my brother? Why didn't you tell us?"
"I tried to put him out of my memory. It was easier that way," Mom stuttered. "But why?" Arthur was crying now, and it broke my heart to see. Small tears were trailing the corners of his green eyes and falling down his cheeks. "Why didn't you want me?" "It wasn't like that. I had no choice," Mom insisted. She glanced at me. Guilt like never before poured down on me from above. This had something to do with me being the world weaver. Understanding passed between my mother and I, but Arthur was completely confused. Mom leaned forward. "Emma was born first. You were second, Arthur. You came seconds apart from each other. Afterward, the two of you could hardly be parted. You always wanted to be in each other's cribs, would cry if the other was out of your sight. You were as close as two twins could be. Then why would you separate us?" Arthur's voice was hard. My hands began to shake in my lap. "Shortly after you were born, your father was killed by the Black Claw." Mom's voice took on a hardened edge as she told the story. "The cult wanted both of you, and your father died trying to protect you." "Why would the cult want us?" Arthur's voice was mystified. "It's because of me," I said in a heavy voice. "I'm the World Weaver." "The World Weaver? What's that?" Arthur blinked. I launched into an explanation. I told Arthur that the Black Claw wanted my blood to raise Droga, and a shortened version of the prophecy the hag had spoken. I kept out the part about the crystals of harmony, Nilana's visits to me, and my trip to Edenmire with my friends. It wasn't like I didn't trust Arthur. I would tell him all the other stuff later. But I didn't trust my mom.
and for some reason, Milana's voice inside of me told me to keep quiet about everything that wasn't absolutely necessary for my mother to know. I told her much of this already when we'd been in Poland over the summer, but I'd made sure not to tell her everything. So the cult thought you were some kind of chosen one and wanted to kill us both, Arthur said with clarity once I was finished. Her mother had to go on the run.
Yes, and after that happened, I knew I couldn't keep both of you, Mom said. I had to leave the country and choose the child that was in the most danger. I knew they wanted Emma, so I tore my heart out and left my only son here in Dolinska with his father's parents. It was the only place I knew you'd be safe.
But why keep us apart all these years? I asked. You couldn't have even let us meet each other?
If the Black Claw made the connection that Arthur was your brother, they would have killed him.
They've only forgotten about his existence because your father eliminated all the cultists who knew you were twins, Mom snapped. He gave his life for that. I wasn't about to compromise his sacrifice. But you said my grandparents are awful, I countered. Why leave Arthur with them? Mom's voice hardened.
He had to go somewhere, even to a home as despicable as that place.
That's not true! For the first time, Arthur was angry. He nearly shot out of his chair. My grandparents are great people. Mom's look was cold.
I understand they've turned you against me. They didn't approve of my choice to abandon you.
Well, no shit, I said, with an eye roll that was probably not needed. I've had to make hard choices, Emma. Mom was practically screaming. Her eyes watered as she said, Do you think it was easy giving up my only son? I had to do it in order to protect you. Her words hurt me. It was like she was blaming me for her decision to leave Arthur out of her life. Like she had to pick between Arthur and I, and she'd picked me. I saw the truth in her eyes. She was bitter she had to leave Arthur, and she thought it was all my fault. Don't blame my sister for this. This was your choice, Arthur cried back, and my mom reeled in pain at his accusation. It was the first time he'd called me his sister, and such affection for Arthur rose up within me that I nearly cried. As Arthur stood, I rose with him. We had to provide a united front on this. Mom, I get that you wanted to keep us safe. Maybe it makes sense that we were apart for all this time and didn't know about each other because we're still alive today, I started. But once we came to Arcania University, you should have told us the truth. We're adults and we deserved to know. Mom's eyes burned.
You don't deserve anything.
What I had to do was brutal. Neither of you could understand that sacrifice. Her words pissed me off, because she was acting like she was the only one who had suffered. I'd missed out on growing up with my brother, and Arthur had missed out on having a mom. I wasn't exactly rolling out the pity party for her. Arthur gave an angry noise. We don't have to listen to this. Come on, Emma. Arthur grabbed my hand and pulled me out. I followed him, with only a short glance back at my mom. She had her head in her hands and was staring down at the tablecloth. When the door slammed behind us, Arthur turned to me. His anger fell away as more tears beaded at the edges of his eyelids. I thought when I finally met my mom, she'd welcome me with open arms. Give me a hug or something. I've dreamed of this moment so many times, and it never went like this. My heart dropped. I didn't want him to suffer like this. Maybe you two can still have a relationship. I don't want to know her if she blames you for her choices, or if she despises my grandparents. They were the best, Emma. I wouldn't tell you that if I didn't think so.
I know. I gave a heavy sigh. I believe you over her.
And that was sad to say, because I'd known my mom for so much longer. But at least Arthur was honest. I opened my arms wide. Well, you didn't get a hug from Mom, but you can have one from me. Arthur's face softened. He fell into my embrace. His body was stiff as he wrapped his arms around me, but then he relaxed, and I felt him squeeze me tight. He really needed this. It's what he wanted for his entire life. I hugged him back as tightly as I could muster,
trying to make up for all the lost years. I never could, but at least I could let my brother know I was never letting him go. As I pulled away, something horrible struck me. Could Arthur have CVID too? Arthur, this is a weird question, but do you have any diseases? Arthur frowned. No, I've never had any kind of medical problem. Fit as a fiddle. Why do you ask? I was relieved. You're gonna want to brace yourself. It's a long story. I told Arthur about my condition on the walk back to campus. He listened kindly, without intruding too much, and it was nice. My shoulders felt lighter as we walked through the gates of Arcania University. One less person to hide my disease from. I'm sorry you have to go through all that, Arthur said. But I'm really proud of you for dealing with it. If you need help, I'll be there for you. I can even research our genetic line, see if someone else in our ancestry had it. Thanks, Artie. The words came out naturally, like I'd known him all my life. Arthur shrugged. It's no problem. You know, I've always wanted a sister. Growing up an only child was really boring, I tell you. Me too. I linked my arm in his. My mom was being a jerk, but my family was bigger now. Having a brother made me feel like I wasn't alone in the world anymore. I had to part from Arthur a few hours later for my Fey Creatures class. We'd spent forever talking, until he told me he was late for an exam and we had to go our separate ways. Despite the argument with my mother earlier, I felt as light as a feather, and some of the pain in my body had finally gone away. Perhaps things were turning around for me. You look cheery, Delmare said as I walked into the conservatory. The smile on my face was so wide, it almost hurt to keep.
Yeah, did you and Ethan get back together?
Odette asked. Kiara elbowed her, and the smile slid off my face. Was everything about Ethan these days? No, I started. I actually found out I have a brother.
What?
All the girls said at once. They huddled around me as I told the story. Their eyes grew wider with each detail. Odette gasped dramatically at all the right parts, and it only made telling the whole thing better. Wow, that's crazy, Delmare said when I'd finished. Sorry your mom is being a bitch, though.
Never mind her. I like Arthur, Kiara said in a chipper way. It's great you finally have someone to relate to, a twin especially.
Isn't it? I felt my smile return. I want to get to know him better. Who knows how much we have in common? We had to break off the conversation then, because Lady Iris clapped her hands at the center of the conservatory, near the large fountain of the shifters to get our attention. I hadn't had a class with her yet, as Lady Iris was in the circle and only taught part-time at the university. As part of the Alicorn faction, she was usually busy with affairs that involved equine shifters and sorceresses, but so far she'd been a good teacher. This was one of my favorite classes.
We've been studying a variety of Fey creatures since we've begun this course, Lady Iris began. Today, we'll be looking at Mali Ludwe, or fairy folk. These miniature creatures live in the forests of Malovia, usually in tight-knit communities. We know that Feykin are animals that have fairy blood. They are actually our closer genetic ancestors than humans are. Fairy folk are some of the greatest helpers of the Fae, and are eager to lend a hand when we are out in the field hunting monsters. Lady Iris gestured for us to follow. She led us to a tree beside the fountain, which was surrounded by large ferns and rocks. Built into the side of the tree and hidden in the leaves of the fern were the tiniest little houses. They had thatch roofs and walls made of twigs. Other houses were constructed into mushrooms that circled the base of the tree or carved into the inside of the rock. A miniature wooden bridge spanned from the tree to the fern, while tiny little lights hovered around the houses, lighting up the space. A little leaf door opened on one of the houses. Out flew a miniature blue horse with pink butterfly wings. It was barely the size of my hand and had curly antennae on the top of its head. Lady Iris held her palm out for the horse to land on. This particular fairy folk is a filly fairy, Iris said. They are massively intelligent and are very good observers. The mind of a fairy folk is an incredible thing. They have a photographic memory. Once they see something, they never forget it. The Filly Fairy reared up in her hand. After she was done explaining the Filly Fairy, dozens more Malilutwe came flooding out of the houses. A bat with butterfly wings swooped around a tiny llama, which galloped upon the air as its tiny bee wings kept it aloft. A fairy fawn danced in the flower petals of the conservatory, being chased by a fox with big green wings like a moth. Every animal you could imagine was part of the fairy folk, insect wings fluttering and none of them larger than my finger. A tiger fairy with big antennae and pretty monarch wings fluttered around my face, pawing at my nose. 2 kitten fairies with wings like dragonflies nestled in my hair and tugged on the strands like they would a string toy. I laughed. They were so much fun. These creatures don't look very powerful, but they're actually magnificently magical, Iris said. In some cases, they can influence the weather, much like elementi can. This is why some elementals bond with them. They are also very good illusionists and like playing tricks on the mind. They don't harness aggressive magic, but if you have a fairy folk on your side, rest assured they will do everything in their power to keep you safe. How do you keep them? Delmare had her palms open and was playing with a fairy lizard that was tumbling in her palms. Fairy folk are attracted to gems and other rare stones, Lady Iris said. The easiest way to catch them is to set out a valuable piece of jewelry and wait for one to flutter by. They will come eventually, if you are patient. Other ways include a thimble of wine, they love wine, or small candies. Growing bell-shaped flowers in your garden for fairy folk to harvest their nectar from is one way to sustain a population in your garden. If they gift you their honey, the fairy folk consider your property theirs and will protect your homestead with their powerful magic. A sustainable fairy folk community is a must for any sorceress garden. Beware, though. They like to sneak into your home and rearrange your things. It's a funny game to them. As we were studying the fairy folk, the tiger fairy wouldn't leave me alone. The other fairies fluttered this way and that, but the tiger fairy twirled between my fingers, then flew upward to lay on my head. He twisted down my face, and I felt the soft brush of his wings caress my skin as his antennas felt out my skin. "Hey, little guy," I laughed as I stroked his back. "You having fun?" The tiger fairy showed his teeth, and I laughed. He was so cheesy. What a goofball. "Looks like that one likes you," Iris said with a smile. "You'll have to take him home." "Really?" My eyes widened as I looked up at Iris. "When fairy folk choose a fae to protect, nothing you can do will sever the bond," Iris replied. "Take the little one back to your dorm. He'll live with you until his death. Make sure he has plenty of flowers to feed from, and give him a name. Keep him cozy, and he'll bless your home." I could hear the tiger purr as he rubbed his miniature cheek against my chin. I felt a warm glow of pride. How else could I keep him happy? "There are many ways, but since fairy folk like stones, lying out some shiny things for him to look at would keep him entertained. I think the gem he'd like the most would be a sapphire," Iris said. The others froze, and the tiger fairy looked up as I blinked. Was she talking about the woven stone? How did she know I had it? "A ruby would work as well," Iris said with a glance at Delmare. "The dragonstone. But I think it best if you seek out a pink diamond." Her gaze was so heavy on Odette it made her gulp. Iris's words carried an unspoken meaning. I raised an eyebrow. "I don't know where I would find one." "If you're seeking gemstones," Lady Iris purred, "the first place to look would be the Alicorn Court." She swept off after that. Me and the girls blinked at each other. Delmare leaned in. "Did Lady Iris just give us a hint about the Alicorn stone?"
"I think so,"
Odette gushed in excitement. "Oh, we're getting so close!"
"Doesn't it bother anyone she knows we're looking for the crystals?" Delmare asked in a whisper. "She basically admitted she knows we have the woven and dragon stones."
I contemplated the question. "No. Ethan said Lady Iris was one of the few members of the circle that stood up to Gabby and Elijah during their trials of competency. I think she's on our side.
But how does she know about the crystals?
Delmare countered. Maybe her goddess told her, I suggested. We don't know who she worships, but if it's Milana, maybe she reached out in a vision or a dream to Lady Iris so she could help us on our quest.
The Alicorn Court? What is that? Kiara asked. I've never heard of such a thing.
I haven't either, Odette said. It must be a closely guarded Alicorn faction secret.
Whatever it means, we should investigate it, I said. It might lead us closer to the crystals. Odette bobbed her head.
Right. I'll talk to Theo about it. Maybe we can come up with something.
When class was dismissed, we hurried to lunch to tell the boys what we'd found. The tiger fairy remained on my shoulder, buzzing like a bee. I decided to name him Tigris. Not completely original, but it suited him. Ethan's eyes went to the tiger fairy fluttering in a circle around my head the minute we sat down at our usual booth in the cafeteria.
Who's this little fellow?
This is Tigris, I said. He's my new pet. Ethan held out his finger like he would for a bird. Tigris fluttered over and landed on it. He began rubbing himself on Ethan's hand, like a cat would do to someone they loved. Tigris liked him. It was even harder to distance myself from Ethan now. I gave a short whistle, and Tigris looked up. He floated over to me guiltily, tail hanging.
You boys aren't going to believe what we found out,
Odette gushed. She immediately launched into what Lady Iris had told us. I was super glad it was so loud in the cafeteria so we wouldn't be overheard, because there was no stopping Odette when she was on a roll.
So we're looking for a pink diamond, Alexei said when Odette had finished. That narrows it down.
Tigris licked at some sugar water I'd put in a tiny saucer. Kiara said,
Theo, do you know anything about the Alicorn Court?
Theo hesitated. Nothing pops to mind immediately.
Maybe your brother would know,
Odette piped while Theo waved her off. I didn't know you had a brother, I said, sitting forward.
He's a dullard,
Theo said sourly. I love him, but he's certainly more brawn than brains. I hardly think he or my parents would know.
We should at least try, Odette insisted. It might lead somewhere.
Ethan hadn't spoken the whole conversation. He'd been staring at the table mostly. You're awfully quiet, I said to him. He grimaced. We have some bad news. Oh, great. What now? I'm supposing you haven't checked the media, he started. No, why would I? Ethan took a copy of the annual Arcania out of his back pocket and tossed it on the table. With one look at the headline, my heart fell and my guts twisted. I felt like I could hardly breathe. Panic crept over my skin, making goosebumps rise all along my body. Kiara leaned over and read the headline.
King Elijah makes royal decree. Universal healthcare in Malovia abolished. Medical care will become owned by the private sector.
Odette's mouth dropped open.
He can't do that! Can he do that?
Ethan shrugged. Kiara picked up the paper and began to read aloud.
In a speech delivered Tuesday evening, the king declared that healthcare would primarily come from employers. Those who work will have their needs provided for. Those who choose to be a drag on the system will pay the price, the king was quoted. There will be no more free rides in Malovia. From today on, we work to build a better future for all Fae-kind. The excess funds that are now free from going into the previous healthcare system will be put into growing Malovia's military. The self-employed, the elderly, and the disabled will be reliant on family connections or paying out of pocket in order to obtain healthcare.
This was one of my worst fears. Elijah was already cutting social programs in order to put the tax dollars into bulking up his army, so he could attack other supernatural races. What a right bastard.
This new plan leaves out thousands, Alexei argued. Most disabled people can't work, and the elderly don't have jobs. How are they supposed to get care if they can't get it from their employers? It says in the article these dependent groups will have to rely on charitable organizations to obtain what they need.
Kiara frowned as she speed-read through the article.
But that clearly won't fill the gap. Those services are about to become very strained with all the people who will need help. Those who don't get there first will miss out.
That's bullshit! Delnair smacked a fist against the table, and her drink went spilling everywhere. Stefan hurried to clean it up. I hated Elijah. It'd hardly taken him long to start abolishing programs people depended on, all so he could go on a power trip. Ethan caught the desperate look on my face. You don't have to worry, Emma. I'll take care of you. I have more than enough in my royal treasury to pay for your treatments. I've already made arrangements with your doctor for your shipments to continue, even after I'm... Ethan cleared his throat, and my stomach soured. Stefan rushed to fill the silence. Yeah, my mom's not letting you go without, Stefan said. Dr. Miroslava Slasky is on the case. Thank you, I whispered quietly, and Ethan inclined his head. I really did owe him one. Despite the distance between us, he wouldn't let anything happen to me. He wanted to take care of me even after he was dead from the demon's torture. I was so in love with him. And right now, that love felt so painful because I couldn't express it in the way I wanted to. Gods, I just wanted things to be different between us. But what about my people? I sat against the booth, stunned. The disabled population in Malovia is totally fucked.
You can't tell me this wasn't Elijah's plan,
Alexei said in a disgusted way as he looked at Ethan. Ethan's voice was half-hearted. Eli's trying to cull society. If he kills off all the elderly and all the sick, Malovia's taxes won't be burdened by taking care of them. Only the self-reliant will continue to survive, and that's if they contribute to this twisted idea of building a Fey empire. Things are going exactly how I suspected they would. People are going to die from this, Delnair protested. The Circle can't just... The Circle doesn't care. Ethan put his face in his hands. They want their revenge on the other magical races for us losing the great supernatural war. They don't care how many bodies pile up because of it. In their eyes, it's all for the greater good. We stared at the newspaper. Tigris noticed I was upset. He patted over and rubbed his head against my hand. I scratched his antenna with my fingers and tried not to let the horror creep in. Ethan was right. People were going to die, and the government didn't give two shits. The people in power wanted what they wanted, and damn the peasants trying to get in their way. We had to find those crystals and put an end to this. Fast. I was curling my hair in my dorm room on a Friday evening for a night out. After 2 days of extreme fatigue, I was finally feeling better after my infusion, and I wanted to make the most of it by having fun when I could. You know, because I wasn't sure when my illness would come back around to knock me down again. Tigris flitted around the flowers that were lining my desk. He crooned as he bounced between the lilies that Ethan had bought me, coating his fur with yellow dust. His tail swished as he looked fondly up at the lodberzan hanging on the wall. Tigris was obsessed with the woven sapphire forged into my sword. He'd stare at the gemstone for hours, admiring his reflection and purring loudly. My fairy folk was a welcome distraction from the mess that was my life. This was the right time to get a pet. I'd been worrying for days about my medicine. I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't have a lot of options. Free healthcare was one of the major reasons I'd come to Malovia. I couldn't drop out of school and get a job. My education was important, and I needed to be here to find those stones. Otherwise, the entire Fey world was doomed. I didn't want to ask my mom for help. If she paid for my medical care instead of using that money to promote her new restaurant, her business could fail, and then she'd go bankrupt. I had to remain tied to Ethan now, just to keep getting my medicine. Breaking our bond and leaving our relationship for good would result in me no longer having access to what I needed. I loved Ethan, but the choice to leave him permanently wasn't an option. I was trapped in a relationship I wasn't sure I wanted to be in because it was literally life or death for me. And if Ethan died, I wasn't sure the crown would continue to take care of my needs, though Ethan had done what he could to set that up. Would the royal family pay for my medical care even after Ethan was gone? If Queen Antonia had anything to say about it, probably not. That woman hated my guts. I was majorly stressed out. I couldn't sit here and think about this. I wanted to let loose. There was nothing I could do about my situation, so I might as well try to forget about it, just for a night. Arthur was throwing a party. I needed to go. There was a knock on my door. Odette, Delmare, and Kiara entered. They were dressed to the nines. Delmare had on a lace corset with tight leather pants and knee-high boots. Kiara had donned a yellow dress that rose up her thighs, and Odette was wearing a sparkly pink dress that had a big skirt and twinkled in the light. Odette immediately gave me a look when she saw my outfit. What are you wearing? What's wrong with it? I had on jeans and my favorite t-shirt. Like, who cared what I looked like? Odette shook her head.
Nuh-uh. Girl, this is a party. You need to look bangable.
I scoffed. If you haven't noticed, the only person I'm supposed to bang isn't available right now. He's got a demon fucking that up for me.
Then go bang somebody else.
Odette gave a twirl.
Show Ethan what he's missing out on.
My stomach wiggled in excitement and guilt. Is flirting with other guys really the right move? Ethan's going through a lot.
So are you, Odette countered. You've been there for him, and he's not responding. You've got to try something else.
Odette's right, Delmare offered. Maybe if you make Ethan jealous, he'll pull his head out of his ass. He won't even be at the party. Gossip's big here at Arcania University, especially about you two, Delmare pointed out. He'll find out. I turned toward Kiara. And what do you think about all this? She was the responsible one. She'd talk me out of it. Kiara made a face. I'd hate to see you mess around with someone who isn't your mate. Then she sighed. But to be honest, Emma, you're unhappy. And it makes the rest of us sad to see you so miserable. I'm doing my best to get the exorcism ready, but if it doesn't work, I want you to be prepared to move on. Nervousness sickened me then. If Kiara really thought it was that hopeless, I refused to consider losing Ethan until the moment it actually happened. That didn't mean I wasn't going to get my kicks while I was still young. I was in college, for God's sakes, and it felt like I was 80 years old from all the stress. Ethan and I were broken up. That meant I could flirt with other guys, maybe even do things with other guys, and not feel bad about it. He'd chosen the Phantom over me. Maybe it was time I picked someone else over him. All right, what do you want me to wear? I asked. Odette fussed in my closet. When she pulled out the tiniest little blue dress, my heart stopped. It had an open back that ended at the butt, and a hemline that would barely cover my underwear. It was more like a piece of cloth than an actual dress. No way.
I got this for you last Christmas and you haven't worn it yet, she shouted. Now's the perfect night.
Because I was supposed to wear it for Ethan, girl. And I totally chickened out on doing it, too.
Fuck him. Wear it for yourself,
Odette said. As I stared at the dress, rebellion rose in my chest. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. This night was for me. The girls hooted and hollered in approval as I slid on the dress and fastened on a pair of black heels. Tigris clapped his antennae together for me like he was impressed. Girl, don't bend over, because that thing hugs all the curves of your ass, Delmare said as she stared at the dress. If I bend over, I'm gonna show off my hoo-ha, I shouted while the girls howled. A big smile spread across my face. Just wait until Ethan heard about this. He'd go freaking nuts.
Let's go.
Odette linked her arm in mine.
Your public awaits.
The four of us walked arm in arm to the party. So many people's heads jerked around when they saw the dress I was wearing. Guys' mouths dropped open while girls shot me devil eyes. I typically didn't like the attention, but tonight I was vengeful. I could hear whispers as I passed by. It was radical that I was wearing a thing like this at such a conservative school like Arcania University. I bet there was a hidden reporter at the school taking pictures, just waiting to print them in tomorrow's paper. Let them. I was showing the world that Emmeline Sosna had moved on. The thudding of the bass let me know we were getting close. The party was being held at a frat house on campus, one Arthur and Finley were a part of. When we slipped inside the massive house, I had to look around. Hundreds of people were packed into the place, dancing to the music and drinking beer. Strobe lights circled the darkness, casting everyone in various shades of pink, blue, and yellow. I'd never been to a college party before. All eyes looked at me once we walked in. Most of the girls here were dressed in a revealing way, but my dress made everyone else's clothes look like a nun's outfit. Morgan was here with Melissa, sipping wine by the stereo. She sneered as we passed, raising her lip. "Skank." "American whore," Melissa added. The two of them giggled, like it was so funny. I rolled my eyes and ignored them. They were just pissed off I was getting all the attention. Arthur was by the drink table, pouring alcohol into various cups, while his mate Vara helped him. He made a face when he saw me walking up. "Did you really have to wear that? Not like I want to see my sister in lingerie." I took a glass of wine from his hand. "Hey, I'm pissed off at my mate, I'm pissed off at my mom. The dress was a natural choice." Arthur laughed then. "Guess you're right. Good call." Vara was clearly amused. "Nice outfit," she commented. "You'll have fun tonight." "I'm planning on it." As I took a sip of wine, I felt an arm wrap around my waist. I initially stiffened until I smelled the cologne in the air. It was Finley. His smile was bright as he gazed down at me. "You went all out tonight." "That I did. You want to do something about it?" Finley cocked a small grin that made my heart race. "Maybe." Someone called Finley's name. He gave me a wink before swaggering off. The girls watched Finley as he strode away, clearly impressed. Girl, you didn't tell me you had someone interested in you," Kiara shouted over the music. I gave a coy grin. Didn't know it was necessary.
"Necessary? Emma, it is completely necessary to get a piece of that Scottish booty tonight,"
Odette cried. "You need to jump on that because Finley is hot." "Please talk about my best friend and my sister when I'm not here." Arthur gave a laugh, but it was a little forced. Vara stroked his back and gave him a smile. "Lighten up," I said. "This is my last big night out before the skating competition. I'm just here to have fun, not get into trouble." "I don't know about all that," Delmare said as she sipped at her beer. "Trouble usually finds you." Arthur smirked. "Just don't get too crazy." "No promises." The girls and I left my brother and Vara at the drink table as we crossed to the dance floor. Ozzy and Jasper were there. Jasper was at the DJ table, spinning discs, while Ozzy was shaking his butt to the music. "Hey, Emma!" Ozzy sang as I came near. "I've missed you so much. I'm so excited to see that bushy redhead of yours." He made no mention of the dress. Ozzy jived to the music in an awkward way. As he did so, a couple of people lining the wall pointed and laughed. Jasper sent them a death glare, but it did nothing to silence the taunts. Ozzy didn't notice. I didn't like how people were laughing at him. It was beyond mean. I drank down my wine and tossed the cup away before I held out my hand to him. "Ozzy, want to dance?" "Yes!" Ozzy took my hands in his and jumped up and down like a little kid. I giggled and danced with him. He nearly pulled me down as he lost his footing a few times and fell over. As I was dancing, a pair of arms wrapped around me from behind. Finley had returned. I was keenly aware of his muscular body pressing into mine. "I hope I'm not intruding," Finley teased. "Not at all." I slung my arms around his shoulders, and we began swaying back and forth in unison. The girls watched me as I pressed my breasts to Finley's front. His brown curls fell into his eyes, and hot damn, it was sexy. In the lowness of the lights, everything seemed possible. "I'm glad you came," Finley said. "This party would have been boring without you."
I thought it was time to live a little, I said. I pressed myself closer to Finley, and he took it as an opportunity to put his hand on my thigh, right beneath the hem of my dress. I didn't mind at all. Finley smiled. You have a way of attracting attention, I can give you that. There's more where that came from. I dared to wrap my leg around Finley and inch it up his hip just slightly. At first, he seemed excited by the gesture. Then Finley paused. He drew away from me for a moment. I'm sorry. I like you, but this is hard. In his eyes, I could see the echoes of his mate. I'd gone too far. I retreated and kept our bodies at a comfortable distance. I understand. I want you to be ready. Let's just enjoy the night. Finley spun me around before he dipped me into his arms. No promises. I liked that. I'd never hung out with a guy before without having any expectations. With Ethan and I, there were always assumptions about how our relationship would go, and trying to live up to them was exhausting. With Finley, I was completely free to choose what I wanted. It was a welcome break. As I was dancing with Finley, I caught sight of two familiar figures near the drink table. My mood soured. Of course Stefan was here. He was popular and friends with everybody. But why did he have to drag Ethan along? Ethan's eyes locked on me, and he did a double take. His mouth dropped to the damn floor as his eyes roved my revealing outfit. Then his eyes flashed to Finley, whose arms were wrapped around me. Ethan's shoulders shook, like they did when he was about to change. I felt a justified sense of revenge as his smoldering gaze met mine. Ethan's fists were clenched so tightly his fingers were going white. He was totally pissed I was in another guy's arms, and I loved it. Stefan noticed me and my friends. His eyes grew wide at my dress, but he ripped his gaze away and set his sights on Delmare. The smile that crept across his face told me he loved her corset. Hello, baby cakes, Stefan purred when he came near. He wrapped an arm around Delmare's waist and yanked her close. You look like you've been a very bad girl. Delmare raised an eyebrow and pursed her lips. If I have, what are you going to do about it? Stefan snickered, and he began playing with the strings of Delmare's corset. Blech, I was over them already. Ethan wasn't paying attention. He was giving the worst death glare to Finley, who was doing his best to ignore him. I rolled my eyes and pressed myself closer to Finley. Do you mind? We're a bit busy. Ethan's teeth gnashed. I didn't know you were with someone. Well, I am, I growled, and I'd very much appreciate it if you'd go away. Ethan's eyes narrowed. There are easier ways to get back at me than prancing around in that thing. Triumph. He didn't like my dress. A victorious smile spread across my face. I hardly wore it for you. Ethan gave a noise that sounded like a growl. I can't believe you. Emma, this is ridiculous. Come home with me and we'll talk this out. Leave the lady alone, Finley said. No harm done here. Ethan's eyes flashed red at Finley's words, and I felt a hollowness grow within my throat. The Lashane was still inside Ethan. If he lost control, the demon would overpower him, and he'd hurt everyone at this party, not to mention expose that he was possessed. I had to play babysitter and calm him down. Finley, would you excuse me for a moment? Certainly. Finley stepped back as I grabbed Ethan's hand. I yanked him across the party and into a deserted hallway. The anger rolled off of Ethan in waves, but with a glance backward, I saw the satisfied look on his face. He was ecstatic he'd gotten me away from Finley. Screw him. I'd show him I wasn't a piece of meat for him to fight over. I let go of his hand immediately once we were alone. Is it your job to ruin my fun, or are you just good at it? I wasn't getting off to a great start in calming him down, but I didn't care. I was so frustrated with Ethan right now I almost wanted the demon to take over, just so I could give the Lashane a big punch to the mouth. Ethan's jaw worked. I didn't know I made you that miserable. Why are you here? You fucking hate parties, I snapped. This isn't your scene.
Stefan insisted I needed some cheering up, he shot back. But he clearly brought me here to torture me, as the first thing I saw was you dancing with some other shifter in your underwear. You're a jealous bastard. I ran a hand angrily through my curls. In case you haven't noticed, we're not together anymore. I can date whoever I like, kiss whoever I like, hell, I can fuck whoever I like, and you're not going to do a damn thing about it. He really didn't like that. Ethan's whole body tensed, and for a second, I worried the demon inside of him would come out. But he managed to maintain control, and by that, I was impressed. You're single. You can do what you want. I'm not going to stop you. It was nice he wasn't being possessive, but at the same time, my heart dropped a little. Ethan cared, but not enough to beg for me back. He was still allowing this demon to stand between us. I put a hand on my hip. Didn't know I had to get approval from you to live my life. You don't! Ethan flung a hand up in the air. Gods, Emma, I don't understand you. It's like you still doubt I want you. Doubt? Of course I doubt. If you wanted me, you'd fight for me. I put my hands on his shoulders and shoved him back. But you didn't. You left me alone to rot. Excuse me if I want some other guy to come pick up the pieces. You broke up with me, he hissed. Not by choice. You forced my hand. So sue me if I try to get attention somewhere else. I turned my back on him and went to walk away, but Ethan grabbed my wrist and pulled me back. My back hit the wall as Ethan's arms enclosed around me. He leaned in. I could feel his breath skim across my skin as he spoke. Do you understand what that dress does to me? He growled. Seeing you dressed like that in another man's arms. It's driving me insane. Ethan drew closer, and his hips pressed against my bare leg. I got a thrill when I noticed his pulsing erection straining through his pants, skimming against my thigh. Finally, this was what I wanted. My breath grew shallow as his voice dropped low, my breasts heaving as they brushed his chest. So do something about it, I challenged. Looks like you've already found someone who will. His voice was accusatory. He didn't get it. Yes, I wanted Finlay, wanted to be with him, but I wanted to be with Ethan so much more. And in this position we were in, so close together in this abandoned hallway, he could fuck me up against the wall right now and I'd have absolutely no objection. His gaze grew dark. Why do you insist on torturing me? My mouth was dry with lust. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to get through to you. It's not working, so stop trying. Ethan walked away, like he always did. When he abandoned me in that hallway, it was probably the worst thing I ever felt. Emptiness like never before covered me like a grave. Tears rose to my eyes and threatened to spill over. I'd promised myself Ethan Nowak would never make me feel this way again, and yet I let him do it over and over. Why did I keep falling for him? I wiped the tears away and threw my head back high. Fuck Ethan Nowak and everything he stood for. I came here tonight to have a good time, and by the gods, I was going to party my ass off even if I broke my own heart doing it. I returned to the party. Thank the gods, Ethan was nowhere in sight. I took 2 drinks in my hands from the table and downed both of them in moments. My brother, who recognized I was upset, put a hand on my arm. What's wrong? It's just my stupid mate, or ex-mate, or whatever the hell he is. More tears came, but I pushed them back. Fun times, I reminded myself, and I reached for another wine cooler. Arthur frowned. Is Ethan being a jerk? I can give him a piece of my mind if you want. The thought of my scrawny brother trying to beat up Ethan, the beefcake of the century, was comical as hell. I laughed, and it broke some of the bitterness in my chest. Don't mind him. Let's have some fun. All right. Arthur frowned as I picked up another cooler. I wasn't supposed to have alcohol in the first place,
due to being severely immunocompromised, but I had a glass or two every once in a while. I certainly wasn't supposed to get drunk, but tonight I decided to throw all that out the window. Getting sick or landing another infection couldn't be as bad as the wound inside my heart. All the stress I was going through collided with my feelings. The big competition coming up, finding the stones in time, my mom lying to me, possibly losing my health care, losing Ethan. It was too much to deal with. All of it I tried to drown with alcohol. I drifted throughout the party, looking for the girls and chugging drinks. I found Kiara and Odette sitting on a couch in the living room. Ozzy, who'd taken a fond liking to Odette, was sitting on her lap. "Where's Stefan and Elmer?" I asked. My voice was already slurred.
"They went upstairs to find a room," Kiara said. "You won't be seeing her for a while."
Trust my wing girl to get laid right when I needed her. Ozzy's eyebrows furrowed when he saw me. "Emma, are you okay? Please tell me you're okay." "What are you talking about, Ozzy? I'm great." My drink sloshed everywhere as I raised my cup. Kiara made a face.
"Emma, you're drunk."
"I am perfectly sober." My eyes scanned the crowded room for an opportunity. I saw that Finlay was standing on top of a coffee table, drinking beer to chants of chug, chug, chug. An idea popped into my head. It was so tempting I grasped it immediately. It was time to show Ethan Nowak he didn't own me. I might have had one too many drinks tonight, but I needed to let go and act crazy. If Ethan was so upset about me dancing with some other shifter in my underwear, I'd fix the problem by not wearing any at all. Finley had tossed his cup down to the floor by the time I climbed onto the coffee table beside him. When he turned around, I grabbed both sides of his face and kissed him as hard as I could muster. Finley's body stiffened. I hoped I wasn't crossing a line before his arms relaxed and wrapped around me. He kissed me back softly, and I opened his mouth to let in his tongue as we made out for the entire party to see. Finlay's kisses were warm and open. There was a kindness to his movements that was easy to fall into. His strong body felt like a temple as his lips caressed my own. Kissing Finlay was easy, friendly. It was something I could get used to. But he didn't taste like Ethan. The passion wasn't there, and because of that, it wasn't enough. I swear I heard several phone cameras go off as I kissed Finley, knew the pictures would be in the paper tomorrow, but I didn't care. My head swam and buzzed with the effects of alcohol, and I decided to take it a step further. As I pulled away from Finley, my hands went to the back of my dress, and I unclipped my bra. There were cheers from the crowd, especially the guys, as I gave a cry and tossed it to the room. It fell into a group of shifters, and the guys started fighting over who would get it. My gaze roamed over the people in the room. Arthur had covered his eyes. Vara was laughing up a storm. Odette, Kiara, and Ozzy all looked equally shocked. But the best part of all was Ethan. He'd gone so white-faced at my actions he appeared to be a ghost. But I didn't stop there. Carefully, I slid a hand up my dress and took off my panties in a slow way so I didn't accidentally expose myself to the entire crowd. People gasped when they saw the lacy thong in my hand. I twirled it over my head, letting out a whoo before tossing it into the air. It sailed across the room and hit Ethan right in the face. Jackpot. By this point, I was laughing maniacally. Finlay's cheeks were a little red, like he was embarrassed. He put an arm around my hips and helped me down from the coffee table. "I think you've had a little too much to drink." The faces blended together in the crowd as Kiara and Odette broke into my vision. "Emma, it's time to go home." I felt Kiara grasp my wrist. "You've had too much." A sensation of floating came over me as the girls pulled me out of the party. "Take care of her, will you?" I heard Finley cry out. A giggle passed through my lips.
The cool night air made me feel like I was jumping into an icy pool, and I regret I hadn't brought a jacket. Kiara's heels clicked on the cobblestone as she said, "What's gotten into you? You went too far."
"Did you see the look on Ethan's face, though?" Odette gushed. "Total payback."
Kiara smirked just a little, and a warm glow settled around me. Vengeance was sweet. Whatever I'd done tonight, it was totally worth it.
Chapter 7. Ethan. My phone pinged with a news alert late in the afternoon. My eyes shot open. I'd been asleep all day, skipping all my classes and preferring to stay in my dorm with the shades drawn. I'd been caught in a fitful slumber. Though hours had gone by, I'd gained no rest and felt just as exhausted as I had when I'd laid down that morning. Anxiety churned in my gut, making me believe Elijah had passed another sick decree to lead us all down the path to hell. The headline I read was even worse. Royal betrayal? Did Emmeline Sosna leave her Prince Charming for her hot Scottish beau? There was a picture with the news alert that showed Emma and Finlay's lips locked together, kissing for all of Malovia's entertainment. It made me nauseous to look at. I groaned and rolled the other way, tossing my phone to the floor. That party the other night couldn't have been more disastrous. When I saw that rogue rubbing on my mate, my wolf nearly lost it. I had to maintain every inch of self-control in my body to avoid bursting into wolven form and ripping his throat out. At first, I thought the demon would react to my rage and attempt to take over, but all the Lashane did was revel in glee. It was clear the Lashane wouldn't interfere when Emma and I were having conflict, because every fight we had drove us further away from our bond, and me deeper into his clutches. Then, gods, she'd taken off her underwear and thrown it to the room. In public, for Luca's sake. Getting her thong to the face was like her delivering a slap. I couldn't believe she'd gone that far. And yet, there was an unexpected bonus she didn't see. I got to keep her panties. That fact was soured by the notion that somewhere, some other man had her bra. Gods, Emma was driving me nuts. I couldn't decide if she was dating Finlay to piss me off, or if she really liked him. It was the latter that scared the hell out of me. "Your mate's a whore," the Lashane hissed. "She's not fit to serve you. Do you see that now?" I sneered and pushed him away, delivering a telepathic punch to the gut. The Lashane cringed and drew back. Whoever he was, nobody talked about Emma like that, no matter what she'd done. I was protective, like all shifters were, but I wasn't controlling, and if Emma wanted to move on and find someone else, I wouldn't stop her. I wanted her to be happy, even if I was devastated. Maybe it was for the best. Someone else would be there to take care of her after I was gone. With a bleary look at the clock, I realized I had to get up. I'd gotten an invite to attend some pompous royal party at the palace. It was my intention to invade that party and ask highborns about the Alicorn Court. I got dressed in formal attire, though it felt even more imperious than it usually did, and walked through campus to find my carriage. I passed the cafeteria without eating anything, knowing it wouldn't do any good. Like a cancer, the demon was killing me from the inside out. No matter how much food I ate, my appetite was never satisfied. No matter how much I slept, I gained no rest. Entering the royal palace felt like twisting a knife between my ribs. I'd lived here my entire life, and I'd been banished with no more than an afterthought once Elijah moved in. They'd changed the flags in the castle to bear Elijah's symbol, a black background with a red coat of arms in the middle. And though the decorations remained mostly intact, there was a melancholy amongst the servants that hadn't been there when I'd left. He hardly could be treating them well. Elijah considered the help beneath him. The party was held in one of the grand parlor rooms off the main entryway. Elijah and Gabby were there, greeting guests at the doorway. Elijah had on the king's hussar's uniform and the crown that I had known as my father's atop his head. Gabby was wearing a similar queen's crown and a silver dress that reminded me of iron. They really didn't need to wear the crowns everywhere. They were supposed to be for special occasions only, though I was certain Gabby and Elijah never took theirs off. Gabby plastered on a fake smile that looked more like a gloating smirk. Elijah inclined his head when I came near. "It's nice to see you accepted my invite, cousin." "I live to serve Malovia." My tone was blunt. I wasn't sure why Elijah had invited me here, until I had figured out he was using the opportunity to get information about the stones. No doubt he had a servant pegged to follow me around at this event. I had to be very careful about who I spoke to. "I'm sorry about the humiliation you faced this morning. Emma's betrayal is all over the news," Gabby preened. She couldn't wait to dig her claws in. "It's such a sad thing when mates can't be loyal, don't you agree?" I wouldn't stand here and tolerate her talking shit about Emma. I walked away without giving an answer. I heard Elijah give a huff. It was exceptionally rude to turn your back on a royal without being dismissed, and yet I couldn't care less about the implications. As expected, there were a lot of eyes on me. Gossip about Emma's infraction was clearly circling the room. I picked a glass of champagne from one of the servant trays and sipped at it, pretending to be unbothered. I scanned the room of various circle members. Lord Zlodia was speaking with Lord Boris on the other side of the room, appearing boisterous, though Lady Corva's eyes narrowed as she looked at me. Her presence made me feel very unwelcome. I was hoping Lord Lucian would be here, but he was curiously absent, along with Lady Magdalena. They'd snubbed Gabby and Elijah by not showing up. That was dangerous. And interesting. I didn't know where else they might have gone. I was only interested in the Alicorn members of the circle. They'd have information about the court. I was also hoping to retrieve what I needed and get out of here before my mother showed up. I hadn't told her about the stones, and for good reason. I wasn't sure if she could keep the information from her sister. Lord Radcliffe was an Alicorn shifter, one of the oldest on the council. If anyone had knowledge on the Alicorn Court, it'd be him. I dared to slide beside him to make small talk. "How are you, Lord Radcliffe?"
"Capable, young prince." His voice was guffawed, like he was astonished I had the audacity to speak directly to him. "You're looking rather peaky." I cleared my throat. "I actually wanted to ask you for your guidance." "If you want my help with women, I'm afraid I'm lost for words." Radcliffe took another drink of his champagne. "Keeping your mate in line is something I have no talent for." Irritation welled in my gut. "This isn't about Emma. I was hoping you'd be able to clear up a bit of gossip for me." "Gossip? Do I look like a common chambermaid?" His tone was vastly insulted. I hurried to rectify. "No, that isn't what I'm asking. You see, this is a peculiar rumor involving a secret court." Lord Radcliffe gaped at me. I am not sure what you mean." He knew exactly what I meant. I went to speak again until Lady Iris swept up and grabbed my arm. "Prince Ethan, what a pleasure," she said. "If you'd be so kind to escort me down to the gardens, I need fresh air." Lady Iris whisked me away before I could finish the conversation. Elijah's eyes were on us as we left the parlor room, but Iris gave a polite incline of the head, and his attention turned away. He trusted her. She'd fooled him for now. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered under my breath as we entered the gardens. "What is the Alicorn Court? Where are they?" "Not here." Lady Iris jerked her head to the side. I noticed a servant's eyes on me as they pretended to rake up leaves. "You are dancing with fire, asking the wrong questions in the wrong places." "Then what are the right questions?" We came to a stop underneath an Alicorn statue, away from the ears of the servants.
I stared into Lady Iris's eyes and tried to see the answers within. The Alicorn Court is a legend, a myth, one closely guarded by the Alicorn faction, Lady Iris said. It is kept a secret by only the most trustworthy of our members. What about Lord Radcliffe, your mated? Her mouth was pinched. Lord Radcliffe might be my husband, but he is not among us. Are you a part of the court? I asked. If you are, you must know our quest. Help us. I have given you as many clues as I can, she said. I've already overstepped the bounds of the court by speaking to you in the first place. If you hand us the stone, you won't have to worry about being exposed. It's not that simple. There are others involved. If you want the Alicorn stone, you must find the Alicorn Court first and convince them to give it to you. Then give us directions as to where it is, and we will. The location of the Alicorn Court cannot be told. It must be found, Lady Iris said firmly. Don't ask about them around the circle again, or the king will know where next to look. You must find the next stone before he does. Can't you give us any help? No. I am honor-bound, as well as sworn by an oath of magic. Lady Iris's eyes flashed to the side. The gate will open when you discover the door. That's all you need to know. Lady Iris hurried off before I could ask anything more. She left me with more questions than answers. The gate will open when you discover the door? What on earth did that mean? It was another clue we had to decipher. It was one step closer to finding the Alicorn stone, though I had no idea what it meant. I returned from the party an hour later. I was successfully able to avoid my mother, and as Lady Iris told me investigating the Alicorn Court within the circle would be useless, I decided to head back to the university. My friends were lounging around on the couches by the fire in the rec room, save for Emma, who was nowhere to be found. They were all gathered around Kiara, who was reading the paper. Each of them looked up as I walked in. Did you find out anything? Alexei asked. I huffed. Jack and shit. Except Lady Iris told me a riddle about the court. The gate will open when you discover the door. Whatever the hell that means. Odette tapped her chin. Interesting. What's that? I gestured to the paper. Kiara folded it up. Just the latest about your love life, Delmare said. Apparently, Emma is the sexy red-headed temptress who eats men alive, while you're just boring old news. I let out a harsh sound. That was typical, for the news to spin their side of the story in such a way. All Emma had done was kissed another guy. Not something I was happy about, but she was hardly going through men. You gave the press an inch, and they'd take the whole country. Kiara tossed the paper aside. But enough about that. It's ready. I straightened. The exorcism? Yes, don't say it so loud, Alexei hissed. We have it prepared in the alchemy classroom. Once it turns midnight, we'll head down there and get this demon out of you for good. Hope stirred in my chest. This was it. I might finally be able to cast this demon out, get my mate back. Don't count on it, the Lashane sneered. I'm not going anywhere. I'll get you out of me if it's the last thing I do. The demon didn't respond to my taunt, but to growl. Didn't matter. This demon was leaving. Tonight. Once it neared midnight, we headed down to the alchemy classroom. When I entered, nervousness caused my hands to shake. In the room was a salt circle, a black candle, and a small knife. The room was dimly lit by the fireplace within the alchemy lab and by the moonlight outside. Kiara stood at the head of the circle, flipping through a priestess spell book. The rest of my friends stood around the circle, as if preparing for whatever would emerge. I warn you, this is going to be very painful, Kiara said, as I entered the classroom. I've put up a sound delusion so you can scream as much as you want. No one will hear us down here. This is the only way. Pain was something I was used to. I'd endure it if it meant regaining my freedom. Long moments passed. My anxiety grew with every passing minute. We couldn't do this without my mate, and yet she wasn't here. "Where the hell is Emma?" Kiara hissed, checking her watch. "We need her for this ceremony." Nausea churned within me. If Emma didn't show up, we couldn't do the ceremony. Had I pissed her off so badly the other night she no longer cared about helping me escape this demon? Eventually, I smelled Emma's scent from afar. She entered the classroom, steps small and slight. It was 10 minutes until midnight. She sure took her time getting here. "Where have you been?" Kiara's voice was short. "I was out with Finley." Emma shrugged casually. "I made it in time." So she'd been on a date. Just perfect. Emma's eyes flashed to me. She narrowed them slightly before she asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Kneel at the head of the circle in the north," Kiara said. "Ethan, I need you to light the candle from Vesna, the goddess of wisdom, in the center of the circle. Then lie down with the candle and knife at your feet and your head at Emma's knees, still within the salt circle." I did as Kiara asked, then laid down. I was looking up into Emma's eyes as she hovered above me, waiting. Kiara chewed on her lip. "Emma, whatever happens, no matter how much Ethan begs, you have to stick with the exorcism. If you break it, Ethan will remain trapped." "I won't beg," I swore. "You will," Kiara said, and it made my stomach plummet. "Trust me." "Just tell me what you need me to do." Emma's voice was determined. She wanted this demon out just as badly as I did. Kiara looked to Delmare and Odette. "I need the two of you on the east and west side. I'll be taking the south. You'll be chanting with me." "What do you want us to do?" Stefan asked, thumbing at Alexei and Theo. "Be ready to fight. This demon isn't going to like this." Kiara stood at my feet. She held a hand over me as she read from the tome in her other hand. "We ask the goddess of wisdom, Vesna, the blue doe of knowledge, to sanctify this area and keep it pure. No darkness may escape this circle. We call upon Vesna's magic to cleanse this fey soul, to save it from all impurity. We ask Vesna to compel all lesser spirits, ordering them to flee away from her healing power." As Kiara spoke, the demon within me wiggled uncomfortably. I could feel it tearing up my organs, scratching as if it was a rat trying to get out of a trap. I winced with pain, and Emma's attention went directly to my features. "We call upon the 7 gods to banish this dark entity." Kiara began waving an incense burner above me. It swung on thin chains, creating a haunting glowing trail as the scent of sage overpowered the room. She moved the burner in a particular fashion, creating the sigil of the 7 gods and smoke over my body. When she put the burner down, her illusion magic kept the smoke in place, so the sigil remained intact. I cried out in pain, each part of my skin burning with fever as the demon lashed out. It was like the coals of hell were pressing against my back as I lay against the stone floor, and it took all I had in me to remain still. It felt like bugs were crawling under my skin, beetles the size of golf balls gnawing away at my sinew and bone. I scratched maniacally at my arms, drawing blood, doing anything to drive the itching away. Emma's expression increased in worry as her gaze flickered from me to Kiara. Kiara remained steady, unaffected by my torture. "My sisters, chant with me in this calling to send away all darkness," Kiara boomed. "We imevos ze bogrum vibis vos. We imevos ze bogrum vibis vos. We imevos ze bogrum vibis vos." Odette, Kiara, Delmare, and Emma all began chanting, Malovian in unison. "In the name of the gods, we banish you." The moment those words left their lips, I couldn't take it anymore. My back arched on the ground as I let out a scream of horrible agony. The Lashane's magic began infiltrating all my cells, pulling on my veins and separating the cords of my muscle as he struggled to hold on to my body. The sensation was akin to being dipped in acid, Tears ran from my eyes as my cries got more primal with every chant. "We have to stop," Emma shouted over the chanting. "The demon's killing him." "This is going to hurt him until we get this demon out," Kiara responded. "The faster we do this, the faster we can help Ethan." Their words were hard to comprehend. I was in so much pain, all I could fathom was the hurt. My vision swam out of focus. When the demon's hooks latched onto my ribcage and pulled, I nearly passed out. It felt like the Lashane had its teeth in my intestines and was gnashing them to bits. Whispers emitted from my lips, begging them to stop, begging them to just kill me and get it over with. Emma went stark pale, like she wanted to gag. "Emma, step into the salt circle and take the knife. With the blade, make the sigil of the gods in the air," Kiara said. A bead of sweat had appeared along her brow. Odette and Delmare's faces were twisted in anguish as they struggled to pry away the demon's hold. Emma carefully stepped inside the salt circle. When she entered, I felt a slight bit of peace. Her presence eased some of the pain and made it slightly bearable. I searched out for her bond and held onto it for dear life. She must have felt it, because her gaze grew wide, and through our connection I felt her reach back. The demon didn't like that. The Lashane took a gnarled finger and pressed it against my heart, branding it like a hot iron. I twisted on the ground and wept. The way I clung to Emma's shoes like she was my only hope, a beggar condemned by the world, was pitiful. She was my goddess now, and my only way out of this terrible pain. I felt teardrops on the back of my head that sprang from her eyes. "Emma, the knife!" Kiara's words were short. I screamed as Emma pried her legs out of my arms and barely saw her crouch down to grab the knife. She began making the sigil of the gods over me, the blade sweeping through the smoke. That's when I let out a gasp of relief. It was only for a few moments. A black specter levitated out of my body, taking the shape of a man. The man had no legs, its lower end still attached to me in a twisting tendril. Emma's face grew with horror as the smoke specter turned on her. As it lashed out a hand, the knife Emma was holding was yanked away. The knife hung in midair before the Lashane cast his arm out. The knife moved forward and without warning began carving into my chest, making deep marks into my skin. I gave a panged cry as the blade cut through my shirt, soaking blood onto the cobblestone. "Emma, you have to fight it! Kill it so we can get it out of Ethan!" Kiara shouted. The Lashane caused a whirlwind to pick up in the room. Odette and Delmare were chanting madly as their hair swept around their faces. The boys darted forward to hold the girls down so they wouldn't be knocked off their feet by the powerful wind. Emma was the only one that wasn't affected, as she was within the salt circle. She began casting illusions like no tomorrow. Blue balls of magic flung from her fingers, sailing at the Lashane. They connected, but each time they did, I screamed aloud. The demon's pain was my pain, too. She couldn't kill him without me feeling every blow. "Emma," I gasped. The Lashane was twisting the tip of the knife into my side, the fresh cuts still oozing blood. I begged her to save me, or at least end it through our bond. This was no way to live. This was worse than dying. The Lashane curled his fingers, and bruises began mottling my skin as the demon loomed over my mate. By this time, I'd lost the strength to cry out, my pain diluted to a few whispers. Desks and chairs flew around the room in the Lashane's whirlwind, and the others had to duck to avoid being hit. "We're losing control!" Kiara's face was panicked. She shuffled pages of her book, in a prayer she'd find something that would keep the Lashane contained. She didn't find it in time. When Emma was backing away from the demon in terror, her shoe cut a hole in the salt circle. This was the only opportunity the demon needed to attack. The whirlwind abruptly stopped, and the desks flying around fell to the ground as the Lashane sprang forward. He zoomed around the room as a dark spirit set loose, though a piece of him was still attached to my soul. The Lashane smacked into Stefan, knocking him unconscious before he turned its attentions on Alexei. The boy instantly turned into a griffin and tried to combat, But the Lashane threw out his dark fingers, and Alexei fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Theo changed into an Alicorn and charged at the demon with his head down, but when the Lashane screamed, a large cut formed across Theo's chest. The Alicorn cried out as blood sprayed everywhere. Odette flung a shield around Theo to protect him. The Lashane bounced his magic against it, and Odette fell to her knees as her shield broke, crying out in pain. Delmare's battle magic bombs fizzled into nothingness as the Lashane approached, smacking her across the face. She flew to the other side of the room and slammed against the wall, going still. Kiara backed away from the circle, holding her book to her chest and shaking in fear as the demon advanced on her. His bloodlust had been set free. We were all going to die in here, and I was helpless to do anything about it. I'd led my friends to their doom. The Lashane opened his dark mouth wide. It unhinged from the jaw, becoming a bottomless pit. Kiara let out a blood-curdling scream as the demon prepared to eat her alive. "Enough!" Emma's scream shook the walls. She flung out a hand. I felt it through our bond. Emma's magic ran through me before it grabbed the tail end of the demon, yanking it back inside my body. The Lashane let out a gasp. It was pulled into my chest, and I screamed again as I heard bones break. The Lashane was desperately attempting to escape, but Emma's magic was holding it bound. She knelt in my blood and placed her hands on my chest, teeth gritted as she kept the demon imprisoned. Eventually, the Lashane grew quiet. The torture stopped, and all I could feel anymore was the familiar thrashing of the demon inside of me, and my newly broken ribs. Emma sat back, breathing hard. She put a hand on the ground to keep herself steady, trying not to pass out. My blood was streaked all over her clothes. Around the room, there were groans of pain as people came around. Alexei gasped for air as he changed back. The cut on Theo's chest was already healing, but as he shifted into a man and touched the wound with his fingers, he winced with the sting. Stefan helped Delmare to her feet while she held her head. A bruise had formed from her chin to her hairline from the demon's slap. It could have been a lot worse. My shifter magic worked to repair my battered body, but it would take a few days to heal completely. The fresh cuts on my chest began to close as I sat up in desperate pain. Kiara's eyes watered with tears. We'd gotten the demon out of my body for mere moments, but after all that work, we hadn't managed to sever his connection to me once. It hadn't worked. I didn't know it would be like that. Emma's voice shook as her tone grew accusative. She whirled around on Kiara. Why didn't you tell us it would be that horrible? I was completely unprepared. If I had told you what needed to be done before, you wouldn't have tried it. Kiara wiped away tears with the back of her hand. This isn't over. We can try again. No. My voice was firm as I struggled to remain upright, giving a cough. We aren't doing that again. We have no choice. We have to get this demon out somehow, Kiara pleaded. It nearly killed you all, I spat. I will not risk the lives of my friends or the life of my mate. Let the demon do as he will. We can't give up, Emma demanded. This is the only way. There is another way, and it is to let me die, I said harshly. That is the end of it. Do not ask me to risk the well-being of my friends a second time. It's over. Emma's lips wobbled. I forced myself not to care. The exorcism had failed. This demon was here to stay. He was determined to sap the life out of me, his host, before continuing his rampage elsewhere. I was powerless to stop him, which meant I needed to stay far away from my friends, to protect them. I didn't want them to become collateral damage when the demon regained control. What happened today was merely a taste of the carnage the demon would cause when he finally broke loose. I would not be a puppet for this creature's bloodlust. I had to get my affairs in order. Then, I had to prepare to die.
Chapter 8. Emma. I'd failed to save my mate. It was only a matter of time before I lost Ethan forever. Watching him go through that pain as we tried to get rid of the demon, it was terrible. I would have rather experienced 1,000 agonizing deaths than witness Ethan clinging to my shoes, begging me to stop the agony I was causing him. I used every violent illusion I had in my arsenal to kill the Lashane, but nothing I had did any good. The demon shook off my magic like dust and continued on his violent rampage. I'd faced a lot of monsters since I'd come to Malovia, but the Lashane made all of them look like playthings. I didn't want to put the demon back into Ethan, but I knew if I didn't, the Lashane was going to kill us all. We outnumbered him, but he was vastly more powerful than us. I tried and failed to put the demon into something else while we were fighting him, an object in the room, even myself to spare Ethan the pain. But I couldn't do that, because as much as I wanted to wrench the demon free, he wouldn't come loose off of Ethan's soul. The Lashane was still attached, still stuck. So I made the hardest decision I ever could, my mate or my friends. I chose my friends because I knew I could save them. I didn't know if we could save Ethan. I yanked the Lashane back into Ethan's body through our bond and kept him there until we could figure out what to do in the meantime. Kiara was erratically searching for more spells to try. Ethan had declared it hopeless, but no matter what, I wasn't giving up on him. Somewhere, this Lashane had a weak point, and we were going to find it in order to save Ethan's life. It took a week after the exorcism for me to recover. I'd been in the bathroom on my knees, throwing up for the first 3 days after. I was so lightheaded I couldn't walk straight. Performing the exorcism had sucked up all my energy, and there was none left over for fighting my illness. My muscles were in so much pain that I cried when Kiara tried to massage the knots out. My joints were so stiff I could hardly move them. I'd taken the week off ice practice, the last thing I wanted to do before the big competition, but it couldn't be helped. I could barely walk, let alone skate. I finally returned to school on the first day of October after missing all of my classes several days before. Odette had said that morning she wanted to talk to me, and now that my classes were done for the day, I was heading to the rec room to meet up with her. I took an often-abandoned hallway as a shortcut. I was so lost in my own thoughts I didn't notice 2 people in front of me had violently broken apart as I walked by. I stopped, but only for a second as I recognized the faces. Jasper and Ozzy were kissing. Okay, big deal. I thought they liked each other. Good for them. But if that was the case, why did they look so terrified? The blood had drained from Jasper's face. He seemed petrified. It isn't what it looks like. What a weird thing to say. Don't be embarrassed, I said. I figured you two had a thing. Ozzy had big tears welling up in his eyes. Please, oh please, Emma, don't tell anyone. Why would I? It's not my business, I said. Because it's against Arcanian law, Jasper whispered. What do you mean? My voice was rife with astonishment. What the hell was he talking about? Realization dawned on Jasper's face. Emma, have you seen any same-sex couples around Dolinska? I paused. Come to think of it, no. That's because it's forbidden, Jasper said. It's against the law to be in a relationship with someone of the same gender here. Sorceresses are supposed to be with shifters. That's how it's meant to be. What's going to happen to you if people find out? I asked. Ozzy looked down. From behind him, Jasper drew a finger across his throat. My mouth dropped open. You can't be serious! These are Fae customs. It's how we grew up, Jasper said. I don't care what kind of backwards ideas the Fae have. It's time for them to change, I yelled. Shh, keep your voice down. Jasper looked around nervously. Look, in Malovia, it's a sin to be with someone of the same sex because you're expected to reproduce and make more Fae. People think you're abandoning your mate if you don't hook up with someone of the opposite gender.
They don't believe it's possible for men to bond with men or women with women. Why can't shifters bond together, or sorceresses? I challenged.
We think we've bonded,
Ozzy squeaked, and while Jasper told him to shush.
We're shifters, and we think it's possible.
Yes, but most Fae aren't going to see it that way, Jasper begged. Emma, you have to keep quiet about this. Our lives are on the line. I would never tell, I said. Do you think anyone else knows? Arthur and Vara know. We're certain Finley has guessed, Jasper said. They're good friends. They haven't turned us in. The thought that you could be arrested for having a consensual adult relationship with someone you loved was sickening. All I could do to show my support was give them both hugs. I felt useless any other way. I'm sorry you have to hide this, I said as I embraced Ozzy. But know that I support you, and I will keep your secret.
Thanks, Emmy.
Ozzy nearly danced with joy.
We knew we could count on you.
Jasper's shoulders slumped with relief when I held him. Yes, thank you for keeping this quiet. I'd do anything to protect Ozzy, and you don't have to explain how you feel. That's only for you, I said. Jasper looked at Ozzy the same way Ethan looked at me. I knew exactly how he felt. We parted then because we were afraid of getting caught, even though we weren't doing anything criminal except talking about a gay relationship in the middle of a hallway. It was totally sick. I wished with all my heart I hadn't fucked up the King's contest and I'd become queen. If I ruled the country, the anti-gay laws would be the first thing to go. Seriously, what was wrong with this twisted nation? Odette was in the rec room, making a macrame wall hanging. She was humming a pleasant tune as the TV above the fireplace droned on in the background, some teen drama show Odette loved to watch. Hey, I sat down next to her. You wanted to meet up? Odette caught my concerned look before I could disguise it.
You're bothered, Emma. It's about Ozzy and Jasper, isn't it?
My mouth bobbed. No.
You don't have to lie, Odette whispered. I saw them together in a vision. Poor things, having to hide like that.
Please tell me they get a happy ending. I wanted that for them.
I hope so. I haven't seen it, though.
Odette wiggled her butt.
Anyway, I wanted us to go to the Alicorn village. I think we can investigate my Trika heritage there. Theo's coming with us.
That's a great idea. Maybe it would help us get closer to finding the Alicorn Court. Have you had any other visions?
I'm getting lots of visions, but they're all small things,
Odette gushed.
Stefan and Delmare are going to have an argument, but they'll sort it out. Kiara's going to fall down the stairs if she doesn't start looking where she's going. Oh, and you don't need to study for Corva's test next week. You're going to fail anyway.
You didn't need to be a druid to tell me that. I knew I was failing Corva's class. My concentration and memory was shit lately. The brain fog I had was getting so bad, listening to teachers lecture might as well be hearing white noise. Everything went in one ear and out the other, and I couldn't hold on to important information, not even if I took notes. My mind might as well be a strainer. It's good that your powers are starting to blossom, I said.
Isn't it? Odette squealed. I have a big vision coming on. I can just feel it.
The TV changed, and Odette groaned as her show was taken over by a Malovian news broadcast. My nose wrinkled as Gabby came on screen, behind a podium. She began speaking in Malovian, and though I couldn't understand it, I knew whatever coming out of her mouth was probably a bunch of crap. My hunch was confirmed when Odette rolled her eyes as Gabby spoke. She curled her lip to mock her. What's she saying? My Malovian wasn't very good yet. Odette let out a skeptical noise.
The usual babble she's been pushing. That Malovia is at risk for being taken over by progressive radicals, and that we sorceresses need to fight against it by adhering to traditional values.
Like? I knew this wasn't going well.
By not dressing like sluts and spreading our legs, Odette said. She's been pushing this initiative where a sorceress's only purpose is to serve her shifter, and her whole life needs to be about upholding Malovia's heritage by making fae babies and following the will of your husband without question.
Apparently, if you don't do those things, you're not close to the gods, and they'll curse you for turning your back on them by...
Odette paused to listen to Gabby's words. Having premarital sex. Like Gabby hadn't screwed Elijah before. We all knew they weren't married yet, and she'd slept with him more times than his mattress. I turned off the TV because I couldn't stand to see Gabby's smug-ass face. It's funny she's spewing that bullshit when we both know Gabby has Eli's balls in her hand, I grumbled. She runs that palace. Odette rolled her eyes.
Well, of course she doesn't want another woman rising to power and stepping on her turf. This is her way of making sure we females stay in line.
I nodded glumly. I could talk all day about how the patriarchy kept women down, but it wasn't like the girls at the top weren't perpetuating that for their own selfish purposes. Odette shrugged as she finished her hanging.
I have no problem with girls who choose to be stay-at-home wives. I think it would be cute, honestly, to be one myself. But nobody should be forced into a lifestyle that isn't for them, and that's what Gabby's trying to do, to remain in power. She's acting like women who pick a certain path are more virtuous than others, and it's so gross.
I thought of Ozzy and Jasper and agreed. I was still trying to figure out what the relationship between a shifter and a sorceress should be, but I damn well knew oppression had no place in it. I wanted to follow Ethan as my leader, but I wanted us to be equals as well. Unfortunately, during these dark times, I had to take the lead, and I felt like I was doing a shitty job of it by allowing this demon to keep haunting him. Why couldn't life be simple? Hello, girls. Theo had finally shown up. He smiled immediately when he saw Odette. Ready to go?
Ooh, yes!
Odette set her macrame aside. Let's! How are we getting there? I asked. I didn't know where the Alicorn village was, but I figured it had to be a long ways away. I can carry both of you. Theo changed into an alicorn. He tossed his head, mane flying as he added, Climb on. Odette boosted herself onto Theo's back. He moved his feathery wings aside so I could clamber on behind her. I wrapped my arms around Odette's middle as Theo took off at a trot through the rec room, winding down the stairs to the first floor. We'll have to fly, Theo said. Make sure your wings are ready in case you fall off. I was certain that warning was meant for me and not Odette, as he'd kill himself trying to catch her before he'd let her go splat. Once we were outside in the gardens, Theo spread his wings wide and gave a few powerful pumps. He rushed into a gallop, and as he thrashed his wings, we rose into the air with speed, soaring into the clouds with little effort. Odette squealed and buried her hands in Theo's mane as Arcania University spread below us. Theo made a spiral, circling to the south, and my gut fell out from under me with the sensation. I looked down at Malovia in awe as I admired the different colors of red, orange, and yellow that were spreading over the trees. Whenever Theo pumped his wings, his hoofs moved like he was climbing the air. Odette giggled, and the smile of joy that spread across her face nearly made me jealous. Would it feel like this if Ethan got his wings? We left the city behind us and soared into the countryside. The forest below was thick until it began to dwindle into long fields and pastures that were still green, despite the onset of fall. A dirt oval racetrack was what caught my attention first. I looked down and saw dozens of alicorns galloping along the track, sorceress jockeys on their backs. The alicorns spread their wings and flew upward to twirl through herps and obstacles. Theo soared above them as not to interfere.
Alicorn races, Odette explained to me. They're very popular here.
Beside the track were dozens of small shops and houses. Each one was painted a different color, creating a rainbow within the village. An apple orchard grew next to the track, and alicorn foals frolicked in the fields below. I laughed when I watched them stumble and fall. They were so cute. What is that? I asked. I pointed to a large rainbow over the span of the village, which ended in the center of the town square.
It's an alicorn illusion, a rainbow slide. Hang on, Odette cheered.
Theo let out a nicker as his hoofs hit the rainbow, and I gasped. Colorful sparks sprayed everywhere as Theo sat back on his haunches and slid down the slide. Odette hung onto his mane and screamed while I clung to her. The slide sloped downward like a roller coaster, and we went sliding at full speed. I went breathless as I watched the colors splash upward like water droplets. I couldn't believe we were riding an actual rainbow. When we came to the streets, Theo slid to a stop. We got off his back, and Theo changed into a man. His blonde hair was all over the place. Was that fun?
Oh, yes! Again!
Odette cried. Later, I said as I smoothed down my braid. We're here on business.
Oh, yeah.
Odette flushed.
Where should we start? You know what? Let's ask Theo's brother. He works in the Alicorn Hall of History. That'll be a good place.
We can try, Theo said with a sigh. He's off today. He'll be at home.
Perfect. Let's go.
Odette grasped Theo's hand and began dragging him through the streets. I walked slowly as I took in all the Alicorn village had to offer. Vendors sold jeweled headdresses to put on horns, while children ran with streamers through the streets. A boutique that sold fashionable clothing stood out on the corner. Sorceress robes that were made to be worn on the runway were placed on mannequins in the window. A salon that did the hair of both shifters and sorceresses was placed next to it. Alicorns came out with ribbons in their manes, while sorceresses emerged from the salon with hairstyles so big and outlandish I had to cover my mouth to avoid laughing.
The Alicorns are known as the artisan faction, Odette explained to me. We love the arts and making stuff.
I can see that, I said as we walked near a cottage that was full of quilts. The shopkeeper outside was hanging one from the line for sale, which was a beautiful design of an alicorn rearing against the sun. When she wiggled her fingers, the stitches on the quilt started to move. I watched in amazement as the sewn alicorn ran against the fabric background of the quilt. I wanted one of those. We passed a herb store that sold homeopathic items and materials for alchemy. As we did, I noticed a long line of alicorns eating grain from a wooden trough in front of the store. According to the signs, the grain was bewitched with an enchantment that would help an alicorn's coat shine. "Do you really eat that?" I asked Theo as I watched an alicorn chew happily on a bed of hay. Theo made a face. "Hay really isn't my favorite."
He likes oats better.
Odette giggled and poked Theo on the nose while he blushed. "I didn't know alicorn shifters could digest roughage," I said. "Alicorns are mostly vegetarians," Theo said. "You won't find any restaurants that serve meat in our village." Looking back, I realized I'd never seen Theo eat anything from the cafeteria that wasn't a vegetable. Odette was more or less the same way, though she had a weak spot for crab legs. The Alicorn village felt so pure and wholesome. There was a lovely golden fountain in the square that bubbled and fizzed with a pink liquid. When I passed it, the liquid smelled sweet. An alicorn stood by it, stirring the fountain with his horn. Sorceresses who walked by took flasks out of their purses and drank from the fountain as the liquid sparkled.
"Here, have some,"
Odette said when she saw me looking. She conjured up the illusion of a champagne glass and dunked it into the fountain. When she saw me make a face, she said,
"It's sanitary. The magic prevents any viruses or bad stuff from getting in, promise."
I sure hoped so. I took a sip and realized the fountain was full of pink champagne. It tasted like apples. My wings came out of their own accord and fluttered as I drank. A slight buzz settled over my body, making me feel frisky. "What is this illusion? It's good."
"It's for luck," Odette explained. "If bad things are coming your way, the lucky champagne will do what it can to protect you from it, though it doesn't last long. A few hours at most."
I needed the whole damn fountain. If it's that lucky, why don't Fae drink from it all the time, for battles and exams and things like that? "It's very addicting," Theo explained, "and the luck runs out if you drink it every day. The potion is meant to work like that, so you don't form a habit. Once every now and then is more than enough." 2 alicorn foals were grazing on the grass outside of a sweet shop, and a delicious smell wafted from within.
Theo ducked in for a moment. When he emerged, he was carrying 2 cupcakes. One was bright pink with rose frosting and sprinkles, while the other was a light blue with a small dusting of powdered sugar on the top. They were nearly too pretty to eat. Theo gave the pink one to Odette and the blue one to me. "I know these are your favorite," he said to Odette. She gasped dramatically.
"How did you know?"
"I pay attention," he smiled. Odette went to take a bite before she frowned.
"Igor says I shouldn't eat things like this."
Theo's expression momentarily flared. "Well, Igor's dumb. Enjoy yourself." Odette paused, then she dug in. She took a huge bite of her cupcake and smeared the frosting all over her nose. Theo cleaned it off with his thumb, then sucked the frosting off while Odette giggled. I ate my cupcake and tried not to gloat. These 2 were so cute together. I wished Odette could see the light when it came to Theo. They were obviously meant to be. We walked the twisting road until the village changed into a subdivision. Here were the cutest little cottages, surrounded by white fences and big pastures. Theo opened the gate to a white stone cottage with a black roof covered in ivy. It almost looked like a stable more than a home. "This is my parents' house," he explained. "I hope my brother's here."
"I live right there."
Odette pointed to a pink cottage next door, then frowned.
"But my mom doesn't want to see me right now, so it's fine if we don't visit."
Theo's frown sank lower. I did my best to rein in my big mouth and not make a sarcastic comment. Odette's mom was just mean. Theo's cottage was warm and full of light. The kitchen and living room were small and cozy, connected together in an open concept. A scented candle burned the sense of fall, and there was cider slowly cooking on the stove. Smells of cinnamon and pumpkin swarmed through the air. The furniture was white and new, with plaid blankets draped over the backs of the chairs that surrounded the kitchen table. Horseshoes hung on the walls, along with pictures of barns and paintings of alicorns. Horse bits and old saddles were worked into the decor. It had the aesthetic of an old farmhouse, with pumpkins stacked on top of a hay bale in the corner. "My parents are Fey archaeologists," Theo explained. "They're at a dig site today, so they're probably not home." I heard loud footsteps coming from the staircase. A gigantic Alicorn shifter with short-cut blonde hair and muscles the size of battering rams came charging in. He looked like a football player. By his features, I knew he had to be Theo's brother. "Theodore!" he boomed. "How's it going, little bro?" "It's fine, Gus," Theo said tiredly. He groaned as Gus stampeded over to him and picked him up, crushing him to his chest. Theo looked so scrawny and thin compared to his brother. They were total opposites. When Gus put Theo down, he was gasping for breath. Gus reached out to Odette, who threw her arms out wide.
"Did you miss me?"
she asked. "I always miss my little sis," he said, giving her a side hug that was much gentler than the one he gave Theo. Gus's eyes sparkled when he looked at me. "You've got to be Emma. Odette loves to talk about you."
"Oh, yes, I do,"
Odette piped.
"Very much. Emma, meet Augustus Antov. He's my go-to source whenever I need to write an essay for my History of Malovia class."
It seemed weird a big guy like him was into history. "So, you work at the Alicorn Hall of History?" I asked. "I know it's unexpected, but research is kind of my thing," Gus explained, along with wooing the ladies. Theo rolled his eyes. "We're not staying long. We just came to ask a question." "Ask away." Gus stirred the cider on the stove. "I'm all ears."
"We need to research the Draika for a school project," Odette explained. "We've looked in the school library and in other places, but books aren't going to give us what we need. Do you have any resources to get us started?"
"It's smart that you came to the Alicorn village if you're looking for history on the Draika. There are more druids in our faction than there were in all the others." Gus rubbed his chin. "But if you really want to get the full druid experience, you'll have to go to the Pool of Memory."
"The Pool of Memory?
Theo asked.
What's that?
It's an ancient pool where the druids left their knowledge when they began dying out to preserve it, Gus said. It's a well-kept secret. Any Arcania who dips their hand into the pool will access the wisdom of the Draika, though it's the pool's decision to choose what knowledge to bestow.
How do you know about it?
Theo asked. My class took a visit to it when I was in graduate school. It's typically a place only Fae historians know about, Gus replied. It's very far away, though. Took a whole weekend to get there and back. Not to mention dangerous. Place is crawling with monsters.
Could you tell us how to get there?
Odette asked. Sure. Gus paused. What do you need it for? This seems like a lot of work for one school project.
It's for Corva's class, I rushed to say. She's being really tough on grades this semester.
She wants photo documentation and everything. Old battle axe Corva, Gus said, not too fondly. That explains it. I relaxed. Corva's reputation as a huge bitch prevented Gus from asking too many questions.
So you're sure going to the pool will help us with our project?
Odette asked. Gus gave a nod. It's one of the few remaining druid ruins that haven't been demolished. Here. Gus rifled in a cupboard. He found a map of Malovia, then drew a line on it across a quarter of the country, circling a spot that wasn't near any city or town. Whatever you need will be there.
Thank you so much, Gus. We're sorry we can't stay, but it means everything,
Odette gushed. She snatched the map out of his hands and ran outside. It's nothing, sweetheart, Gus called after her. I'll see you soon.
As we walked down the street, I asked, Are you guys sure this is going to work? The pool of memory sounds pretty random with the knowledge it gives you. Odette's a seer, which means she'll be able to access all the contents the pool has to offer, Theo said. The Draika left it there for new druids who need information, so if Odette asks it a question about where the Alicorn stone is, the pool will have to answer, provided the Draika gave it the information we need.
So what are we waiting for? Let's go, I said impatiently.
We can't go there today, Theo said. Gus said it took a whole weekend to get there and back. We'll have to take a day trip to get there if we hurry, and the place might be crawling with monsters. We must take everyone with us to make sure we stay safe. Disappointment flowed through my veins. We had to wait a few more days until all our friends could come to the pool with us? That felt like forever. We'll get there, Emma, Theo said. Don't get too discouraged.
Hard to do that when your entire magical race was on the line, but at least we were one step closer. Odette skipped brightly down the road.
Hey, at least it gives me some time to start packing.
Theo screeched to a halt. Packing? For what?
I have to get my stuff, Odette said. I'm moving into Igor's apartment this weekend.
Oh, shit. I didn't know that. And apparently Theo didn't either. What? He said.
He asked me to move in weeks ago, Odette said. I must have forgot to tell you.
She didn't forget. She just didn't want Theo to know until the last minute. His hands clenched as he growled, You could have mentioned it.
Well, it's really none of your business.
Odette's tone was short. I sensed an impending argument coming that had happened between them dozens of times. You guys aren't mated. People are going to talk. Do you want your reputation ruined? Theo questioned bitterly.
I care about what makes me happy, so it doesn't matter what everyone else thinks.
Odette turned her nose in the air.
I'm certainly not asking for your opinion.
Well, you're getting it, Theo growled. Odette, don't do this. It's a mistake.
Says who? You?
Odette yelled.
Look, Theo, you think you know everything about me, but you don't, so you need to back out of my life and let me make my own choices.
Several alicorns looked our way as we passed them on the street. I blushed, wishing Odette and Theo had picked somewhere more private to hold a screaming match. Without me around, I might add. I've been letting you, but you don't care about mine, Theo cried back. I've told you that you're my mate 1,000,000 times and you won't listen.
Where's the proof?
Odette flung her arms wide.
Where's the feelings, the magic? You've never even kissed me.
I would if you asked, Theo fumed.
I don't want to have to chase you, Theo. I want somebody who's ready to be in a relationship with me.
Odette stomped her foot.
You're too scared of what could happen between us. You don't want to put yourself out there and risk getting hurt. That's why it's never going to work.
You're already hurting me by being with someone else, he bellowed.
Because I got tired of waiting for you.
Tears were welling in Odette's eyes.
Gods, how much disappointment do you think I can take? At some point, I have to quit waiting and go find someone who's willing to put their heart on the line.
I am willing, Odette. I love you, Theo burst.
Then prove it, she fumed. Prove you're willing to take a risk. Kiss me, right here and now.
Theo hesitated. It was only for a few seconds, but it sent Odette into a rage.
See? I'm literally asking you to make a move, and you won't. I don't know how many signals I have to give to let you know I'm ready.
Odette, I don't want to pressure you. I want you to move at your own pace, Theo insisted. It makes me look like a jackass if I insist you should be with me when you already have a boyfriend.
I get that, but why didn't you make it clear how you felt before I got with Igor?
Odette asked. Her voice was nearly on the edge of breaking.
Why did you wait so long?
I was just... Theo was so flustered, or perhaps so terrified of making a mistake, he couldn't get the words out. Odette shook her head.
This is why I'm with Igor. I need to be with a shifter who can be vulnerable. You just can't do that, Theo.
I'm scared of losing you.
You've already lost me to someone else.
Odette threw her arms in the air.
You make me so confused. One moment we're just friends, and the next you're in love. You go back and forth so many times. I just don't know what you want. It's so frustrating.
I told you we had a mating bond.
Big deal.
Odette was practically screeching now.
The magic means nothing if you won't follow your heart. You're too afraid of getting hurt. You're a coward.
I'm no coward, Theo snapped.
Yes, you are. If you wanted to be with me, you would be, Odette said. But you're not, so that must mean you don't care about me. Or at least, you don't care enough to make it official. You keep playing games, but I need a man, not a little boy who can't make up his mind.
Theo's face flushed. You do what you want with Igor. I really don't care anymore. What a liar. He did care. But Odette must have believed him because she blurted out,
Good! Then it won't bother you to know that I slept with him.
Theo's mouth dropped open. His face went pale, and all his words fell flat. By the look in his eyes, I could tell she'd really hurt him. Bad. Odette was sobbing now.
Just stay away from me, Theodore Antov. I never want to see you again.
In full Odette style, she ran down the road wailing. Theo shook himself out of his stupor and went to go after her, but I held him back. Theo, wait here. I'll talk to her. He hesitated, then nodded quickly. I think he was in too much shock to know what to say. I rushed to catch up with Odette. I grabbed her arms and spun her around, forcing her to talk with me. Odette, what is going on? Did you sleep with Igor to make Theo jealous? Odette shook her head rapidly, flinging tears everywhere.
Igor said I needed to show him I loved him. If I didn't do it, he was gonna leave me and...
No, Odette, no. I took her into my arms and gave her a hug, wondering where it all gone sideways. Igor was such a prick. Odette continued to sniffle.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Igor says that I don't love him.
How anyone could think Odette wasn't capable of love, I didn't know. She was the sweetest thing on earth. He can't put this all on you. It takes two people to make a relationship work.
I have been relying on him a lot, Odette confessed. My mom cut me off, so I had to ask for some help, but now he says all I care about is his money.
I snorted. Girl, he could give you $1 million, and it wouldn't be enough payment for putting up with his ass.
I just wanted someone to love me,
Odette wailed, and my heart fell.
Theo's so unsure, and it's so confusing, and my family just doesn't care about me anymore, so I thought Igor was the only one who would love me, so I had to do it, and...
Odette whimpered.
I want to fix things, but I don't know what else to do. I feel like I'm failing my boyfriend. I try and I try, but nothing is ever good enough.
Break up with him. He doesn't deserve you.
You don't understand what we have together.
Odette pulled away from me and put a hand over her mouth.
He's my choice. I love him.
He's manipulating you to get what he wants. That's not love, I insisted. It doesn't matter what you feel about Theo, but Igor is definitely not your true love.
You don't know that. I just need to try harder.
Odette wiped frantically at her eyes.
It's my fault the relationship's failing. I make it sound worse than it is. I'm a bad girlfriend.
You aren't the problem. It takes two people to make things work. If anything, it's him.
I want us to go to therapy, or at least I want to talk to someone on my own, but I can't because he'll get mad,
Odette worried.
He thinks the therapist will brainwash me against him.
Wow. I shook my head. He is seriously so insecure. She didn't hear me.
Maybe if I wasn't autistic or so forgetful or...
There is nothing wrong with you. Do you hear me? I shook her shoulders. Stop letting him into your head. Odette's face turned red.
Emma, you're acting like I'm in some kind of abusive relationship, and to be honest, it's really offensive. I'm kinda getting pissed you're attacking me like this.
I was pretty sure I was more offended than she was. That she'd say such a thing really got my blood boiling. Couldn't she see the light? Why was she so insistent on defending someone who hurt her over and over? I was her best friend. I was only looking out for her. I wasn't the one doing the attacking. It was fucking Igor. But then I forced myself to see things from Odette's point of view. In my eyes, hell yeah, it was an abusive relationship. But in Odette's, this was ordinary couple stuff. If she didn't think she was being abused, or at least didn't want to admit it, nothing I could do would pull her out of it. Odette's lip trembled.
I just need support, okay? I need you on my side, Emma. Please.
Her voice was so pitiful it made my heart break. I'll always be here for you, I said, because I didn't know what else to say. Whatever I could come up with about Igor, she'd just discard. My words were useless. She sighed.
I need a break. I'll have Gus take me back to school. Just get Theo away from me.
Okay, I frowned. See you tonight. Odette took a different path back to Theo's cottage. When I found Theo again, he was sitting on a bench and staring miserably at the ground. I sat beside him. I'm sorry. Theo took a few deep breaths. He sounded like he was trying not to cry. Do you think I should give up? I didn't know. I hated to see Theo hurting, so part of me wanted to say yes. Maybe it was better if they both moved on. But a bigger part of me wanted him to fight for her, so I said, just give her some space right now. She needs time to sort out her feelings. He didn't answer, just got up from the bench and changed into an Alicorn so he could give me a ride back. I climbed on. I'd had more than enough of Alicorns for the day. Theo flew me back to campus. We parted at the dorms, and he locked himself in his room. Poor guy. Odette could do whatever she wanted, and Theo didn't have the right to be upset about it. But still,
He loved her, and I could see how imagining her with another shifter tore him up inside. Did Ethan feel that way about Finley and I? I wasn't sure. Speak of the devil. Finlay was just coming out of his dorm room as I was on the way to mine. His bright smile, usually so welcoming, seemed off-putting now, probably because of everything that had just happened. "Hey, lass," Finlay began. "You've been gone a while." "I've been out with friends," I said. "I didn't forget about our date tonight." He curled an arm around my waist. "I don't think the press has either. They already have reporters stationed outside the wine bar I plan to take you to. Ugh, assholes." Pictures of me and Finlay had been all over social media. On our last date, we'd gone to get ice cream, and by the time we were finished, paparazzi were swarming the shop. The photos had been front-page news of the annual Arcania. The comments on social media had been far from kind. "I'm sorry about all the attention you're getting," I said. "Oh, I don't mind it too much." Finlay gave a casual shrug. "I'm a bit of an attention whore, and the ladies love a celebrity. The worst the reporters have called me is a brainless hunk, and I take that as a compliment." I laughed. "So what's the new plan?" "I'd figure we stay on campus. A corner booth in the cafeteria sounds nice," Finlay purred. "Sure, just let me grab a sweater." I was cold, and my uniform wasn't doing much to keep me warm. I entered my dorm room. The moment my hand touched the doorknob, I had the thought something felt very off. My next clue was the sight of Tigris lying on my desk. His eyes were moving, but his limbs were stiff and still, like he was magically bound. I didn't have time to react. A hooded figure stepped in front of me, a man taller by at least a foot. He wore a mask that disguised his features, black cloak shadowing his movements. In his gloved hand he held a thin knife, smaller than the length of my finger. I gasped as the figure shoved the miniature blade into my gut. Pain radiated through my mind, and blood bloomed from the small wound. "Queen Antonia sends her regards," the assassin hissed. He yanked the blade out, and I yelped in discomfort. The assassin had fled out the window before I could stop him. My fingers trailed over the wound. The blade hadn't gone deep. It barely cut me. Then a familiar sensation began spreading over my body. It started in my stomach. My gut churned, and I immediately felt sick. I fell to my knees and began vomiting into the waste bin, but nothing came up. Hives spread over my skin, which reddened and felt terribly itchy. I put a hand to my neck and gasped as I felt my throat swell, closing me off to air. I knew this feeling because it had happened to me before, a long time ago in high school, but never this bad. St. John's wort. The blade had been laced with it. It had to be. The binding enchantment on my fairy folk fell away. Tigris fluttered upward. With one look at my face, he gave an alarmed squeak and flew out the door. I was having an allergic reaction. I'd die in minutes if I didn't get an antidote. There was an EpiPen in my purse, which I had on hand for my infusions. I struggled to crawl to my desk chair, where my purse was hanging. It felt so far away. My tongue was so thick and swollen it began choking me, and my vision swam as I desperately gasped for air, black dots swarming my eyes. I collapsed feet away from my purse, on the verge of passing out. I heard footsteps as Finlay came tearing into my room, led by Tigris. "Emma!" Finlay knelt by me, observing my features in horror. My face felt so swollen it had gone numb. My eyes looked at my purse. Finlay began rummaging through it, tossing aside my wallet and pills while Tigris screeched at him to hurry. Finally, Finlay found what I needed. He removed the cap and jammed the EpiPen into my leg. I whimpered, and blackness overtook me as Finlay pulled me into his arms, crying out that I needed a doctor. When I came back around, the first thing I noticed was I could breathe again. I took a deep, cool breath into my lungs, so grateful I could take in the air I needed. The red hives were running up my arms, though they weren't as bad. I reached a hand up to touch my face. It was still swollen. I was in the infirmary, a needle in my arm. Finlay must have gotten me to the hospital in time, thank the gods. He sat across from me, looking rather worried. Tigris was perched on my foot at the end of the bed, mewing in concern. "There you are, lass," Finlay said in relief. "I'm glad you finally came around." I tried to sit up and winced when I felt pain shoot through my stomach. The wound had been bandaged up. It didn't have stitches, as far as I could tell. "I'm glad you were there to save me." Finlay reached out to take my hand. "What happened?" "The doctor said you were stabbed. St. John's wort. Who did this to you?" "You were gone for mere moments." My mind raced as I recalled the blade, the assassin. I noticed the buzzing I'd had since I drank from the champagne fountain earlier was gone. It'd been a stroke of luck my EpiPen was nearby, and Finlay was there to deliver it. The Alicorn potion had saved my life. I took another deep breath. "You have to find Ethan," I began. "Bring him to me. You can't tell anyone else about this. If anyone asks, it was an accident." His eyebrows scrunched together. "You've got to give me more than that, lass." "There are powerful people in the monarchy. People who want to kill me," I told Finlay. "It's better if you don't get involved." Finlay's eyes brightened with clarity. He stood up. "I'll find the prince. Then I'm not letting you out of my sight." Guilt caressed me as Finlay left my room. He'd watched his mate die, and he almost had to do the same with me, someone he cared about. I felt horrible putting him through this. He didn't deserve it. But it wasn't my fault. Queen Antonia had finally made good on her threat and tried to kill me out of revenge for losing Ethan his crown. Seeing as how this attempt was unsuccessful, I knew it wouldn't be her last.
Chapter 9. Ethan. You're worthless. Not fit to wear the crown. Not fit to honor your mate. I shivered under a blanket as the Lashane verbally taunted me. He used his powers to suck the warmth from my body, draining my energy into his own magic as food turned stale in my gut. Every inhale from my lungs was like breathing underwater. There was a game on the TV, but I hardly paid attention to it. The Lashane had made me lose all interest in things I loved, including hockey. Practice for the upcoming season was going to start soon, and I hadn't been on the ice in months. I couldn't skate when this pain was eating me up inside. It felt like I had the flu. The demon had me within his claws as he attacked my mind again and again, cramps rippling up my middle and sides. I'd put up a magical shield this morning, but my defenses were wearing thin. If he didn't stop, I'd experience endless torment as I went through another sleepless night again, my third of the week. The nights where I had slept were only a few hours or so. The dark bags under my eyes made me appear as an old man, a skeleton hollowed from the inside out by the Lashane's power. This demon was taking everything from me. I was a captive in my own body. When did it end? I was tired of the suffering. He might as well take me and be done with it. I thought he might, if he didn't enjoy torturing me so thoroughly. There was a knock on my door. I let out a growl. Who dared to bother me at this hour? I forced myself to get up and open the door. I saw none other than Finlay Dunbar. He looked me up and down, as if surprised at how awful I appeared. Oh, great. This prick. He was the last person I wanted to see. I opened my mouth to tell him to go away, but Finlay blurted out, "Emma needs you. She's in the hospital." My blood ran cold. My aching limbs and sour stomach were immediately forgotten as I hurried after Finlay. How? When? All I know is she was poisoned with St. John's wort, Finlay said. I found her in the dorm. I had to use an EpiPen to save her. St. John's wort. That was my mother's signature poison. The Lashane's power drained away and my body was restored to some of its former strength, as I reached out to Emma through our bond. I felt her vibrant soul brush against my own, so she was alive. Thank the gods. Though this was yet another close call. I had been cutting myself off from her, avoiding her, to save her from experiencing some of the agony. I didn't want her to feel the Leshane's magic. I tried to shield her from the blowback as much as possible, because I felt it my duty to do so. Another foolish mistake. I could shield her from the Leshane, but not my own mother. The sight of Emma lying in a hospital bed was far too familiar to me. I hated every moment of it. Her face was swollen, hives still blooming over her skin. She'd had a bad allergic reaction. "Emma," I pulled up a chair. Finley hovered behind me as I grasped her hand. "Can you breathe?"
"I'll be okay."
Her throat was raspy as she was still recovering. Her eyes went to Finley.
"Can you give us a moment, please?"
He did so, though his eyes flitted to me for a moment, as if he worried about leaving Emma alone with me. He needed to mind his own damn business. Once Finley shut the door, Emma gave a weak cough.
"It was an assassin."
"What happened?"
"He stabbed me. A wound to the stomach."
I pulled down the hospital blanket and lifted Emma's gown to see. She didn't protest. She was wearing nothing underneath, but I hardly fathomed that fact. The thick bandage over what I knew had to be the entry point caught all my attention. I gently covered the wound back up. A poisoned blade.
"Yes, as he stabbed me, he told me your mother sent her regards."
My throat became tight as my hands shook with rage. I couldn't believe, didn't want to think, that my mother had done this. But the evidence was there, and it was too much to deny. Over all others, I believed Emma. I squeezed her hand tightly. I should have been there.
"Finley was. He saved my life."
Gratefulness coursed through me. Though I despised him, I owed Finley everything for saving Emma's life. If he hadn't shown... My body shuddered with the possible reality. "Is he staying here with you?"
"Yes."
Her tone was wary.
"What are you doing?"
I rose from my seat. "I am going to rectify the situation."
"Ethan, if you confront her, it'll make it worse."
Emma's eyes were full of fear. She truly believed that. "I have to do something. I won't allow you to be frightened of her." I left Emma behind, though her face had gone pale. Finley slipped in the moment I slipped out. Though spitefulness flared, I privately thanked him for being with her, so she wouldn't be alone. I should be at her bedside, and yet I couldn't be. Not when there was a threat to her existence. I changed into a woven and charged into a run the moment I left the infirmary. The university was left far behind me as I ran toward the royal grounds where my mother's mansion was. Revenge had me trapped within its jaws, and I foamed at the mouth to fulfill it. Over the years, my mother had gotten rid of a variety of political opponents using her poison. She'd never been caught. My father had always shielded her from the backlash, and when that didn't work, she merely threw one of her servants to the wolves to satisfy the circle and place blame. But never would I assume she'd be so bold to pull a stunt like this. I'd been ignoring the obvious. This was my mistake. I burst into the mansion with my teeth bared. My mother lay in the parlor room, a servant kneeling beside her and holding up a golden tray of chocolates. Queen Antonia sipped at a glass of wine and read the daily news as I stormed in, barely giving a glance up. I changed into a man, and the servant gave an uneasy stare. My shoulders heaved as I bellowed, "You are a complete monster." Mother rolled her eyes and threw aside the paper. "Come now, Ethan. Be reasonable." This was asinine. I couldn't believe my mother could just lie there, drinking wine and eating bonbons after she'd tried to take a young girl's life. She was deplorable. "Your reason has departed from madness. What has taken over you that you find it appropriate to make an attempt on the life of my mate?" Mother jumped upward from her seat. She threw the edge of her robe back as she said, "That peasant is no mate of yours. She's rejected you as your mate to whore around with the common folk. You think I haven't read the news? The press is making a mockery of my son, and by the gods, I won't let that happen. Her absence from my side is my fault, I growled. Don't blame her for my own transgressions. I refuse to allow that tart to embarrass my son by acting like a common hussy. Mother's voice trembled with power and rage. She lost you your crown. She's lost you your dignity. For the gods' sake, Ethan, what more will you lose to try to keep this girl? I will go to the ends of the earth for her, and farther still. Do not ask me why, for you could never understand how to love. She doesn't want your bond anymore. Mother threw her arms high. Why does it matter whether she lives or dies? I'd heard enough. My mother just wouldn't stop. Words couldn't convince her otherwise. She'd never cease in her actions to hurt Emma, and I had to stop it. Kill her, the demon purred, and my anger flashed. I hadn't taken an order from the Lashane since I'd learned he was inside of me. But this time, I listened. You have tried to kill my mate for the last time. My shoulders rounded as I prepared to change. Mother's eyes widened, and the servant backed away to a corner of the room, shaking with terror. Before I could transform, the doors burst open again. I whirled around. I barely had seconds to process before Lady Magdalena stormed in, her eyes quaking with all the fury of the gods. She threw her arm up. An invisible force blasted my mother backward, slamming her against the wall and turning over the couch she lay on. The servant screamed and ran out as fast as she could. Mother shakily climbed to her feet. As she did so, Lady Magdalena curled her manicured claws around her throat. Just who do you take me for? Lady Magdalena seethed. My mother's heels kicked at the marble floor as she tried to get Magdalena's hand off her neck. She went to answer, but couldn't. Her voice came out in a strangled way as her eyes bugged out of her head. I warned you what would happen if you dared to attack one of my students at my school again, Magdalena hissed. As you obviously didn't heed the first warning, I'll have to make the second more permanent. Mother screeched in pain as Lady Magdalena's hand burned red with a curse. Mother's eyes watered, and by the gods, it scared me when Magdalena leaned in to whisper, like she was enjoying this. One of these days, I will make you pay for what you have done, Lady Magdalena growled, and you will rue the moment you dared to challenge me. Lady Magdalena let her hand slip. Mother fell to the floor, gasping. There was a red hand mark there that looked like blemished burns, and they were spreading across her face at a rapid rate, marring her once beautiful features. Magdalena had hexed her. I went to take a step forward, but Lady Magdalena flung an arm out, blocking my way. Ethan Nowak, if you lift a finger to harm her, I will permanently expel you from Arcania University, Lady Magdalena threatened. Do not touch her. She is mine. Gods only knew what that meant. But at that moment, I was more terrified of Lady Magdalena than I was angry at my mother. I slowly backed off. Lady Magdalena was still smoldering. Her chest heaved as she pointed a bony finger at my mother. You have gotten your last example of what I am capable of. I will not hesitate next time to send you exactly where you belong. So I suggest you keep within the realms of your domain, and I will stick to mine. She began her walk out. Ethan, come. Magdalena snapped her fingers, and I went. I followed her out of that mansion without question, though once we were outside, I couldn't quench the words that escaped my lips. She'll try to harm Emma again. I have provided her with a little something that will be a painful reminder of the penalties of her transgressions, Magdalena seethed. She will think twice. Rest assured, Emmeline's safety is paramount to me. I suggest you begin making it a priority of yours. Her words ate away at me like acid as she escorted me back to campus. I knew Lady Magdalena blamed my mother for what happened to Emma, but a part of her blamed me, too. I was Emma's shifter, her companion. I was supposed to protect her. These incidents cannot be allowed to continue, Magdalena said.
Prince Ethan, know if you are incapable of maintaining the safety of your sorceress, I will find a shifter who is. Do not keep wasting my time. I have no patience for it. I knew what she said was true. Lady Magdalena did not make threats. She made promises. Emma was out of the hospital and back in classes the next day. The wound on her stomach was already healing and would be a thin scar by the next week. The effects of the St. John's wort wore off slowly, but as she promised me over and over, she was fine. She wasn't fine. She wouldn't be, not unless my mother stopped this brutal campaign against her life. I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't prove my mother's involvement, and she had too many connections. Any attempt to take her to court or put her in chains would only end up the other way around, with my ass in jail. Then she'd keep me behind bars until she felt ready to let me out. After Emma was dead, of course. I wish I could say Elijah was her enemy, but my cousin loved my mother. One of the reasons Eli hadn't done away with me already. He favored Queen Antonia, and her grace toward him was one of the few things keeping me alive. Not to mention he liked how many people she had in her pocket and wanted to exploit those connections. Royal politics were a pain in the ass. Family issues were always much worse when the people you were related to had power. It was raining the following night. After I got back from classes, I wandered through the rec room and spotted Theo, who looked quite surly in his usual study spot by the grand piano. I felt obligated to talk to him. Emma had told the rest of us about his argument with Odette. Sleeping with Igor, that had to dig the knife in. I sat next to him. You got your wings twisted about something. It's written all over your face. Theo scowled. Gus is on my ass to be frank with Odette. Then what's the holdup? I wasn't the only one who was getting impatient with this dance they were doing with each other. It was annoying to watch. First of all, she's with another guy, Theo raged. Secondly, it doesn't matter how many times I tell her I love her, she just pushes me away. So what else do you have in mind? Gods, he was in a bitter mood. I went to combat his words until a tap on my shoulder and a Scottish accent got my attention. May I have a word with you? I clenched my teeth and turned around. Finley was standing across from me. He seemed impatient. I wanted to rip the bastard's head off, but he did save my mate's life. I was indebted to him. Certainly. I left Theo behind while Finley took me to a deserted corner of the rec room. I crossed my arms and gave a wide stance. What do you need? Finley took a deep breath. I understand your feelings about Emma and I are complicated. Only a little. The nerve of this shifter. What I'd pay to have a duel with him, one-on-one. Look, Finley's tone was heavy. You must be angry with me for stealing Emma away. In your eyes, it's not fair. But in my perspective, what's not fair is the way you treated her. I'd advise you to watch what you say. He was already trying my short patience. The Lashane was pushing me to punch him in the face, to attack, to goad him into fighting me. I wrestled with the demon internally as I stared Finley down. I will not. You can't expect to keep Emma's attention when you're not here for her. I don't know much about you, but from what I can gather, you're very complicated, and relationships can only last so long when they're too much to handle. Do not lecture me about what goes on between me and my mate. My arms were shaking as I lowered them to my sides. This guy was too much. She won't be your mate for much longer if you keep up whatever charade you've got going on, he hissed. And it'll be my gain. Why do you care? I snapped. If Emma and I don't work out, she'll go running into your arms just like you want. Why are you trying to warn me? His eyes darkened. Because I know what it's like to lose a mate. And no matter what Emma says, I know letting you go is going to hurt her. I don't want her to suffer unless you two can't work things out. I don't want to see her get hurt, even if I'll be more than happy to comfort her afterwards. I was surprised with Finley. Emma wasn't just some girl to him. He cared about her, maybe loved her even. I had to respect him for that, as much as I hated him for it. He was willing to take care of Emma and pick up the broken pieces of her heart that I had shattered. It was really difficult to despise someone like that, and he'd lost his mate on top of it.
I couldn't imagine that loss. All I felt for Finley was sympathy. And jealousy. He had what I wanted. Her. "Just think about what I said," Finley noted. "Emma loves you, but you know what? I think she loves me too. And both of us have to be willing to do what's best for her, even if one of us is going to lose at the end of the day. I care about Emma enough to let her make that decision. Do you?" He spun on his heel then, leaving me alone to contemplate things. That Saturday morning, my friends and I gathered at the forest gate to Arcania University. The girls carried backpacks full of supplies, as we'd be gone all day. Theo, Alexei, Stefan were already in their shifter forms, ready to take off. I scowled. I didn't have my wings yet, so I'd have to ride with one of them. Emma was there with her wings at the ready, like she had been planning for this. "You're riding with Stefan," she said. "No excuses."
"Let her tell you what to do, eh? Pathetic,"
the demon growled. "Shut up," I told him. Gods, he was insufferable. I hated that Emma had to put in extra work because I was incapable of flying, but I didn't complain. I got on Stefan's back behind Delmare and held on as we took off into the sky. The Draika village was a long way off. It took us until noon to get halfway there. We stopped to eat and rest for an hour before we continued our journey. Emma was tired, so she switched places with Delmare, who used her own wings to carry her through the skies. It was around 4 o'clock when we finally descended. I slid off of Stefan's back and looked around. The Druid village was a relic, long abandoned by the Fae and ravaged by time. Remnants of old stone buildings lay crumbling beside twisted trees covered in vines. There were ropes that once held tents, and a stone well that had long foregoed its use. Wildflowers had taken over the large plots that the Druids used to garden. Herbs that the Draika grew for ceremonies were untamed and wild amongst the tall grass. The fall leaves covered everything in a thin layer of red, orange, and gold, as if putting the village to rest. Odette walked around the area with a visage of grief plastered over her face.
"Look at this place," she said. "The Draika were once here, and now they're all gone."
Her words were lonesome. A thin wind brushed by, giving me a chill.
"A relic of a time long gone by,"
the Lashane echoed.
"The Druids were useless, save for when they provided a good meal."
"Do you ever stop talking?" My loathing for him was unmatched.
"Only when the mission isn't incredibly pointless."
This wasn't pointless. This was our only lead to finding the Alicorn stone. Kiara began flitting around the area. She waved her hands in a particular way. "What are you doing?" Alexei asked.
"Putting up a ward so we don't run into any monsters," Kiara said. "Odette, I need you to help me. Your shield magic's strong."
Odette came by Kiara's side. She raised her hand, and a soft pink glow shone from her fingers. The air weaved, creating a dome that encompassed the Druid village. Odette sighed in relief, like the energy here was just too much for her to handle, and by creating the ward, she was able to keep some sort of bad spirit out. I understood. I felt it, too. This place was haunted by the ghosts of the Draika that had died so long ago. Place nearly felt cursed. As we walked amongst the ruins, a pool came into view, illuminated by sunlight. The pool was round, aquamarine, and covered by a few lily pads. Reeds twisted in the wind, and dragonflies skimmed the surface. The water almost appeared like a mirror to the soul. This had to be it, the pool of memory. The 8 of us knelt down beside the water.
"So how does it work?"
Alexei asked.
"We put our hands into the pool, then we can either ask the pool a question, or we can be open and it can show us what it wants us to know," Theo explained. "Since Odette is a seer, whatever questions she asks, the pool has to answer in some way, though it might not be what we expect."
Delmare went to dip her hand into the water, but Stefan stopped her. "Wait, do you think Gabby and Elijah have used this pool?"
"Well, they're not druids, so any information they could gain from the pool would be random.
The pool could also refuse their request, Theo said. The pool has free will. It might not choose to answer what you ask. And what if they have a druid on their side? Delmare asked. We went silent at the horrible possibility before Kiara said, Let's not jump to conclusions. We figured all the druids had died out, and yet we have Odette. To find someone else like her would be very rare. So what are we asking? We have 8 chances, Emma said. I'll ask where the Alicorn stone is, Odette said. That's a good start. And I'll ask about the Alicorn Court, Theo suggested. I'll ask how to beat Gabby and Elijah, Delmare offered. Same, Stefan added, just in case we get 2 different answers. I want to ask what the prophecy means, Emma said, and how to fulfill it. I felt queasy. That was a big question to ask. Alexei paused. I'm going to be open to the pool, he said. I want to see what it shows me. I'm going to ask how we defeat the Leshane, Kiara said. I nodded. Then I'll ask about the other stones, where they might be. It's settled then, Emma said. On the count of 3, we do it together. 1, 2. I thrust my hand into the water before anyone else did. In my head, I repeated the same question. Where are the Griffin, the Seelie, and the Unseelie stones? My sight was taken over, and everything went black as I tumbled into a vision. The feeling of water on my hand was gone. The sounds of the forest dissolved, and I felt my spirit leave my body and enter into the pool as the depths of its knowledge sucked me inward. It was obvious the pool had chosen to ignore my request and show me something totally different from the moment the vision began. What lay before me was like a movie scene. I saw 7 druids in long brown cloaks, hoods thrown over their faces. Their eyes remained in shadow as they stood in a circle around a black cauldron under the light of the full moon, raising their arms to the sky and mumbling something in a chant I couldn't decipher. Their chant grew faster and faster, words melting until the chant became more like a song. I heard a wolf's howl in the wind, and the horrible cry of a tortured man mingled together into one. The cauldron had a red brew that bubbled like blood. A druid stepped forward and dropped a crown into the liquid. There was a great flash, and something like lightning whizzed across the sky. The cauldron bubbled more violently than before, until the boiling abruptly ended and the water went still. When the druid dipped his hand into the liquid, I saw within his palm shone the blue sapphire that was the woven stone. The vision ended there. Nighttime became day as the pool spat me out, and I was sent spiraling back into my own body. I hadn't recognized the heaviness the demon provided, but as I'd been free of him for a moment within the confines of the pool, now it was more demoralizing than it ever had been before. The Leshane was pacing angrily at the corners of my mind. He hadn't seen what was shown to me, and was jealous for it. I replayed the vision in my head. From what I could tell, the pool had chosen to show me an ancient Draika ceremony, performed hundreds of years ago, that involved the woven stone. Why this was important for me to know, I wasn't sure. The sky was a little darker now, on the verge of sunset. The vision had seemingly been moments, but I must have been within the depths of the pool for more than an hour. My friends groaned as they slowly began to come around. Delmare held her head like she had a headache, and Stefan winced beside her. Alexei was pale-faced, and Theo looked positively sick. Emma appeared like she might throw up, while Kiara's expression was pinched. Odette was the only person whose eyes were clear. She looked from this way to that and said, "Well, what did we find out?" "You first," Delmare moaned as she rubbed her temple. Odette smoothed out her skirt. "Well, the pool didn't show me exactly where the Alicorn stone is, but it confirmed that the Alicorn Court does have the stone." I suppressed letting out a curse. That didn't help at all. "All I saw was a circular gate, one made out of stone," Theo said in frustration. "I couldn't tell you where it was, except it was in a forest. It could be anywhere in Malovia." "Lady Iris mentioned a gate," Emma said, That has to be the entry to where the Alicorn Court is hiding, but it doesn't help us if we have no idea where it is. Did you get any information about the prophecy? Kiara asked urgently. Emma scowled. What I got was very unhelpful. Flashes of things. A battle, a blade, the portal to Edenmire closing. I do know we're going to get very close to failing. That much is true. Time is going to run out for us. Does that mean we won't be able to open the portal to Edenmire in time? Theo asked worryingly. I don't know. Emma put a hand to her cheek. It's like Milonia is purposefully hiding things from me until she knows I'm ready for them. Some assistance from the gods would be fantastic at the moment, but I didn't trust them to look our way. I was screaming at Luca to give me guidance, and he hadn't bothered to give me the time of day. I hated them for abandoning us. When I asked about Gabby and Eli, I didn't get an answer, Delmare said. All I saw was blackness and these red eyes staring out at me from the darkness. I couldn't place whose eyes they were or why they were looking at me, just that I had to be very careful. It felt like a warning of some kind. Me too, Stefan added. I saw the same thing, and trust me, it was creepy as all hell. I wanted to jump out of my scales. I scowled. Was there an even bigger threat coming than my cousin and his queen? What else were we up against? Stefan nudged Alexei. What about you, buddy? Anything? Alexei shook his head rapidly. He was still green. I don't want to talk about it. Is there anything that could help us? Stefan pushed. No, Alexei shuddered. It was about me. Personal stuff. Whatever it was apparently bothered him deeply, so no one went to pry. All I saw was the Draika performing some ceremony. They dropped a crown into a cauldron and the woven stone came out. I don't know what it means or if it ever actually happened, I explained. Kiara made a face. Very confusing. That was putting it lightly. The pool of memory seemed very unreliable. We'd come all this way, and none of us had gotten the answers we were looking for. No wonder the Arcania had basically abandoned it. What knowledge you gained from it was up to chance, and virtually useless. Kiara's expression was confused. I asked the pool what to do about the demon, she said. The answer I got was puzzling. Well, out with it, Delmare pushed. Kiara chewed on the inside of her cheek. The pool showed me that the answer to defeating the Leshane isn't within the bounds of Fey magic. What the hell does that mean? Emma snapped. We're fairies. Fey magic is all we have. I'm not sure, Kiara sighed in defeat. But whatever the answer is, I don't think we're going to find it in Malovia. Well, I've searched all over the world with no success, so that means it really is pointless, I said. Kiara tapped her chin. You haven't looked everywhere. I might have a solution, but you guys aren't going to like it. Kiara, what are you planning? I asked sternly. She ignored my question. Kiara stood up and brushed off her pants. It's getting dark. Let's make camp. We'll leave in the morning. I didn't like how abruptly she'd changed the conversation. Frustration boiled in my gut. This seemed like a wasted trip. We'd learned nothing. As my friends bustled around the village to set up the tents, I crept over to Emma and dropped my voice to a whisper. This was worthless. We shouldn't have come. Are you really ready to give up so easily? Emma hissed back. We can't base what information the pool gave us on what we want right now. We may need it later. She was right. What we'd gathered didn't make sense at the moment, but this was a long journey, and what we'd picked up could come in use down the line. Didn't mean I wanted to admit it. What do you think Kiara means? This solution of hers sounds very questionable. Emma grimaced. From what I've heard, Kiara has some sketchy connections. Like? I don't know. She won't tell me about them. I frowned. I don't want to choose between my morals and my freedom. What if you have to? What are you willing to do to get this demon out? The Leshane growled as I said, anything. Then we have to trust her, no matter what she asks us to do. Emma said nothing more. I busied myself with setting up my tent while contemplating my options.
I'd lose myself if this demon remained inside of me for much longer. By the sound of it, that just might happen anyway. What Kiara had planned was definitely going to make me question what I was getting into. Or with who.
Chapter 10. Emma. Are you sure you're ready for this? Arthur stood beside me at a green door, the entrance to a house in Dolinska. It was on Main Street, quiet, a white brick building 3 stories tall with green shutters. The building itself seemed old and weathered. Street lamps littered the area, beside wooden benches and small gardens. Outside of the home, a tiny flower bed grew herbs and white roses. It was my grandparents' home. I'd ask Arthur to take me to meet them. Now that I was on their doorstep, I wondered if this was a mistake. But it was too late to go back now. Curiosity had me. I'll be okay. Let's go in. Arthur carefully entered the house.
Papa? Batya? I'm home.
Nobody responded right away. We walked through the entryway and past the kitchen. Looking around, I saw the house was decorated with elements of green, gold, and white. The floor was hardwood, windows slightly open to the cool fall air. There were pictures of green fields and beautiful waterfalls hanging on the walls, with tapestries of Celtic knots beside them. A coat of arms of 2 wovens hung at the end of the hallway. I peeked into the kitchen and saw that the furniture was white, with an icebox and a cast-iron stove that looked at least 100 years old. Plants grew in pots on the window, and the rafters in the ceiling were carved with even more Celtic designs. The house smelled like tobacco, like somebody smoked a pipe, and a freshly baked pie. When we entered the living room, I froze. Sitting in 2 rocking chairs by a large stone fireplace were 2 elderly souls. The man was tanned and weathered, with large ears and a fuzz of gray hair over his head. He wore a flannel shirt and suspenders. The woman was heavyset, with a mess of curly brown hair, a shawl draped over her dress. Both of their faces were lined with age. The man smoked on a pipe, while the woman stirred a cast-iron pot over the blazing fire. The man stopped puffing his pipe and took it out of his mouth, while the woman looked up. Both of their eyes glued to me, seeing the resemblance between Arthur and I. The woman took her spoon and shook out a few drops onto the hearth before she said,
It's about time we finally met. Go on, sit down. I'm not going to bite you.
Her accent was heavily Irish, just like Arthur's. I was taken aback for a moment, before Arthur guided me to an armchair across from them. The man began smoking his pipe again, suckling the tip with his eyes on me. The woman checked on whatever she was cooking and said,
It would have been nice to meet you years ago. I haven't seen you since you were a baby.
Emma, these are our grandparents, Arthur said, Wojciech and Phelan Ignacy. Anastasi was their son, and you're our granddaughter. Unlike Phelan, Wojciech's accent was heavily Malovian. His voice seemed very familiar somehow. I had heard it before, but I couldn't tell from where. Must have been someone at the school I was unknowingly related to. A student, perhaps. I felt my cheeks flush. It would appear so. I shifted uncomfortably. I looked around the house for something to comment on, and gestured at the ceiling. I love the Celtic carvings. I grew up in Ireland, Arthur explained. We didn't move to Dolinska until last year, when I started at Arcania University.
Tefé used to be quite Celtic. Ireland and Scotland was where we made our home for centuries before we settled in Malovia,
Phelan said.
There are still a few Fey settlements out there.
That explains your accent. I nudged my brother, and Arthur smiled.
Enough small talk. Let's get down to ass tax. Yes, you heard what I said. I did not stutter,
Phelan added when I opened my mouth. You're here to ask about your unseelie blood. My stomach plummeted. It's more than that, Arthur began. She wants to get to know you. Phelan gave a huff and stirred the pot.
She'd know me if her mother bothered to come around.
Phelan was so forward.
It was difficult getting used to it until I realized it was a trait that showed up in me. My mother had kept me away from my grandparents all my life. I was still wondering if she had a good reason to, but at the same time, these people didn't seem that bad. They'd raised Arthur after all, and he was wonderful. Something about them had to be good. I decided to immediately confront the elephant in the room. My mother said that you're horrible people. I'm not saying you are, but I want to know her reasoning. Did you have a fight with her years ago? Phelan frowned.
It wasn't so much a fight as it was a brawl, child. We did not approve of Ivana because she did not have unseelie blood. We wanted Anastasia to marry someone of our own kind to continue our unseelie heritage.
But she didn't know that, I countered. She never knew our father had unseelie blood. She thought you hated her.
Wojciech chewed on his pipe. To be honest, Ivana wasn't very fond of us from the beginning. Poor girl lost her parents early in life, you know. I believe she saw Anastasia as her only family and didn't want to share him with us. Understandable, if not unsettling.
Understandable? Phelan gave a loud noise. She told Anastasia he would have to abandon his family if he wanted to stay with her and forget his parents forever.
That's far from a fair partnership.
Well, Wojciech trailed off, and Phelan shook her head. I could see that happening with my mother. She guarded me like a hawk. Growing up, she didn't like me talking to other people. Hell, she'd get jealous if I tried to make friends my own age. It was one of the reasons I didn't have any until I came to Arcania University and got some distance from her. It wouldn't surprise me that she'd try to keep her mate all to herself and isolate him from anyone who wasn't her. My mother was an envious soul. It wasn't unusual for me to feel more like a possession than a daughter.
Anastasia never told Ivana of his unseelie blood because he feared being rejected by her. He pretended to be full-blooded Seelie to try to appeal to her,
Phelan explained.
Your mother is particularly racist toward the unseelie, as I'm sure you know, but I said many times over that if she truly loved him, it wouldn't matter.
Phelan scoffed.
Old prejudices die hard, I suppose.
Whatever happened between you and my mother, I want to put it behind us, I said as I leaned forward. We can't change the past, but I do want to get to know you now.
Phelan's cheeks warmed. I suppose it's all water under the bridge. Though I'm surprised your mother let you come here.
She doesn't know. We're not speaking currently. The notion pained me to admit, but the distance was necessary right now. She'd try to stop me from seeing my grandparents if she knew the truth, and I couldn't allow her to get in my way. I had to do this.
It's probably for the best, Phelan said. Your mother always had a problem with cutting the apron strings.
We tried to reach out, Wojciech said. Over the years, we sent letters and gifts, especially on your birthday. We wanted to see you, but your mother, well, I'm sure you understand.
It never received anything from them. My mother had probably burned whatever was delivered. The notion hurt. She was so controlling she wouldn't allow me to have gifts from other people, even if they were my family. But I didn't want to upset my grandparents further, so I said, yes, thank you. They were wonderful. There was something still burning at my throat. My father's grave, I began. I don't mean to be rude, but it seemed a little plain, almost cold.
Yes, Phelan said slowly. It is what he wanted. He made a specific request to keep his headstone as simple as possible before he died. I'm sure you were expecting more, but your father was a quiet man.
I felt awful. I figured my grandparents had given my father a plain headstone because they didn't care, and they were merely honoring his wishes. I needed to stop taking what my mother said at face value. These weren't evil people. Phelan put a hand on her hip.
I suppose you need help discovering your destiny, World Weaver.
My mouth fell open. How did you? Arthur blushed and said, I might have told them about the prophecy. I rolled my eyes. That was Arthur. He was such a blabbermouth. I trusted him not to tell anyone else, but still, he couldn't have kept it quiet until I came to meet them.
Don't blame your brother. We guessed after your mother took you away and left Arthur with us. World weavers are common lore within the unseelie circles, Phelan explained. The story of the sorceress who had raised Droga is very old among our kind. There are few of us left now. It wasn't a great shock to us that you were chosen. Do most of the unseelie live in Ireland, in the communities you were talking about? I asked. Wojciech nodded.
Yes, though no one is pure unseelie anymore. We all have seelie blood within us. These communities specifically remained in Ireland after the war, so the seelie wouldn't purge the world of our kind. It is the only reason the seelie believe all the unseelie fae were wiped out. If the secret of these communities were discovered, or if the seelie fae knew there were still unseelie who existed, our kind would be exterminated. Since the unseelie remained in Ireland instead of relocating to Eastern Europe, we maintained our Celtic roots.
It's in the red hair. Arthur tugged on my locks, and I giggled. I'd like to see these communities someday, I said.
They sound fascinating. You would have to be welcomed in. Since you didn't grow up there, you have to prove you're adept at unseelie magic.
Phelan raised an eyebrow, and gods, it was stern and piercing.
Can you do unseelie magic?
I blinked. Then I called out to the magic of the hearth. The brew within the cauldron stopped bubbling as I harnessed its energy to use as my own. I opened my palm to reveal dark birds made of shadow. They fluttered around the room, disappearing as their wings hit the sunlight streaming through the window. Arthur appeared awed, while my grandparents nearly shook with delight.
Very good, Wojciech praised. An excellent illusion.
You've got my blood all right,
Phelan confirmed with pride. I've tried unseelie magic, but I'm not very good at it, Arthur confessed. That part of the gene pool didn't go over well with me. Unseelie magic is easy for me. Easier than seelie, anyway, I said.
And we can teach you.
Phelan rapped the ladle against the pot.
From the old stories, we know that unseelie magic will be very important to your quest as the World Weaver. You will depend on it to survive. Maybe you can teach your brother how to pick up a few things instead of just reading books.
Books are power. They contain information, Arthur objected.
Put them to use then,
Phelan said, and Arthur scowled.
This is a big family secret, Emma,
Wojciech said.
Phelan and I can teach you everything we know about the Dark Fae and their magic, but you must keep it hidden. You understand the danger if others were to find out.
I knew too well. Unseelie magic was forbidden in Malovia. Merely being who I was born to be was a crime here. I won't betray your trust.
Of course you won't, Phelan said. Family is everything.
My heart warmed within my chest. For the first time since the prophecy had been spoken, I actually felt like I had guidance. I'd never gone at it alone because I had my friends, but what I really needed were mentors to guide me along my path. I'd finally found them, and though I didn't know them yet, it felt like I did. Their experience and wisdom could be crucial to my mission. They trusted me with their secrets. Now I had to trust them with mine. I crossed my legs and sat back as I said, "Have you heard about the crystals of harmony?" My grandparents didn't know anything about the stones or the Alicorn Court, but they did prove to be very knowledgeable about unseelie magic, which I was sure would help along the way. Arthur and I had a bowl of my grandmother's famous Irish stew, which was amazing, by the way, before returning to campus later. I had ice practice, so I said goodbye to Arthur and headed out to the rink. I did my warm-ups, but Lady Magdalena wasn't here. It was highly unusual for my coach to be late. She was always right on time, and with the national competition only 2 weeks away, she was grilling me even harder than normal. I practiced my program for half an hour, and she still hadn't shown up. I skated carefully, as the small wound the assassin had given me had just healed, and I didn't want to rip it open right before the big skate. "Your coach bail on you?" Amantha asked as she stretched out at the boards. She was the Griffin girl I usually practiced with. She'd been here an hour longer than me and was wrapping up her ice session. "Yeah,
My voice drifted off as I looked around. It's odd.
Maybe she's still dealing with your dear old mother-in-law, Amantha teased.
Word had gotten round campus about Lady Magdalena and Queen Antonia fighting, though nobody but Ethan, myself, and our inner circle knew about what. I scowled. She's not my mother-in-law. Wasn't yet, anyway. Amantha frowned. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. It's not your fault. Ethan had told me Lady Magdalena had put a hex on Queen Antonia for attacking me. So far, Lady Magdalena had mentioned nothing to me about it. Ethan had been very worried, but still kept his distance. I tried not to let the loneliness eat me up inside. After 15 more minutes of skating around and falling on my jumps, it was clear I was on my own today. I don't think she's gonna show. I dropped my shoulders. Why wouldn't Lady Magdalena contact me about missing my lesson?
That's too bad.
Amantha jerked her head to the side. Let's get some slushies. On me. I left the ice and followed Amantha to the locker room. We took off our skates and headed to the concession stand, where she handed me a big cherry slushie from the attendant. When I took off the cap, the slushie formed into illusions of ice skaters dancing and twirling. I put the cap back on and drank the slushie down through the straw. A fluttering feeling erupted in my belly, like the ice skaters were still performing within. Amantha sucked on her blue raspberry slushie as we sat down at a booth. What's got you down, girl? I liked Amantha, but I worried about revealing too much to her. She was my competitor, after all. I didn't want her to think I would mess up my program during the competition. It might give her an edge. Amantha poked me. Come on, I'm not Gabby. I won't use anything against you. And trust me, your long program is way more solid than mine is. The only way I could catch up to you in the rankings is if you totally flopped. Don't say that. You're a brilliant skater, I objected. Yeah, but you're the best, Amantha said firmly. You've got this competition in the bag. So what's on your mind? I figured I might as well let Amantha in. Maybe she could provide some outside perspective. Well, you know Ethan and I aren't doing the best. I thought so. The tabloids have pictures of you and Finley going out every weekend now, Amantha said. I thought it was a phase, but you two are getting serious. We are. I looked down at the table, and it's hurting Ethan. Not to mention his mother tried to take revenge on me for humiliating her son. Ah, so that's what got Magdalena in a twist, Amantha said. That makes sense. I played with my straw. The thing is, I want Ethan and I to work out, but the longer we're apart, the more I lose faith we're going to. Are you thinking of breaking your bond? Amantha asked the question so casually, it almost threw me off. My eyes widened. Yes. How did you know? You want to know the truth? Amantha leaned in and dropped her voice to a whisper. I broke my bond with my mate last semester. Really? I almost fell off my chair. You left your fated mate? Amantha nodded. I bonded my freshman year with the Griffin shifter. We were together for nearly 3 years. Wow, really? What happened? He was pretty abusive, Amantha shrugged. You wouldn't think it, but Griffins can be violent too. We empaths take in a lot of emotion from other people, and it all has to come out somehow. Mainly, his overwhelm exploded on me. I never would have guessed. Amantha seemed like such a happy person. I wouldn't have known she was in an unhealthy relationship if she hadn't told me. I was pretty optimistic about the whole thing. I figured we were fated mates and meant to be together, so I had to put up with it. She chewed on her straw. But it doesn't matter if you're destined to be together if it's at the wrong time, or if you can't work out your differences. I wanted him to change until I realized if I wanted things to get better, I had to be the one to end the relationship. Leaving him was the most painful thing I ever did, but it was the right thing to do. No amount of fate can bring you together if your mate is determined to break you apart. There was pain in her words, but not as much as I expected. It was like she'd moved on. Ethan and I don't have those kinds of problems, I said. We just can't get along. And that's okay to admit.
He doesn't have to hit you or verbally abuse you for the relationship to be wrong, Amantha said. There were more good times with my mate than there were bad, but the bad things overshadowed our love. It got to the point where the magic just wasn't enough.
I felt that. I felt that hard. For as much magic Ethan and I shared, the shadows that loomed over our relationship suffocated all the love. It wasn't even about the secrets anymore. At this point in time, we just weren't good for each other. I want our love to be enough, but I get what you're saying. What point is there to reviving something that's already dead?
Do you have a better relationship with Finley? Amantha asked.
In a way.
But he's not Ethan.
I gave a heavy, long sigh. No, he's not.
I care about you, Emma. I want what's best for you.
Amantha took my hand and squeezed it.
If you're considering breaking the bond, that's a big sign things aren't meant to work out.
Tears rose to my eyes. I choked them down and said, You think so?
Maybe, but don't do it until you're ready to give up.
Amantha gave me a kind smile.
It took me ages to get over my mate, but I moved on. You have your friends and school, and you have skating. Eventually, your heart will mend. And there will be someone else there to fall for, I promise.
I wiped my eyes with the heel of my hand. Thanks. I really needed to hear that.
Anytime.
Amantha sipped at the rest of her slushie. The double doors to the rink slammed open, and I gave a start as Lady Magdalena swept into the rink, cheeks pink and her hair windswept. I apologize for the delay, Emmeline, Lady Magdalena said as she stopped at my table. She looked down at my tennis shoes and said, Why on earth don't you have your skates on? Let's get to work, chop chop. Amantha waved as I headed back to the locker room. I got back on the ice, but Lady Magdalena seemed distracted my entire practice. To be honest, so was I. I kept going back and forth in my head between my two choices, Ethan or Finley. Finley seemed like the reasonable choice. If I was with Finley, I could get my reputation back with the pack. I'd be accepted into the Wolven faction again, and the press would forget all about me. They'd lose interest and find someone else to harass. Finley checked off all the boxes I had. He was strong, brave, and kind. He was everything I wanted in a partner. On paper, we made sense. So where was the magic? Despite the connection Finley and I had, it was nothing like the bond I shared with Ethan. Being with Finley was easy, and being with Ethan had been frustrating as all hell. Weren't relationships supposed to be easy if they were good? I liked Finley. I liked him a lot. I could even grow to love him in time. And it wouldn't take very long. A few more months of dating and I'd fall for him hard, I was sure. But I'd never love him like I loved Ethan, and that was the problem. Since I'd first looked into his eyes, I'd thought Ethan would be the only one for me. Yet Ethan was almost gone. The man I knew wasn't there anymore. The demon had swallowed him up, leaving only a phantom in his place. How could I continue to hold on to a shadow, hold on to a person who had all but ceased to exist? Hoping, wishing, and praying wouldn't bring Ethan back. We'd tried everything, and failed every time. So why did my heart keep holding on? I was no less confused when I left the rink than when I'd showed up. But if Amantha could get over her bond, couldn't I? She said not to do it until I was ready, and I wasn't ready yet. We still had a few more weeks until the demon took over Ethan completely. If that happened, reality would make the decision for me. I slowly climbed the staircase back to the dormitories. Stairs usually didn't bother me, but I had to take it easy. Typically, such a climb would only take me a minute, but I found that taking the stairs today resulted in nearly 5, as I had to pause on each step to take a breath. Practice had really wiped me out. Yup, this was me, the all-powerful world weaver, the girl fated to fight Droga, who couldn't climb a flight of stairs without getting winded. Oh yeah, the dark god should be real scared of me. Delmare was at the top of the staircase with her arms crossed. Her hunched position and wrinkled nose told me she was pissed. "What's wrong?" I asked. Delmare fumed.
"Oh, nothing. Just that my mate thinks my new book fucking sucks."
"I did not say it sucked." Stefan popped his head out of his dorm a few rows down. He walked over, demeanor calm. "You asked me to read it and give you an honest opinion. I said it needed a few changes, that's all."
"A few changes? You want me to rewrite half the book?"
Delmare shouted.
"Do you know how much time it took me to finish? I can't just dump all those chapters in the trash."
"Babe, every book needs to be edited. It's good, but I know you could do better," Stefan emphasized.
"You're unbelievable,"
Delmare growled. She threw her arms up and stomped away. "Babe!" Stefan whined again, and he started after her. Their argument didn't look like something I wanted to get into. They'd sort it out. Stefan chased Delmare down the stairs, and I retired to my dormitory. I dropped my stuff off in my dorm. Tigris purred, and I scratched him underneath the chin before he curled up on an orchid leaf for a nap. I was going to get an early start on my paper for enchanting class before I heard annoyed voices in the hallway. Gods, was everyone fighting today? Because it was really annoying. I poked my head out. In the rec room was Odette. She was arguing with Igor, who looked like he'd cornered her against a wall. My nose scrunched in distaste. What was Igor doing here? He wasn't even a student. It wasn't my business, but I hated Igor with such a fucking passion, I knew I wouldn't get any work done if he was hanging around. I left my dorm and stomped toward him, fully intending on chasing him off.
"What do you expect me to do? I'm so out of place," Igor hissed at Odette. "You know I don't like these sort of things, and you insist on dragging me along anyway."
"It's just dinner with a few friends."
Odette shrank under Igor's frame.
"I thought it'd be nice if you came."
Igor rolled his eyes.
"Always with the friends. I asked you to move in weeks ago, and you haven't brought over a single box."
"I've been busy."
Odette's eyes darted to the side.
"Yeah, right. Everyone else is more important to you than me."
Igor crossed his arms.
"Don't you realize you're better off without those losers you hang with? I need more attention, and you aren't giving it to me."
What a jealous jerk. Could he fuck off already? Igor turned around when he heard me coming, while Odette sagged in relief. "Odette, I need your help with some homework," I lied. "It's urgent." Igor shot dagger eyes at Odette, but she quickly said,
"Sure, Emma, I'll be right there."
She tottered to my dorm as fast as her little legs could carry her. I flipped Igor off. His cheeks flushed as he left, mumbling under his breath about what a bitch I was. He was too big of a wimp to confront me to my face. I closed my dorm room door and locked it, just in case the asshole came back. Odette was sitting on my bed, nervously brushing out her hair with her fingers.
"Odette, what is it going to take for you to dump this guy?" I asked her. "Because at this point, I'll seriously pay you to break it off with him."
Odette began working on a braid.
"I don't know."
"I think he takes advantage of you, and it's not because you have autism," I said. "You've never had a boyfriend before, so it's not like you know what to expect, and him being 10 years older than you gives him a hell of a lot of leverage."
"You never had a boyfriend before Ethan,"
Odette said.
"Yeah,
and look how that turned out." I took a pause. Why isn't Igor mated anyhow? He's ancient to be without a mate.
His mate broke their bond after they were together for a year," Odette confessed. "She said she couldn't deal with him, I think, and married someone else."
Imagine that. If his own damn mate couldn't tolerate Igor, I doubted any woman on this earth could. She made a face.
"Okay, if I'm honest, I'm really getting tired of him. He's the neediest guy ever, and that's saying a lot for an Alicorn."
"Do you want me to show him the door? I'd be more than thrilled to put a foot up his ass." She sighed and flopped backward.
"No, I've got to do it. I know I'm not happy."
I sat beside her. Sorry to hold you hostage in my room, but I couldn't think of anything on the fly.
It's okay.
Tigris purred when he saw Odette and flew over to nestle in her hair.
I wanted to talk to you in private anyway.
About what? Odette chewed her lip guiltily.
Well, I didn't tell everyone everything I learned at the pool.
What? Why? I asked in shock.
Emma, my Draika ancestors want me to share certain things with only you, Odette said. It's not that they don't trust our friends, but there are some things only you can hear. They told me that specifically.
So, what did they want me to know? I crossed my arms, annoyed the druids didn't just tell me outright when I'd been at the pool. Odette gave a nervous laugh and slowly sat up.
You know the prophecy says you're going to die, right?
Yes, the hag made that clear.
Well, there's a way around that,
Odette said, and hope rose.
But you can't be with Ethan ever again.
My gut took a heavy blow. I was winded as I asked, "What do you mean?"
In the pool, I saw a path diverged by 2 roads.
Odette held up 2 fingers.
You were standing at the crossroads, trying to see which path to take. On one path, you allowed the demon to take Ethan's life. On this path, you stayed alive.
Odette shivered.
But on the other, you saved Ethan from the demon. The 2 of you mended your relationship, but it was all for nothing, because Ethan led the hidden king right to you, and you died as a result.
But we know who the hidden king is. It's Elijah, I argued. Ethan would never lead his cousin to me.
I'm not so sure.
Odette shook her head rapidly.
I know that Ethan will be the key to the hidden king destroying you. Ethan won't want to. It'll be an accident, but it'll bring about your death.
Odette quaked with fear.
This is serious. If you're not careful, the hidden king will hurt you. I asked my ancestors if there was another way, but they said this road only leads to 2 paths, your life or Ethan's.
My entire form had turned to ice. So I have to let this demon kill Ethan. If I don't, he'll be the reason Elijah kills me?
Yes. My Draika ancestors made it clear I'm not to interfere with any choice you make. This is your decision alone. You can save yourself if Ethan crosses into the great hunting grounds beyond.
Odette took a deep breath.
But if you save Ethan from this demon and get back together, the hidden king will find you, and you will die.
Odette was white-faced.
The sight of you lying there, your eyes glassy and clothes covered in blood. Emma, it was so scary. I never want to witness that again, especially not in real life.
She reached out to take my hands as her big blue eyes shone with tears.
Emma, promise me you're going to let Ethan go. You have to, if you want to save yourself. The shifter you love is already gone. This is the only way.
Odette gripped my fingers tightly, but no matter how hard she begged, I just couldn't make that promise. I loved Ethan. My life or his? A futile decision, even with how far gone he was. But the prophecy had taken this out of my hands. I had a choice to make. And no matter what road I chose, there would only be one thing waiting for me at the end of it. Pain.
Chapter 11. Ethan. Freezing rain pounded against the window panes of the school. I was sure by tonight it would turn to snow. Candles hovered overhead, powered by Lord Lucian's telepathy magic. They were the only source of light within the stone classroom. Conversation was quiet today. I huddled against my desk and tried not to shiver. Cold. Everything felt so cold lately. The demon snarled as it curled against my bones. I barely remained focused as Lord Lucian carried a box around the room. Flowers levitated out of the box and landed in front of each student. As you all know by now, Shadow work is necessary for all Fae to master, Lucian said. It is the magical art of forgiving yourself, of moving on from your past, and letting go of your deepest troubles. Even as Seelie Fae, all of us have a dark side. In order to progress, both in our lives and in our magic, we must be willing to face it. Since the beginning of the semester, you've all been working on journal entries dealing with your worst mistakes and greatest traumas. Today, we'll use magic to face them. I suppressed a hiss. I was failing this class. I was failing every class, but shadow work was by far the worst. My journal, which was supposed to be full of entries by now, was a mess of scribbled nonsense. Lucian didn't read the journals, thank the gods, but I was expected to put down something, so I'd mostly filled the pages with things like notes from other classes, daily to-do lists, and personal reminders instead of the shadows I was supposed to be facing. As Lucian passed by my desk, a flower hovered out of it. The Lashane chuckled with glee as my emotions turned black. My lip curled upward. A white rose. How ironic. Everyone else had gotten a carnation, an aster, a daisy, or a lily. I was the singular person who'd received a rose. Lucian put the empty box down on his desk as he returned to the head of the room. Your shadow self holds all of your darkest fears, worries, and troubles. It is what causes you to judge others, as well as yourself. It is where the guilt from your past lies. Exceptional Fae are not made unless they have achieved the ability to move on from their past. Shadow work never ends, as we all have to live with our darkness. But if the shadow inside of you grows too strong, it can take over your magic and ruin your life. This class is essential for you to learn how to manage it. Lucian hovered an aster in front of his face. Observe. I acknowledge my past. I face what has been haunting me. I accept it without allowing myself to become it. I realize that the shadows are a part of me, but they do not make up who I am. I ask the shadows of these feelings to flow into the flower. If the spell is performed correctly, all the petals will fall from the flower, and the stem will vanish. We watched carefully as the petals from the aster began trailing to the floor. The stem vanished in a puff of smoke. Lucian took a deep breath. His shoulders appeared lighter. You might not be able to catch the hang of the spell the first time, but if you have gotten one petal to fall, it is an accomplishment. It shows you are willing to move on from the past and go onward toward the future, Lucian said. I expect all of you to make some progress today. I heard journal pages turning as people got to work. I didn't bother opening mine. I hovered the rows in front of me and tried to concentrate. I personally thought this class was a load of horse shit, but that wouldn't help keep up appearances. Although the things I regretted weren't listed in my journal, they were in my head. They never left. Losing my leg, killing my father, hurting Emma. These were the three things I couldn't face myself on, no matter how hard I tried. Thinking about letting them go was almost as painful as continuing to live with them. Forgiving myself felt like allowing myself to go free from the crime of committing these past sins, and as far as I was concerned, I deserved to be locked up for them, if only by my own will. The rose continued to spin in midair, unaffected. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as petals dropped from the flowers of other classmates. Bile rose in my throat. I was so disgusted with myself. I couldn't get a singular petal to drop. This was just as bad as communing with the gods. I switched tactics and tried to start with something small. What was the tiniest thing I hadn't forgiven myself for? More memories popped up. Losing the crown. Failing to keep Eli as a brother and friend. But those were too big. I needed something smaller. Then it came to me. It was an old memory. My mother scolding me as a child. I'd spilled milk on the floor at a dinner party, and she'd whacked me across the back of the head before several guests. Why can't you be more careful? Princes aren't so clumsy. So many had stared. I'd barely been 6, but still, the embarrassment of the moment flushed over me like yesterday. I was so young then. I wouldn't be upset at a child now for a simple mistake, but yet I felt I deserved to be punished for causing such a small error. Lucian walked by my desk to observe my progress. I tried to forgive myself for spilling the milk in front of the guests. I tried to let that go. A singular white petal wobbled on the rose, but it didn't fall. "You're holding on to having control, but control is the greatest illusion of all," Lucian lectured. "Learn to break it." I was highly aware I was holding myself up to impossible standards, but Lucian didn't understand. I was a prince. The smallest mistake in our world caused people to die. I had to be perfect, if only to protect the ones I loved. There was no room for error. Not as a member of the royal family. I'd learned that as a result of losing the crown. People were dying now because Elijah was in power, and it was all my fault. I must have not tried hard enough. If I truly wanted to be king, truly desired it, I would have grasped it in my hands. The fact that the kingdom was withering away under Elijah's hand was my doing. I had the thought that I could never let go of what I did. I hated myself for everything. The rose turned black and wilted right before my eyes. Black ash fluttered to the table from the ruined rose. Lucian frowned. "Ethan, if you do not confront and acknowledge your past, it will continue to hold you back. I don't have any power over what's already taken place. But you do have power over today. Let that sink into your mind." Lucian gave me another flower, this one a plain daffodil. I tried again, but wasn't able to get any petals to fall. At least this one didn't wilt. I shoved it into my bag when class was dismissed and left in a sour mood. Lucian's words had struck a nerve. He had taught me how to become mobile again after I'd lost my leg, but as far as I was concerned, that's where his help ended. He wanted me to deal with and accept my darkness. I could never forgive myself for losing my leg, for causing my father's death. If Lucian wanted that from me, he'd only be met with disappointment, because that's all I was, a gigantic, enormous failure. A mass of blonde curls bounced in my vision, and I nearly crashed into the person in front of me. "Chastity, what are you doing?" She'd run into me on purpose, I was sure. A big smile spread across her face, and I was reminded why we'd broken up. Her tireless enthusiasm had been far too much for me to handle. "I have some free time. I was thinking we'd catch up." Surprisingly, the Leshane hated her. He reveled in anyone who caused me discomfort, but apparently Chastity was the one exception to that rule. A twinge of annoyance ran clear through from him to me as I said, "I hardly think that's appropriate." "Come on," she rolled her eyes. "Where's your sense of adventure? You didn't give us a real chance, Ethan, and I think it's time you reconsidered." I took a step back from her. "As you well know, I'm mated to Emma." Her smile fell slightly. "Yes, but didn't you guys break up? You know it was a mistake choosing her for the King's contest. I thought we could pick up where we left off." She shoved me against the wall and smashed her breasts against my chest. Her head moved toward me to give me a kiss, but I ducked away. "Chastity, I'm not interested. That's final." Her gaze darkened. "It's not like you have a lot of options. You're a disgraced prince with no title. You'll come crawling back when the Sozna girl gets tired of you. Looks like she already has. I'll be waiting when you finally realize what's good for you." Chastity spun on her heel and walked away. I breathed a sigh of relief when she left me alone, but it was hard to do, as she took all the air out of the room with her. She was as conceited as my mother. And dangerous, I was reminded. Chastity came from a powerful family. She had connections, and she would use them to get what she wanted. Mainly, a proposal from me. Hopefully, the Leshane would kill me off long before she pressured me into such a thing. "I'll do you one favor," the demon hissed. "Even I'm bothered by the likes of her." If a demon was afraid of Chastity, that was a sign to steer clear. Death, or being engaged to her? I'll take death. I didn't have anything to do for the rest of the afternoon. My plan was to lock myself away in my dorm until I spotted Emma leaning against a pillar. Her eyes said to come with her. I gravitated to her side immediately. We walked side by side in the halls without speaking. I was unsure of where she was leading me, but I felt like it had to be important. We caught a few offhanded gazes. People were surprised to see us together, given our situation, but nothing too unusual. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as the curious sensation of being followed trailed over my skin. I didn't glance behind, but saw two familiar figures in the decorative mirror that was hanging on the wall up ahead. Oren and Xander, the Alicorn pair that used to follow Eli around like a couple of dogs. My friends and I had gotten into a brawl with them a few semesters ago, though they'd been smart enough not to cross our path since. Not after Stefan had pummeled their friend, Andrik, to pieces last semester for going after Delmare. Looks like their stupidity had finally caught up to them, however, because they were looking for trouble. "They're following us," Emma murmured. She kept her gaze ahead, though irritation flooded her features. "Why?" I gave a glare behind. Oren blanched, but Xander didn't even flinch. He wanted us to know he was a threat. "Eli's put them up to looking for the Alicorn stone, I'm sure of it," Emma whispered. "We can't let them get to it before we do." "We have to lose them. Come on." I grabbed Emma's arm. She bristled, but I forced her to follow as we ducked into a large crowd of students milling outside the conservatory. Emma vanished, but I was tall. My head stuck out, giving Xander and Oren a clear target. "We'll split up. Meet me on the rooftop above the dormitories," I said quickly. She nodded and took off. Instead of turning tail, I walked out of the crowd and faced them both. Oren skidded to a halt, while Xander towered overhead. He was a big Alicorn. "What exactly is this nonsense?" I spat. I said it loud enough the crowd stopped speaking. Everyone in the large hallway turned to look at us. "I don't know what you mean. We're merely walking to class." "You're bothering my mate is what you're doing," I growled. "And if you don't want to end up with broken legs, I suggest you head in a different direction next time." "Those are big words from a shifter who can't hold on to his whore," Xander threw back. "Maybe we all want to turn." I snarled and changed on the spot. Several people screamed as I landed on 3 paws, baring my teeth. Oren lunged out of the way, though Xander shifted to face me. The black Alicorn lowered his horn and pawed his hoof, ready for a fight. "I know what you're really after," I snarled. "Apparently I need to send my little cousin a message." "You can try, cripple." Xander put his head down and charged. I spread my jaws wide, looking to deliver a sharp bite to the neck. But Xander and I were both knocked backwards as we collided with an invisible shield. "That is quite enough." Lady Magdalena stood between the two of us. I could feel red-hot energy radiating from her shield as it remained between Xander and I. "Prince Ethan, you shall go one way, and Mr. Hengar, you will go the other. If I see you two dueling again on school grounds, there will be extreme consequences. I am tired of my students turning this university into a boxing ring." Xander shifted back, though he threw a resentful look at Magdalena, which he quickly rearranged when her sharp eyes hooked his. Oren had scuttled off. I forced myself into my human form and turned my back on Xander before I changed my mind. The conversation in the hallway resumed, though it was muddled and confused. I busied myself on getting out of there as fast as possible. I didn't feel free until I burst onto the rooftop. The rain had stopped, though the roof under my feet was a frozen sheet of ice. The chill in the air cooled my hot head. I saw Emma standing by the bench, nerves abounding. "Did you take care of them?" she asked. "I made it clear we won't be bullied before Magdalena interfered," I began. "But we'll have to be careful from now on. If they're poking around, Eli's on the trail." Emma bit her lip. "That's why I'm so worried." "You clearly had something in mind." I crossed my arms. "What is it you wanted to talk about?" Emma pulled her coat around her. "I know the stones come first, but we have to do something to help the people of Malovia. Things are getting worse out there." "I haven't been paying attention to the news." "Really?" Her eyebrows narrowed. "That's not like you." I wanted to tell her it was because I couldn't turn on my phone without another headline featuring her and Finley, but that was only partially it. Reading the papers only made me feel more helpless than I already was these days. I just needed a break for some time. What's going on? His policies are nuts. I think he knows we're the ones who set those monsters loose from the warehouse. He's taking it out on the people, Emma said. Many are starving. He's cut off all the housing programs that provide assistance to poor families. There are more homeless on the streets of Dolinska than there ever have been before. The taxes on the lower class have been raised so high, no one can afford to keep up with their bills. It's like he's changing this country overnight. That is his prerogative, to grow his army. Gods, my cousin was such a joke that was going to get us all killed. Emma's words were hedged. Maybe the Phantom could do something about it. I scoffed. The Phantom doesn't help anyone but himself. Get real, Emma. Her cheeks flushed. That's a load of bullshit. I don't care what bad he's done. The Phantom can be used as a force of good if you would just let him be. We were arguing again. Apparently it was a favored pastime of ours. You wanted me to give up the Phantom forever, and now you want him to continue his work? I'd be appreciative if you'd make up your mind. Her face turned as red as her hair. It's obvious the Phantom is a part of our lives now. He's not going anywhere. Instead of getting rid of him altogether, why not turn him into something positive? A hero instead of a killer? My life, not yours, I growled. You have no part in what the Phantom does. This isn't the real you, Emma shot out. The old Ethan wouldn't just sit on his ass and watch the world go by without him. Perhaps I've changed. Yes, perhaps you've become scared of your own shadow, she screamed. Things changed then. My temper burst. It didn't take much these days. I was going to scream something else at her, probably something personal that would hurt. But that's not what happened. It only took seconds for the Leshane to take over. I went from myself to him in a matter of moments. I'd left the door wide open in my anger, and he had taken control. I knew he'd come fully into my body as Emma gasped. The color drained from her face as I felt my eyes turn red, teeth sharpen. The demon went to attack, but Emma reacted first. She flung out her hand, and a binding spell wrapped itself around my body, pinning my arms to my sides and forcing me to my knees. The cold ice stung my legs through my pants as the Leshane thrashed against Emma's magic, trying to break free. For as powerful as he was, Emma had caught him before he could unleash, and she was strong enough to hold him. The Leshane let out a cruel laugh. It erupted from my throat and spread like bitter seeds upon the air. Got me this time, didn't you? Next time I'll be more prepared. Let him go, Emma spoke through clenched teeth. She kept her hand aloft to suspend the spell. There was no fear in her eyes. There was only rage and pure, unadulterated hatred. I don't think I will. He's been the most entertaining host I've had in decades. The Leshane flicked his forked tongue. It won't be long before he's mine forever. I will not let you have him. Emma's hand shook. I will fight for him. You cannot stop me. I've never lost before. Thousands of souls have fallen to me, and 1,000 souls will fall hereafter. You've never dealt with someone like me. The Leshane's tone was thick with distaste. Not even a world weaver can come between the Leshane and his prey. I will get you out of him, Emma snarled. You'd better pray to the gods for mercy once that moment happens, because I won't spare you. Hell will look comfortable compared to what I'm going to do to you. You'll never get the chance. Ethan Nowak is mine. The Leshane fled. He hid back within the confines of my spirit, and I gasped as I came back into my own body. The binding spell broke, and I fell forward, my cheek connecting with the cold ground. Ethan! Emma collapsed beside me. She turned me on my back. It felt like a few blood vessels had burst in my face. My voice was hoarse. Any energy I'd had moments before was gone, lost to the wind. Leave me, Onavilke, before he comes back. No. Emma pulled at my shoulders, trying to force me to my feet. She couldn't lift me on her own. I struggled to get up, but only for her. Once I was standing upright, she flung my arm over her shoulders and attempted to drag me to my dormitory. I ordered myself to walk, though every step felt like another pace closer to the underworld. My body would not take much more of this. It was only for Emma that I kept resisting. I fell onto my bed and didn't stir thereafter. I was keenly aware of Emma's presence, but only as I was drifting in and out of my own mind. The demon wouldn't give up, nor would Emma. I knew the Lashane was powerful, but so was my mate. My greatest fear was before this was over, Emma would be stubborn enough to kill herself before she allowed this demon to take me wholly. She was headstrong. She would not give in. Perhaps that's what the Lashane was counting on. He wanted to absorb her power. He couldn't take it unless he hunted her down. And I kept giving him opportunities to do so. Yet the time was drawing near. My grave loomed, waiting for me as patiently as my bed. If the Lashane wanted Emma's magic, all he needed to do was bide his time. These bitter stories had bitter ends, as well as violent ones.
Chapter 12. Emma. Your magic is beautiful, Emma. Sustain it. Nourish it.
Phelan's face hovered beside mine as I knelt by the hearth fire.
My grandmother was teaching me unseelie hearth magic, a hidden art that had been practiced by my ancestors for centuries. It was all about making the home a magical and protective space for casting. Apparently, the more sacred your home, the more powerful your magic would be. I was learning as much as I could to take back to my dorm so I could continue practicing with the grimoire in secret there. I stirred the cauldron counterclockwise. The mixture within bubbled and turned a shimmering black due to the fey seed I'd added. I focused my eyes on the brew, channeling my magic into the potion as I said, "In the name of the goddess Melana, no evil shall enter here. No harm, no negative energy will come to me." The mixture turned to silver. I felt a bit of my energy drain as it siphoned into the spell, but I didn't feel tired whatsoever. I thought of the intention of protection, as that was the main goal for this exercise. "Think of the person you love the most," my grandmother said. "What would you do to protect them? What would you do to save them? Put those feelings in the potion. Call them in to aid in your work." Ethan immediately popped into my mind. I focused on how defensive I was of him, how much I wanted to save him, and put that into the spell. The mixture turned so black it was nearly like looking into the night. "Very good," Phelan praised. "We'll make an unseelie out of you yet." "I've got it, Babcha." She insisted I called her Babcha now, Malovian for grandma. Vocek wanted me to call him Baba. I stuck with it because it didn't feel as formal as their real names, and I liked the idea of having a close family. Arthur watched nearby, eyes huge behind his glasses as he observed me pull off the intense spell. The spell was to provide protection for my dorm room. I was damn sick and tired of people breaking into my room and trying to kill me. With this mixture of salt, cloves, vinegar, fey seed, and unseelie magic, mixed together and applied to my doorframe, no one would be able to enter my dorm if they had ill intentions, so long as I remembered to reapply it every new moon. I finished stirring the pot and sat back to let it sit for a moment. The fattest, oldest dog I'd ever seen ambled into the living room. He was huge, with white fur and pointed ears. I think he rolled rather than walked. His big paws smacked on the floor, and his tail wagged as he sniffed my sweater. "Who's this big guy? I didn't see him the last time I came over." I held out a hand, and the dog licked my fingers. He had big black eyes that immediately warmed my heart. "He was sleeping in the bedroom, lazy thing." Papa reached over and gave the dog a pat on the head. "Do you have a cat?" I asked. "Fairies don't like cats. We enjoy dogs, especially white ones," Babcha said. She reached into her apron and tossed Puck a treat. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen a single cat at Arcania University, or in Dolinska, for that matter.
Were they unheard of here in Malovia?
Cats are the pet of filthy witches. Papa wrinkled his nose. Felines don't much appreciate their kind. Cats aren't loyal. Not like old Puck here.
Puck. Ethan would have liked that name. I drew my attention back to the spell. It cooled in mere minutes. I used the ladle to pour the mixture into a vial, capping it with a cork. I slipped the mixture into my bag to put on my door for later.
Don't get caught with that on school grounds, Arthur warned. Not even Lady Magdalena will be able to defend you.
I'm aware. I had plenty of experience hiding unseelie objects. I'd renewed the apple branch spell to protect me from curses that I learned last semester and always carried one with me.
Wands are the worst, Babcha added. Stay away from such wretched things.
I thought wands were an unseelie object, I asked. Kiara had told me such long ago.
That's a misconception. Wands can be used by unseelie fae, but we don't like them. They're mostly used by witches and warlocks to banish fae.
Wands are one of the few magical items that have any power over our magic, Babcha explained.
Crystals are what we prefer. They're a natural object that comes from the earth, and as fairies, we love and respect nature, Papa said. Much of the propaganda against unseelie fae compares them to the Miriamic coven.
I didn't get the hate against witches. As far as I could tell, the reason the fae despised them was the Miriamic coven could handle and even stop our illusion magic when the other magical races couldn't. In my opinion, it was good to level the playing field. If the fae were too powerful, people like Elijah would already be running the world. Not that it stopped the bastard from trying anyway. As I sat on the chair by the fire, I let out a heavy sigh. Babtia wiped her hands off with her apron.
Something's on your mind. Spill it out.
Babtia had little time for tact. I appreciated that about her. With Arthur eyeing me, I said, the competition's this weekend, and I want to do well so I can go on to compete at the European final. That's not all, Babcia quipped. Her bullshit meter was flawless. Well, no, I confessed. I'm worried about finding the crystals of harmony in time. We're no closer to finding the Alicorn stone than we were a few weeks ago, and I'm worried it'll never show.
You'll find the crystals when you're meant to find them, Babcia said reassuringly. Trust that all will come together at the proper moment.
And then there's my mate, I finished with a sigh. We're still estranged. I want to be with him, but things are so complicated.
Men are strange creatures. He'll pull his head out of his rear eventually, Babcia said, waving her hand.
It's more than that. I hadn't told anyone this, but I trusted my grandparents, and I loved Arthur. They'd keep this secret safe. He's been possessed by a demon. We've tried to get rid of it, but nothing we've done has worked. Papa looked up from this week's edition of the annual Arcania, while Arthur lunched back. Babcia was the only one who didn't seem surprised. She removed the cauldron I'd used for brewing the spell and put a new one on before she sat back into an armchair and got to chopping vegetables. Arthur was gaping.
I didn't know Ethan was possessed.
We've tried to keep it quiet, but it's getting harder. The demon is killing him from the inside out, I said. Babcia, Papa, do you know a way we could free him? My heart jumped in hope as Papa asked,
What kind of demon is it?
A Leshane? Papa frowned, and my heart sank again as Babcia shook her head.
If your mate's been possessed by a forest Leshane, we can't help you. That's something beyond even our power as unseelie. A minor demon would be easier, but something like that is damn near impossible to exorcise.
Shit. If my grandparents, experienced as they were, didn't think there was any hope, it really was dire.
You cannot save someone if they don't want to save themselves, Babcia said, catching the look on my face. Demon possession always drowns the host in sorrow. If your mate has any chance of surviving, he'll have to do his best to get the Leshane out himself. Just mind you don't let Ethan drag you down with him.
I let my shoulders drop. It's just a lot to carry. I feel like I'm on my own.
Sounds like you've got some energy to clear, Papa offered. energy? Every being on Earth is energy. Positive, negative, and in between, Papa explained. It can change depending on what you think, what you feel, what kind of environment you're in. You can't control another person's energy, but you can guide your own.
And you can clear it, Babcha added. It's just like cleaning any other space. As Fae, we are energetic beings that use our magic to pull from the gods, from nature, from each other. The mating bond is the strongest energetic connection a Fae has. The cords that bind you and your mate affect both of you. If Ethan is possessed, you will feel the demon's negative energy and be influenced by it. Though the information was new, the notion wasn't quite a shock. I was disabled, so I suffered from fatigue often, but I felt a tiredness now that had nothing to do with my illness. I could tell the Lashane was draining me as much as it was my mate. I don't want that monster influencing me. That's where your unseelie magic comes in. Babcha gestured for me to sit in front of the hearth fire. I sat cross-legged on the rug, and she placed a bowl of salt in front of me, as well as a white candle. This clearing spell will help lift some of that negative influence. I've done this before, Arthur said. It's simple, but not always easy. Babcha offered as she handed me a match. Light the candle and place your hands into the bowl. I did so. The grains of salt filtered through my fingers as I buried them deep in the bowl. The candlelight flickered off my face, casting shadows here and there. Close your eyes. Feel the energy of the earth through the salt, Babcha said. You are a fairy, connected to the earth. Do you feel its energy pulsing through the grains? I used my illusion magic to reach out and connect. The salt felt very grounding, like roots had sprung out of me, securing me to the dirt. It also felt very pure. There was no right or wrong to the salt. It merely existed. Use your unseelie magic to call the surface everything that's been weighing on you, Babcha said. Imagine it welling out of your own spirit, trailing down your arms and letting the salt absorb its energy. I tried, but instead of flowing, I had to tug on the energetic strands of bullshit I felt were pulling down my spirit. The worry over my competition came up easily. The concern over the crystals was a little harder, but after nudging it for a moment, I felt it begin to drain away. It was tough. Some things didn't want to come up. When I came to the bond that drew Ethan and I together, I nearly cried. The connection I had with Ethan was so frail now. It was like if either of us pulled in the wrong direction, it'd break. I could feel the demon's suffocating energy as I touched our bond. I tried to drain it out, but the Lashane's energy was sticky, like tar. It wasn't going anywhere. I can't get it to move. My expression strained with the effort of carving out the Lashane's nasty vitality. Order it to leave. No energy, good or bad, that is not yours can stay with you if you demand it to go, Babcha said. Stand your ground. I was good at that. I told the demon's influence to get the hell out of here. It resisted initially, but the energy knew it didn't belong to me. I felt the demon's magic siphon away, flooding into the salt. Look, Emma! Arthur gasped beside me, and I opened my eyes. Wonderment encompassed me as I saw dark tendrils swirl around my arms, stemming from my core. The tendrils were sucked into the salt until my chest felt lighter and my spirit felt like it was floating inside my body. The heaviness was gone, replaced by a feeling of ease. I took a breath. It was like an elephant had gotten off my chest. I drew my fingers out of the salt and blew out the candle. Babcha took the bowl and poured it into a pot of water, which she carried to the kitchen to dump down the sink. That made such a difference, I said in astonishment. Many silly fae aren't comfortable dealing with their darkness, Papa said around the pipe in his mouth. The unseelie are willing to face our shadows. That is what sets us apart. And makes us dangerous, Arthur pointed out. Babcha nodded solemnly. Confidence grew in my chest, swelling until it felt like a ball of light glowing inside of me. I was becoming a better unseelie every day. I just hoped it was enough to save the ones I loved. I returned to the university later that day.
I had planned on doing some homework, but Delmare waved me over as I walked by the library. "Hey," I said, "did you and Stefan sort things out?" They'd been arguing about her book on and off since their first fight over it. Delmare blushed. "Oh, yeah, it was stupid, really. I took another look at my first draft, and I realized he was right. All the changes he suggested are good ones. I rewrote the end of the book, and it's much better now. I was being too sensitive. I guess he was right all along. Don't tell him that, though, or he'll never stop gloating." "Never," I smiled. Delmare paused. I wondered why she'd called me over until she said, "You should check on Ethan. He doesn't look good." My stomach bottomed out. "Where is he?" "The rec room. I think he wants you, though he'll never ask." "I'll go see him now. Thanks, Mare." I hurried upstairs as fast as I could. When I came into the rec room, I saw my mate, and everything fell to the wayside. Ethan was sitting in an armchair in front of the fire. He looked terrible. The bags under his bloodshot eyes were purple, and he had busted veins running across his face, as well as bruises. It looked like he'd been in a bad fight and lost. I knew when he needed me. I could just feel it. I had sworn to kick that demon's ass from here to hell, and though I hadn't succeeded yet, I wasn't done trying. I crossed the room and sat across from Ethan. He barely glanced up to acknowledge my presence. I wanted to reach out and caress his bruised hand, but I didn't know if the gesture would help him or hurt him, so I didn't. "Having a bad day?" I asked, as a way to make conversation, but I immediately wanted to take it back. Every day was a bad one now, as far as Ethan was concerned. Long moments passed before his raspy voice finally managed to speak. "Emma, I've been thinking." Ethan shifted forward. "That's never a good idea." My snark wasn't appreciated. Ethan ignored it. "We have to accept what is. We can't exorcise the Lashane, which means we need to do some damage control before the inevitable happens." "I don't know what you mean. Why did every conversation with Ethan have to be so heavy?" "Oh, right. Because he was dying and there was nothing I could do about it?" Ethan sighed. "Oh no, Wilka. You have to break our bond." "What?" I started upright in my chair, and my heartbeat died in my chest. This couldn't be real. I thought I felt pain when we'd broken up, but for him to suggest this was just cruel. To separate him and I forever? What kind of a plan was that? "The Lashane needs a host to pull from. He gets his magic by drawing it from other things," Ethan began. "Why do you think he's so strong now? All the magic of all the Fae he's ever killed and possessed runs through his veins. What's going to happen if he gets a hold of yours?" "He won't," I said, but the protest sounded weak. "The choice is obvious. If you break our bond, the Lashane will lose interest. It'll be easier for him to kill you and harness your magic if you're still connected to me," Ethan said. "But if you break our bond, he won't be able to touch you. You're the World Weaver. You're stronger than he is, even if you haven't mastered your powers yet. As such, he can't take your powers, not unless he has an in. That's me." "We can think of another plan," I protested. "We don't have time. This is about protecting Malovia. If the Lashane gets his hands on the kind of magic you have, he'll be unstoppable. Then the stones won't be reunited, and the Fae are doomed. This is the right choice. You have to end it, Emma. I don't have the strength." I stood up abruptly. "I'm tired of you telling me what to do, Ethan Nowak. If I choose to break our bond, that'll be my decision, not yours." I walked off. I was so angry at him I felt ready to burst. Did we really stand that little of a chance? I couldn't believe he was giving up so easily. My anger burned so brightly I nearly saw red. We weren't together. I shouldn't have been this pissed off. And yet I was. I searched for the answer. Maybe I was so enraged because I knew this was the only option we had left. For me to survive, we had to leave each other forever. I caught Kiara studying in an alcove on the first level. I stopped and grabbed her shoulder. "Kiara, do you have a solution yet?" She knew I was talking about Ethan. Her expression sorrowed as she said, "I'm sorry. My contact hasn't gotten back to me yet. I'm still waiting." "We can't wait," I pleaded. Tears sprang to my eyes. They longed to boil over, but I refused to break down in the middle of the school. I wouldn't. "I'm moving as fast as I can. What I'm trying to set up, it's risky, and Ethan doesn't have much longer. I can't let him go." My voice was so choked. Every word felt like a knife cutting my throat. "You need to be prepared for the worst, just in case," Kiara said. Her tone was gentle, but the sentence itself drew quick like a blade. She'd never said anything so hurtful. I drew back and sniffed. "I have to go." I ran down the hallway and took the nearest exit into the falling snow. It wasn't cold enough for it to stick, but still, the sharp snowflakes cut against my cheeks. I'd forgotten my coat. I just needed to get away from everyone. Yet wherever I turned, all I saw was Ethan. All I felt was the terrible notion that no matter what I did, I'd always end up losing him. "Emma!" There was a harsh voice against the chill. I felt a heavy wool coat press against my shoulders as Finley said, "What are you doing out here without a coat? You're going to catch a cold." I immediately berated myself. "Good job, Emma. Running into a snowstorm in a skirt and a sweater when you're immunocompromised. I'd just gotten over another virus a few days ago. I didn't need another one." Finley's face was full of concern. He'd taken off his own coat and given it to me to keep me warm. I attempted to steady myself, but all I felt were 2 tears that leaked out of my eyes. He lifted his hand to brush them away with his thumb. "Emma, what's wrong? You're not the girl to cry." I really need to see my mom right now." The answer left my lips before I realized what I'd said. I'd neither seen nor spoken to my mom in weeks, not since we'd gotten in that argument about Arthur. But I needed guidance, and the only other person I knew who'd broken their bond besides Samantha was my mother. I couldn't be sure I was making the right decision until I spoke with her. Finley tilted his head. "Then why don't you stop by?" "We got into a big fight. I'm not sure she wants me around." "That's no excuse." Finley shook his head. "If you need to talk to her, go. It seems pretty important." I forced the rest of my tears down and wiped my face. "You're right. Can I borrow your jacket? I need to visit her now. It's urgent." "Sure." Finley's brow furrowed. "Take it for as long as you need." "Thanks." I summoned my wings as I slipped my arms into Finley's coat. Finley waved goodbye, and I flew into the air, wings beating quickly against the cold wind as I turned in a new direction. I was still mad at my mom, but I needed her to help me. I didn't even know how to break a bond. It certainly wasn't common literature in the Fae world. Stuff like that was very hush-hush, and for good reason. The circle didn't want young mates severing their bonds after heat-of-the-moment arguments or emotional disagreements. But this was so much bigger. And if I was even considering doing this, I needed information. My heart skipped a beat as I landed on my mother's doorstep. I went to knock, but before I could, the door opened. Mom stood in the doorway. She blinked a few times, and I said, "I'm sorry, Mom. We really need to talk." "There's nothing to forgive. Please, come in." Mom ushered me inside. I felt engulfed by the warmth of her cottage. There was a fresh pot of chicken noodle soup on the stove. It smelled warm and welcoming as I took in the scents of broth, carrots, and celery. "I had a thought you'd be by today. I made it for you," Mom said. "Mom, about what happened?" "You don't have to apologize. It was wrong to keep you and your brother apart for so long. It's one of my biggest regrets," Mom sighed. "But we can't change the past." "Maybe you can help me change the future." I sat at the table, and she took a seat across from me. "I've been thinking, I don't know if Ethan and I aren't going to work out. Mom raised her eyebrows. That certainly doesn't sound like the Emma I know. It doesn't, but this is more than a break. I thrummed my fingers on the table. There are a lot of complicated factors involved.
Does it have to do with the prophecy?
Kind of, I said as I recalled Odette's words. I'm still trying to find a way around that.
But it's not easy. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. I've all but given up. I assumed so, since you walked in wearing another shifter's coat.
Mom crossed her arms as she observed Finley's jacket. She knew it wasn't Ethan's.
The papers haven't been kind.
I've stopped reading any articles about me. What they say doesn't matter.
But it does. You have no idea how much.
Mom reached out to grasp my hand.
The gossip that swarmed around me 20 years ago still follows me to this day. I don't want the same for you.
My throat tightened.
There's more on the line than my reputation. I have to break my bond.
Mom's cheeks paled.
You can't do such a thing.
I have to. There's no other choice.
I got up and began pacing around the kitchen.
I've tried and tried to find a way, but the closer I get to Ethan, the farther he pulls away. It's maddening. It hurts. I don't know if I can do it anymore.
Emma, whatever happens, you must keep trying,
Mom insisted.
I still wonder every day if I made the right decision, letting go of King Lycus for your father. I know I did it in the end, but still, I have regret.
The decision is being taken out of my hands. I plopped back into the chair. He's pulling away from me. He's not the same man I fell in love with. And to be honest, he gets in the way of my destiny. If Ethan is going to stop me from fulfilling my job as the World Weaver, he has to go. Saving the Fae is more important than any relationship.
Emma, you need to be careful about making this very permanent choice. Once this is done, you can never go back.
Mom stared at me.
Her look was pleading. I was breaking her heart by making this admission.
I swallowed past the lump in my throat.
I know, Mom, but if there's nothing left, I have to do this, to protect myself. Please help me.
Mom nodded. She got up from the table and took down from a bookshelf a very old and battered diary.
I wrote my own breaking ceremony down. It's the only thing that severed the connection between myself and King Lycus.
Mom opened the diary and began shuffling through the yellowed pages.
Listen closely, Emma. I'll only teach you this once. You can make the decision from there.
That Saturday was the first round of the women's free skate at the Malovian National Championships. I'd be skating my short program at 6 o'clock, right after the men's short program. I hadn't decided if I was going through with the breaking ceremony or not. This wasn't the right weekend. I needed my focus to be on the competition, not on Ethan and I. I'd practiced the cleansing ceremony every day. My energy felt clear, and I was calm. I was prepared to compete. The only thing that mattered was the ice. Figure skating was determined by a tally of points. Jumps, spins, and artistry all combined to create the final score. The scores of a skater's short program and the long program were added together in order to determine a skater's placing. The top 3 placings would go on to compete in the European Championships early next year. I needed a spot on that podium. The European Championships were the first step to going on to qualify for Worlds later. Not only that, the Malovian National Championships next year would determine who would go on to represent Malovia in the next Winter Olympics. If I wanted to establish myself as a competitor and have a chance at making the team, I had to prove myself now and have a history of winning so I'd be chosen to compete. That's if the prophecy doesn't kill you first, a mean voice in my head added, but I pushed it aside. There was no magic today, no fairy tales. I'd been working on this dream for nearly 20 years. Now that my chance to shine was here, I couldn't miss my shot for anything. Prophecies and doom would have to wait.
The Malovian National Championships were being held at the Arcania University ice rink, which made sense because the arena itself was massive. I liked that I was in the comfort zone of my home rink and wouldn't have to adjust to a new environment while trying to prove myself. I got to the rink a few hours early to begin my warm-up. I really wanted to watch Jasper skate, but his program was close to the end of the men's competition, and I wouldn't have enough time to get ready for my own skate if I was watching him. I jogged up and down the basement hallways, mentally ran through my program, and practiced my jumps in my tennis shoes. As I stretched, I was feeling pretty confident. I felt ready to go on the ice. Gabby was here, of fucking course, because being queen obviously wasn't enough to support her fat head. She wanted a gold medal, too. Apparently, she wanted to be Malovia's darling sports hero on top of being its fascist dictator. She sneered my way, but I turned my back on her and tried not to let her in my head. Figure skating was 20% talent, 80% mind games. Gabby was good at those, which was why she'd gotten this far. I couldn't afford to be another one of her victims. She had a bright red dress on that matched her tango music and her hellish personality. Her hair was slicked back, and her makeup was done so fiercely, I wasn't sure if she was trying to win the judges over or scare them. Since I'd changed my long program into my short, I was wearing the outfit I'd chosen for Swan Lake. It was a white dress with glistening black sequins that made the shape of feathers on my torso. As I was getting ready in the locker room, I scowled at my reflection in the mirror. My dress still fit, but it was almost too small. My infusions were making me gain weight, as indicated by the slight bump on my stomach that had become permanent. My form was more muscular than lithe now. My thighs and arms were thicker, and my face was fuller than it used to be. My body had definitely changed from a year ago, and I didn't know if the judges would like it. They preferred tiny skaters. Well, screw them. I'd make up for it with my jumps. I reminded myself that though I looked different now, I was healthier since I started my infusions. I'd looked back at the pictures from before I was diagnosed, and it was clear I wasn't well. My skin was ashen, and bags were under my eyes. I was stick-figure thin from my body struggling to support itself without the help of my non-existent immune system. If my body was clinging on to weight now, it was because it didn't have to use every ounce of support it needed to survive anymore, and I wanted to be grateful for that. Still, it was difficult to get used to a body that was completely different from the one I'd known all my life. It felt like I was piloting an alien meat suit, but fuck it. At least one thing hadn't changed, and that was my love for skating. I forced my hair back into a bun and attached a feathered headpiece to complete the outfit, unashamed of the person that I had become, and all I still had yet to be. Lady Magdalena stood in the middle of the hallway, making sure Gabby and I were kept apart. She barked orders every now and then, but mostly kept her sharp eyes fixated on what we were doing. It felt like forever until the moment we were finally called to put on our skates for our warm-up. Nerves jolted through my stomach and ricocheted through my entire body. It was enough to make me want to puke. The crowd roared as we stepped onto the ice, and I swear my insides bottomed out. The stands were packed. Figure skating was a big thing in Malovia, and every seat in the arena was taken. I tried to block out the noise, yet it vibrated in my ears. I did a few spins and went to open my practice with a triple loop. The attempt was sloppy, and my arms were loose. I immediately fell out of it. Redness rose to my cheeks. Had I really just flopped that in front of all these people? I tried again. The loop was worse than the first attempt, and this time I fell on my ass. I kept my head down, hoping nobody had seen that. Gabby did. She gave me a smirking look as she watched me brush ice off my tights. You know, if I gave her a good punch, would the judges put some extra points on my score? The rest of my practice was just as horrible. I couldn't land anything. Lady Magdalena's mouth grew thin as she watched me fail time and time again.
I was considering running out of the rink with my skates still on. If my practice was this bad, there was no telling how awful my short program would be. I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of my country. This event was televised, for God's sakes. It was the rivalry of the century, as the papers had called it. Everyone was excited to see me and Gabby go up against each other again after our battle in the King's Contest, and for Milana's sake, I did not want to lose to her. Giving her the crown had been my first mistake. I wouldn't make it again. My eyes scanned the crowd, looking for a few familiar faces. Batya and Bappa had shown up to watch me compete, though I noticed they'd taken seats on the opposite side of the rink from my mother. Arthur and Vara were here, sitting with Jasper and Ozzy. He must have just finished his skate and looked pretty pleased with himself. Finley gave a wave when he caught my attention, and I shot him a grin, though it was pretty forced. I was sucking ass out here. A row down from them, my friends sat. Odette, Delmare, and Kiara were bothering the crowd. They were waving giant signs they'd made the night before to cheer me on, and blocking the view of several people. Their crazy cheers sounded like a rugby match and not a figure skating competition. Alexei waved a tiny woven flag in support. Theo was yelling at Stefan for dumping nachos on his lap. Then my breath caught. Ethan was here. I thought he'd be too sick to show up, but there he was, sitting on the other side of Stefan. He couldn't take his gaze off me. He gave the smallest smile, and it was warm and kind. He looked excited. His comfort made my insides warm, and my nerves began to settle. I wanted to impress my mate and do well today. Nobody else's opinion mattered here, not even the judges, so long as I won Ethan's pride. I wanted to skate for him alone. The warm-up was over, and we were asked to leave the ice. I headed to the locker room to wait my turn before my skate. I was skating last. I fucking hated skating last. I passed Samantha on my way off the ice. She was first. She almost looked green as she took her spot for her short program. I did leg-ups in the locker room and calmly stretched as Samantha's music played on inside the rink, but I heard a lot of oohs from the crowd that didn't sound good. I knew well enough not to watch other competitors before I had my turn, but I just had to know. I headed to the doors of the rink and peeked my head out to see what Amantha was doing. It wasn't good. She attempted a triple toe loop and fell. Then she popped her triple axel and fell again. She'd plastered on a smile, but looked near tears. I closed the door and drew my attention back onto myself, though this time my gut felt heavier than before, like it had a rock in it weighing me down. The competitors skated one by one. I did my best to block out their music and the sound of the announcers giving their scores. The wait stretched into eons. This was always the worst part. I wasn't stupid enough to watch Gabby. I turned my music up to block out the sound of her short program, but when it was done, I noticed the thunderous applause. The entire arena nearly quaked. She must have done well. Lady Magdalena poked her head into the locker room. "You're up, Emmeline." A shiver passed over my skin, but I let it flow before I followed her. The rink was so quiet. The ice looked so big, white, and flat, larger than it had ever appeared before. I could hardly believe all these people had shown up to see me skate. I waited at the boards until the announcer had called my name. "Representing the Arcania University Skating Club, Emmeline Sosna." I gracefully skated to the center of the rink to begin my program. There were cheers from my friends, but mere polite applause from everyone else. I wasn't a fan favorite. Most were rooting for Gabby to win. Didn't matter. I was going to pull this off. I had to. I was frozen like a statue in time as I took my starting position. The music began. I felt the adrenaline flow through me as I opened with my footstep sequence. My short program was inspired by the beautiful ballet and had only been enhanced by watching Odette dance.
I did backward crossovers in a circle and began my entry into my triple flip. This was my easiest jump. I always landed this one every time. Except this time, I could tell I stuck my toe pick in at the wrong moment. I launched myself into the air at a difficult angle. I tried to save the jump, but my attempt was wobbly, and I went crashing into the ice. I crashed onto my right hip. I was going so fast I went sliding. There was a loud slamming noise as my body hit the boards, and my back jolted. The crowd gasped. It was rare to see such a violent fall. I knew the cameras were focused on my face, which was twisted in pain. The music played on, though my body remained motionless. Gods, this hurt like a bitch. Get up. I gritted my teeth and forced myself upward, although it was painful. Though my legs felt weak beneath me, and my hip and back throbbed, I forced myself past the pain and painted a big smile across my face. Figure skating was all about faking it, and I wanted to give the impression I felt nothing but perfection. The crowd applauded in support as I rose upright. Shit, I'd already fallen, and on my first jump, too. But it didn't matter now. It was like now that I'd fucked up, I felt weightless. I was free to do my other jumps with ease. I had to skate fast in order to catch up to my music. I danced to the other side of the rink, where I performed my triple Lutz triple toe flawlessly. The crowd cheered. I twirled into a flying spin and nailed it before I flew into a triple axel. I landed it without wobbling and immediately followed it up with a triple loop, triple toe loop combination. The audience loved that. The sound of their applause grew louder as I spiraled from jump to spin to jump again. I did my best to play the part of the beautiful princess, cursed to be a swan as my blades twirled from one element to another. The ice spun around me, but try as I might, I just couldn't fall into an easy rhythm. The rock was still in my core, weighing me down. I finished off my program with a layback spin, my signature move, and ended on time with the music, striking my final pose on time. My chest felt like knives were running through it as I struggled to regain my breath. I performed a few curtsies to the crowd, which was applauding loudly, before I stepped off the ice and walked to the kiss and cry area. "Well done, Emmeline," Lady Magdalena praised. "Let's try to keep that triple flip a little tighter next time." That was what she considered a compliment. We sat down. My hands twisted nervously together as I waited for the judges to deliver their scores. I heard screams as my score came on the megascreen above the ice. 80.45. That was a personal best and a high score. I was in second place, right behind Gabby. She was only ahead by a few points, which meant I had a chance to catch her in the long program. I screamed and hugged Lady Magdalena. She laughed and embraced me, though her joy was short-lived. "Don't get too excited. We still have to focus." I kept it together, but only at the expense of almost jumping out of my skates. My short program was over, thank the gods. Now I just needed to stay calm until tomorrow night, when the long program would be held at 7 o'clock. But with my performance, I definitely had a shot at the podium. "Emma!" Odette flung herself at me the moment I left the locker room. She and the others were waiting for me in the main lobby. "You did so well!" "Thanks," I gave a laugh, though it would have been better if I hadn't taken that fall. "Hey, you almost had first place," Stefan said. "Gabby wobbled on one of her jumps. I was sure she was going to go down." "She did look nervous," Delmare added. That eased my mind. If Gabby was worried about me being her competition, and I'd placed second today, it might get to her that I had a chance for gold tomorrow. My friends parted, and I saw Ethan. He reached out to give me a hug. "That was an excellent program, Onowilka." I buried my face into his jacket. I felt so warm and safe in Ethan's arms. His praise lifted my spirit so high, it was like I could see the heavens.
I really wanted him to kiss me, but I knew I couldn't expect that. Thanks, baby. Oh, crap. I hadn't planned to let that slip out. Ethan stiffened. I pulled away before I could make things worse. He averted his eyes from me, looking down. Alexei hurriedly stepped between us to break the tension.
Hey, Arthur asked if you wanted to get together for dinner. Jasper got third for his shot. He's got a chance to qualify for the European Championships if he gets the podium tomorrow. We're going out to celebrate,
Alexei said. Sure? I asked, giving a side glance at Ethan. If Arthur was there, Finley would be too. I expected Ethan to object, but he just shrugged and said nothing. We met Arthur and the others at some bar in Dolinska not long after. I was sure Ethan and Finley were going to break out into a brawl, but they sat opposite sides of the table and didn't talk or look at each other. Everyone else chatted, laughed, and drank. I stayed away from drinking and made sure to have something light and healthy to give me energy for tomorrow. Not that it did me any good that night. I couldn't sleep at all. Though I was happy with my performance for the day, there was a lot at stake tomorrow. I could still lose my place on the podium easily if I botched my long program. Plus, I'd never skated it before in competition, so I was worried how the audience would take it. I had an early practice the next morning. Afterward, I came back to my dorm to take a nap before the big final that night. Around 4 o'clock, I needed to leave, but I just couldn't bring myself to. I felt too paralyzed with fear to leave my dorm. This was just as bad as the anxiety I had before the King's contest. It was stupid to think of it that way, as I could have died in the contest, and I most likely wouldn't die as a result of a figure skating competition. But for some reason, the thought of messing up and losing my dreams scared me even more. I rummaged through my drawers for something to give me support. I don't know what I was looking for. A good luck charm, maybe? I heard a growl and turned around. Tigris was fluttering in the air, holding up a corner of a sleeve to his shirt that I'd thrown across the back of my desk chair. Ethan's hockey jersey. I'd never returned it. I slipped it on over my dress and took a breath. It still smelled like him. Okay, now I was ready. I headed to the rink. Lady Magdalena made me jog laps back and forth across the hallway. I was forced to remove my jacket and Ethan's jersey as I performed all my warm-up exercises. Once I got my skates on and stepped onto the ice for my practice skate with the other competitors, I had the thought I wanted to die. The nervousness I felt now was far worse than the day before. There was a black pit crawling over my skin like 1,000 tiny bugs, eating away at me piece by piece. Gabby observed my dress with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. She'd never seen my new long program and was worried about what I was going to do. I'd chosen a purple dress with gossamer sleeves and gold sequins as I was skating to Romeo and Juliet and wanted to play the part. Her jet-black dress of dark feathers and red gems painted her as the evil black swan. I knew her long program was flawless and she'd been practicing it for years, which meant I needed to be at the top of my game. That practice was worse than my first. I fell on all my jumps, every single time. I even stepped out of a couple of my spins. It was like I was a beginner all over again. As I skated, terrible thoughts began invading my mind. You know figure skating's all politics. The judges love Gabby. She's their queen. You're a scandalous commoner. You don't have a chance of impressing them. Would the judges even let me go to the European Championships if I won? I'd cheated in the contest. They'd remember that for sure. They wouldn't want someone like me representing the whole country in one of their most cherished sports. My grandmother's face in the crowd was reassuring. I did a quick evaluation of my energy and immediately felt this dark, negative space hanging over me like a dark cloud. I'd brought some salt with me just in case. I needed it now. I headed to the locker room and shuffled through my skating bag. I sat on the bench, lit the candle, and poured some salt into a bowl I'd brought, closing my eyes and attempting to clear my energy. Once I began to focus, the dark cloud over me began to lift bit by bit.
"What are you doing, you weirdo?"
Gabby snarled. She'd followed me into the locker room.
"It's a ritual I do."
She couldn't see the black tendrils. That was only reserved for heavy dark magic, like the Lashane, and all I was trying to lift now were my nerves. As far as she knew, I was sticking my fingers into a bowl of salt for no reason.
"Your stupid little tricks aren't going to work. You're going to blow your program, and I'll be there to watch," she added.
I refused to open my eyes and concentrated on the salt. Gabby made a skeptical noise and walked out, slamming the door behind her. I took 10 more minutes to focus, clearing out my energy and blocking out the rest of the world. While I did, I listened to the music of my long program over and over, envisioning a perfect program. By the time I felt my energy completely clear, Lady Magdalena had arrived to tell me I was up. As we came to the boards, the fresh smell of clean ice overwhelmed my senses. I stepped onto the ice to wait my turn to be announced. Lady Magdalena observed me.
"How do you feel, Emmeline?"
"Better," I said, but I wasn't completely there. A bit of disbelief that I could really do this still held me back.
"Figure skating is the culmination of believing in yourself. It's what allows us to defy gravity and perform the impossible," Lady Magdalena smiled. "Just like fey magic, if you have faith that you can, you will. Believe it into reality, and the podium will be yours."
Yes, Coach. Magdalena was right. If I believed, I would achieve. I could leave no room for doubt. I skated onto the ice, this time with a genuine smile. Instead of being nervous, like I was before my short, I felt completely calm. This is what I was born to do. Win or lose, I just wanted to skate. I'd come to perform today to an audience and give the crowd an experience. Nothing else mattered. And that's how it was. The audience and the judges fell away as I began to skate to the music. I was no longer Emma, no longer myself. I was a girl in love with a boy I shouldn't be, living in Verona and cursed to a star-crossed romance that could only end in tragedy. I fell into the illusion of the story and used my skates to weave the tale as I spun into one spin, then another. My footwork sewed seamless patterns into the ice, and the crowd became still as the emotion I felt for Shakespeare's timeless love story showed upon my face. My first jump was my triple axel. It was flawless, followed up by my triple Lutz triple toe. I stepped out of my triple flip. What was with that jump this weekend? But didn't give it any mind, and soared into my next combination without making a single mistake. I lifted my leg to perform my spiral, and as I spread my arms wide, I felt like I was flying with the gods themselves as the cold chill of the ice hit my face. The best part of skating was losing yourself. You ceased to be who you were and became someone else for the entertainment of the crowd. At one point, your soul melded with the music, and your emotions swelled to become overwhelming, bursting out of you with a passion that could only be felt. I rode that high up until the very end, when I gave my finishing pose and bowed my head to the crowd. The crowd absolutely lost it. They jumped to their feet to give me a standing ovation. Red roses were tossed, scattering on the ice with a collection of teddy bears and cards. My breaths were long and ragged, and my body shook. That had to be another personal best. If the judges couldn't appreciate my program, it hardly mattered, because I'd skated my heart out and proven to myself that I could do this. I headed back to the kiss and cry. Lady Magdalena was beaming.
"That was brilliant, Emmeline."
She gave my shoulder a squeeze as I sat down. We looked up at the megascreen.
My score? 160.30, putting me in first place.
My mouth dropped open in shock. I couldn't believe it. That was an amazing score. Magdalena clapped me on the back. I felt elated as my coach left me to go instruct Gabby.
She seemed paler than before, but more determined than ever. I took a seat near the entry to the ice in the competitors section, waiting for my rival to take the ice. Gabby was the last skater. I was staying on this podium no matter what she did now. The only question that remained was if she'd take the gold. Gabby's harsh music was like nails on a chalkboard. Her artistic movements were jagged and geometrical instead of flowing like mine. She was good, though, very good. I'd be lying if I said she wasn't. She landed every jump with ease, and my stomach nodded as my mind counted up points, her score going higher and higher. Then she faltered while going into her triple axel. She twisted in the air and fell out of the jump, landing on her side. Goosebumps rose on the back of my neck. Gabby had made a major mistake. Gabby finished her program so violently, her toe pick went into the ice and sent snow flying everywhere. The crowd had given her a standing ovation, as they had me, but hers was louder. Gabby panted as she and Magdalena headed to the kiss and cry. I felt like praying as I hung on to each second, waiting for the moment her score would pop on the screen. Finally, it happened. 161.60. Even though Gabby had fallen, the judges still gave her a higher score than me and put her in first place. Hey, Malovian politics still affected everything. I hardly felt disappointed. I was just glad I had a shot at attending the European Championships, which is why when the judges brought us on the ice to receive our medals, I was still grinning from ear to ear. Gabby scowled, even when they put the gold around her neck. She waved to the crowd more out of obligation than actual joy. You know, you could at least act like you earned that medal instead of behaving like you're obligated to it, I hissed through my smile as we waved to the crowd. You got lucky, Sosna. Don't count on winning the next competition either, Gabby spat. She was just pissed I'd proven to be a real threat. No one else in our competition had come close to putting scores like ours up on the board. As always, Gabby had to be the best, but I was right on her tail. And at the European Championships, I was coming for her. My friends were waiting for me out in the lobby. Delmare, Kiara, and Odette piled against me. Bitch, that was amazing, Delmare cried. You are a badass on the ice.
Yeah,
Odette said, before she stuck out her lip.
You should have won, though. You stayed on your skates, and Gabby fell right on her butt.
I mean, the judges would have egg on their face if they didn't let the Queen of Melovia win, but the judges at the European Championships won't be so biased, Kiara pointed out. Emma has a better chance to win there.
How could she not win? Emma, your layback spin is so pretty,
Odette squealed. A rustling from behind caught my attention. Ethan was there. He was holding a bouquet of white roses, which he handed to me. Congratulations, Onowuka. You skated beautifully. Tears rose up in my eyes, and I had to choke them back. Ethan, I don't know what to say. His look was teasing. A time for us, Yes, I held the flowers close. One of my favorites. I do recall that being our song. It was. And just like that, the magical moment between us was broken. Ethan flinched, and the movement drove a dagger into my feelings. He glanced away, unable to keep his gaze connected with mine. I couldn't look at him either. Maybe Ethan and I truly were Romeo and Juliet. Our story was destined to end in tragedy, too. Hey, lass! Finlay's bright voice shattered my thoughts. Finlay had brought me flowers, too. A bunch of yellow roses. Now I had bouquets from two guys. Awkward. Thanks, Finn, I said, as I took the bunch from him. I balanced the two bouquets in my arms clumsily and said, Do you think I did okay? Okay, you were amazing, Finlay said, giving me a squeeze. Finlay raised his fist to gain the attention of those in the lobby. I know just the thing to celebrate. Party in the rec room.
Apparently, Finley had set this up beforehand because the party was already in full swing by the time we got there. Champagne bottles were placed by a long table at the head of the room, and confetti flew through the air. It was more refined than Ethan's hockey party last semester, but people were getting just as drunk. My friends immediately began milling around the snacks table. Ethan vanished into his dorm and didn't come out. Poor guy. I wish he could be well enough to enjoy the party, if even for a little bit. I put both bouquets into vases in my dorm, which Tigris very much appreciated. He buzzed around the flowers with glee, though he seemed to like the white ones more. Jasper was chugging champagne while Ozzy cheered him on. Jasper had run his competition and was going to the European Championships alongside us. I was glad to have a friend accompanying me to the competition, as going alone with Gabby wasn't my idea of a good time. Amantha had managed to pull off a great long program after her disaster of a short, and gotten 4th place overall. About an hour into the party, I noticed Igor skulking about, looking for Odette. My mood instantly turned nasty. Odette was near me, so I tugged on her sleeve and pointed to Igor. "What's he doing here?" I asked scathingly. "This is a student party."
"I invited him," Odette said. "I wanted him to come."
I groaned. "Odette, why are you still with Igor? I thought you wanted to break up." Odette stuck out her lip.
"But I love him. He makes me feel good."
"God help me." She'd said just the opposite a week ago. "Odette, that is like the worst excuse ever."
"Oh, he's gotten better," Odette piped up. "We had a long talk about everything, and he's changed, I swear. He isn't like what he was. We've been working on our relationship, and it's going so well."
I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "If you're happy, I'm happy."
"Oh, I am,"
Odette said, but her words didn't quite ring true. There was an elasticity to them that threatened to snap. Odette poofed her hair.
"Anyway, I shouldn't be talking about this. Igor doesn't like me discussing our personal problems with other people. He wants to keep things between us."
"Yeah, because he's worried someone else is going to point out his bullshit." I bit my tongue and wrestled back my sass. Whatever decisions Odette made, I had to support her. She was my best friend, so I'd stand behind her no matter what. The rest of my friends had noticed Igor had arrived and were trying to move the other way, save for Theo, who leaned against the wall and muttered curses under his breath.
"I have to use the bathroom," Odette told me. "Can you tell Igor to hold on just for a moment?"
She scurried off. I did my best to keep a look of indifference on my face, though it was probably closer to resting bitch face. Igor spotted me. "Do you know where Odette is?" He frowned. "I've been here quite a while, and honestly, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here."
"Then you shouldn't have come," I thought, but said,
"She'll be back in a minute. She's in the bathroom." "Oh, I see." Igor cleared his throat. "I saw your competition, on the big screen. Watched it at home. Your performance was adequate. I felt the placings were fair." I frowned. "What do you know about figure skating?" "I've watched dozens of competitions. I'm a spectator, though I don't quite get it," he drawled. "What was there to get? I'm not sure what you mean." "Isn't it obvious?" He gave a tinkling laugh that made me want to punch his throat. "You lost because you didn't focus on the right elements. Add in a few more jumps next time, and I'm sure you'll do better. Obviously, you didn't have enough technical moments in your short program to maintain the top spot. Clearly, as a skater, you have no idea what the crowd really wants."
By the gods. This guy thought that because he was Odette's boyfriend, he had the right to mansplain to me how to do my job. I didn't know how Odette got him to look away from the mirror long enough to have sex, because Igor was clearly in love with himself.
"Have you ever had skates on your feet?" I asked bluntly. "Well, no," Igor flustered, "but I'm sure it can't be that difficult. I bet I could be at your level in a year or so." It'd taken me my entire life to get here and not a day less. Seeing Igor try to get one lap in around the rink would make my day.
"Maybe after you're done telling little girls to starve themselves, you can give it a shot."
Igor scoffed. He was so full of himself, he hadn't heard me. I don't understand why they have you skate to music or wear costumes. It's just a jumping contest. Why don't they get rid of all the extra nonsense and crown the winner depending on who can do the best jumps and spins? Isn't that the point? My blood boiled. Figure skating isn't about the elements or what you can do, I growled. It's about telling a story, expressing how you feel through your body. Figure skating blends athleticism and art. It's why I loved it so much. It combined the two worlds. Yes, well, that's not really a sport, is it? Igor laughed. I don't get why you see it that way. As a ballet director, you should know the difference. Ballet's different. You don't understand because you're not a dancer, Igor sniffed. Who did this guy think he was? I had almost 2 decades of experience in the figure skating world compared to Igor's observation as a fan. Normally, I'd just rip the guy a new asshole, but unfortunately, Odette cared about him, and I'd cut my own heart out before I hurt her. So I did the most non-Emma thing I'd ever done in my life. I took it. I'll keep your suggestions in mind. Then I walked away from Igor before he could bother me further. Before I knew what was happening, Theo had grabbed my arm. He steered me toward the rec room balcony, but not before snagging a bottle of champagne and 2 glasses off the table. I don't think I can take another word from that ignoramus prat, Theo growled. Oh no, I can't either, I agreed. He's purely intolerable. Then let's spend the evening drinking our woes away against the night sky, Theo offered, shaking the bottle. I'm sure talking to him is the last way you want to celebrate your win. I smiled. I think you have the right idea. Theo and I spent the rest of the night on the balcony under the stars, sharing a bottle of champagne and our problems over our fated mates, who were both too far away for either of us to reach.